A very good morning and welcome to the 2025 Day 3 of historic Sandown. These things, we're not going to need them today. Umbrellas away, sun is out. Come and join us at the racetrack. It's going to be a ripper day. We've had two fantastic days already. I'd like to bring in Emma Dean right now. This is your first historic Sandown. You've done the Winton Festival Speed. You love that. How do you find Sandown?
I won't say it's the same, but it's the same thrill, it's the same buzz. I really enjoy it. Obviously, my favourite category is the Group S. Guys, please tune in for that because some really cool cars out on track, including the De Tomaso, which I absolutely love. And of course, my favourite's the classic Porsches. So lots to see. You should come down.
Certainly plenty to see there, and as Emma touched on, it's all about those historic classics, those great cars. We saw Timmy Macro yesterday out in that Le Mans type of pro sport. We've got certainly today George Vidovic, the birthday boy from yesterday, in his McLaren Can-Am car taken to the track. The historic touring cars just absolutely turned it on in the teeming rain yesterday, so I can only imagine what it's going to be like when the historic touring cars get out on track. Regularity as well, Em, that is something that your enthusiasts can get involved in. Absolutely. All about hitting those lap times.
Absolutely. It's also a great way to hone your racecraft too. So you set your own time, and then you've got to consistently make that time or beat that time lap on lap. So it's great for those guys trying to get into that race pace mode. And it's good to get laps in for guys who don't have a category to participate in, etc. You want to just get your car out. It's fantastic.
Something a little bit different as well is the Group C and A tribute category as well. We saw them in the rain, awesome yesterday. And I've just been talking to Andrew McGuinness from Formula Ford. Nick McBride will be taken to the grid from the rear of the grid in Formula Ford today. So keep your eyes peeled for that. M&O, those big sports cars, the Can-Ams, the McLarens, all of those great names that we love. Then we've also going to the P&Q, JK and L, and we've got names like Chevron, Brabham, all of those great names that we know and love, doing all of the things we love to come to Sandown. The home of horsepower and the Victorian Historic Racing Register are definitely returning the thunder. We'll see you throughout the day. Have a great time. Today, if you are watching the live stream via the V8 Sleuth, welcome. But I tell you what, come to the track, come and see it live in all dimensions. We're going to be, in fact, the last race starts here at 5:15 this afternoon. So if you're anywhere, I'm going to say from Albury, Echuca, probably not as far as Mildura. It's probably you'll probably get here at the end of the day. But jump in the car, come and see the fantastic event put on here by the Victorian Historic Racing Register. A big shout out to all of our partners right throughout this event. Shannon's Insurance, of course, Penrite, who are celebrating their 100 years in 2026. Equity One for all of their fantastic support. Cool Drive and Racer Industries. We've got Dana Precision on the board here as well as one of the partners. Apex Steels, great to see Joe Collegia. He's bought two cars here this weekend, really enjoying his time in the Corvette yesterday. The Mustang presented its own set of challenges for him. Traction Tyres, I saw Andrew McCarthy and the crew down there. They got themselves ready to go. Autohouse in Moorabbin for all of your prestige and motorsport, in fact any sort of vehicle storage that you are looking for. Aussie Soils, that says it all. NPAVT as well. And then the MSCA, the Mark Sports Car Club, which we'll have an interview with Sandra Horn during at about 1:50 today with the guys from the Mark Sports Car Club. There's our program. Regularity is first, which I hear the cars revving up and making their way out onto track. The HQs will be the first race for the day. Formula Ford's really looking forward to seeing Nick McBride jump back into the car out there today, and we'll see how that runs for Nick. He missed yesterday's race and will be coming from the rear of the grid. Group S in the mix there as well. Groups J, K, L and B, they'll be out there at about 10:25. Groups M and O, Sports and Racing, PQ&R Racing, Q&R Sports and Invited. The Group C and Group A tribute cars, MG and invited British cars, the historic touring cars, and then we tip it all upside down, do it again. The feature race this afternoon is going to be a ripper. The Ford 100-year commemoration at 1:25 this afternoon. Cars are on track now. for the Regularity. Abby Wingett right in the shot there, as we framed her up in shot yesterday morning to do the opening from the garages, but certainly a really eclectic mix of cars. A 120Y out there as well, and the number 210 there. And a great friend, of course, Tom Reed, who's our Formula Ford commentator. He's enjoying his time with the Acura Australia Young Development Program. So we'll get a good look at Tom at some stage during this session. He's in car number 36. But Regularity is, as you touched on in our opening comments, a really good spot to start to learn your craft and to feel your way around a big motorsport event.
Yeah, that's right, Darren. And I think there's a lot of people out there who track, but they don't know quite how to take that leap into racing. This is a great way to come into it because you're battling your own time, you're not battling anyone else, but you are out on track with other cars. So passing, defending, etc., you can practice those things as long as you're getting your consistent times. And it's great for guys like Tom, who's in this development program. He just wants time on track. You only get better from time on track. These guys can do simulator as much as they want, but track time is just irreplaceable in terms of development.
100%, Emma. And of course the other aspect is that there are some guys who want to take their car for a drive. They don't necessarily want to race wheel to wheel. So Regularity gives them the option to be able to do that and to try and zero in on that time that they nominate. Of course, I refer to them as the breakfast brand races, but it's very important to be as consistent and regular as you possibly can going around the track. If you break out, then you lose points, and that hurts.
Well, it's also really, and you make a great point there, it's multifaceted, the benefits from Regularity, but also it's very expensive to start your racing career in a racing category.
Yeah.
It can be a bit costly, and it can make people feel quite embarrassed or humiliated if they go out and make a mistake. You know, it's intimidating, it can be. So this is a great category for guys who just want to get out there, get a feel for it, and like you said, either test themselves, test the car, or just get the car out there.
Yeah.
It's so great for these guys, and there's Tom on screen.
This is the benefits of membership, isn't it? Car number 36, Tom Reed, our Formula Ford commentator for when the Formula Ford racing gets out there, and he has been invited to join the Acura Australia Young Development Program, which is a very esteemed program. It is involved with some of the great benefactors and competitors, in fact, of Australian motorsports. So Tom's lucky to have that, and he has got a fair income, nice open Sandown International Motor Raceway in front of him, and even got that sort of helmet leaning forward look to him, so he's in a bit of a hurry to get on with this lap and see how his times go.
Well, that was actually a really welcome sight. That camera angle down the back straight there, really dry compared to yesterday. It was really nice. There's a couple of little rivers here and there, but with the cars going over and the amount of events we've got on track today, it will dry up beautifully, and hopefully that rain will hold off.
I would suggest probably, Emma, even after this Regularity trial, there's still wind there, so when the tyres pick that water up and throw it up, it blows off the track, so it does dry out fairly quickly.
And it's quite cold, which will actually help the track dry up as well.
And just Tom there, he looks to be driving nice and smooth, keeps the car pointed well, so it's a good start to his career.
And he's picking that middle of the road rise, where just a slight rise in the middle of the track there, so the dry line appears on the straight here quite often, right in that spot. Interestingly enough, another open wheeler chasing him down here. So it's not about, as you mentioned, it's not the door handle to door handle or wheel hub to wheel hub situation. It's about ticking the boxes with a lap time, and the cars have come around to tick off their first flying lap. Tom did a 141.9, a 152 by the Mini in car number 48, which is Aston Hill. And interestingly enough, the way they've come out is how the points are currently standing for the Regularity. So Tom Reed out first in the 36, Tyson Chaplin in the 101 is the next car out there, and that is in second position. I'm just not sure what the 101 is, because we've got a 100 but not a 101.
Actually, Phil, I'm just watching this and thinking, this is a luxury. These guys are getting a luxury that you don't often get in motorsport. They're getting clear air.
100%. Yep.
You're not crowded. You've
That's
got some
right.
nice clear air, and this morning with that beautiful cold breeze and the wind, that's perfect for these cars.
Absolutely. And I've just picked up that there's also Scott Ball out there on track, a young lad from Camperdown. I call him a young lad because he's a good deal younger than myself. But he's been a scrutineer. He's got other cars. He's competed in racing as well. This weekend he elected to just have a run around here in the Mini for the Regularity. So there's all sorts of reasons to get out there and have a go. So a bit of a passing manoeuvre there on our screen, and that's all well done. They're learning the flags as well while they're out there. So
there's the 101 I was touching on, and it's one of those cars that every time you open the gates of a racetrack today, these days, there's 100 of those XLs lined up ready to go, isn't there? Every time we go to a racetrack, there's a lineup of XLs.
You've just about got to take 100 of XLs out to get the next 100 in.
That's exactly right. It's been certainly a category that many drivers have used as a stepping stone, but many have also remained there and really enjoyed the very close competition that the category does offer. But there's the 101, and that's the Hyundai XL. There's a couple of XLs out there, a couple of them that currently running the liveries. There's the XL that's going to ruin that lap.
Yep.
Certainly going to ruin the lap in Regularity, and well, that's one of the first mistakes that you've got to avoid, is losing any time, let alone breaking out or going too fast. That just adds seconds and seconds to your time. Abby Wiggett just coming down in the background there.
I'm sure he's going to blame you. That was a commentator's curse.
No, there's one really great thing about the XL classes, and this is probably the reason why it's exploded so much after the last couple of years, is the running costs are that much lower than all the other categories. And for the young guys coming out of karts, when you want a tin lid on you, and a lot of these guys coming out of karting are really, really tall, so the karting becomes a little bit more dicey for them. So they want to get into a tin lid, and XL is far more cheaper than the 86s or any other category that they can go into. So you can kind of you can throw a lot at it and think, are we going to do this or not? Are we going to race? Are we going to pursue this or not?
Everything else aside, guys, this Elfin Clubman Type 3 that Michael Watt's driving up the hill, everything else aside, I want to drive this car, and I have done for 30 years. And when I saw this car out the back, right up the back sheds there, I remember when it was run in Mark Sports Cars in the State Series, and it was beating 430 Challenge Ferraris and the early 993 Cup cars and stuff like that. It's an absolute weapon, and it's being used for exactly what the builder of that car thought it was to use for, to be raced. And it was built as a race car out of Elfin Works. And have a look at this out there, Michael Watt at the wheel. Although it's being used in a Regularity, it's out on the racetrack and it's doing great things. An absolute weapon of a machine, and
just missing the lamps.
Yeah, real well, because it's a race car. It's not a road car. So it's just something of Australian, I'm going to say, ingenuity that took the. We touched on yesterday, Phil, didn't we? The Lotus Super 7, as they're known in the UK. Doesn't matter who manufactured them, but this was the Aussie, or one of the Aussie iterations of the Clubman. Yeah,
there's so many of the manufacturers of Clubman style cars. And a little bit of modification from the Super 7 styling initially. They sort of got a bit lower and a bit more sleek, but became the Super Sports.
On screen now, we've got Stuart Webster in that gorgeous 356 bathtub, although in that colour it's reminding me of a rubber ducky. But it's a gorgeous car. I love seeing a 356 out on the track. We don't often see those cars. They're so well preserved now and they're so highly valued. I'm really thankful for Stuart to getting that out on track.
Yeah, and grateful that they use them. You know, that's what this is all about. You know, there's a 120Y doing what 120Ys do. Keeping it on all four
I'm not
wheels.
Shake this.
And having a ball, you know. Wind it past, you got a 120Y in the shed.
They're one of the best cars to have a ball in, a 120Y. Come on. It's in the wrong colour, though.
Put an SR20 and a turbo in it, and away you go.
It needs to be in gimpy gold.
So, this is what it's all about. We're having a giggle. These guys will be taking it fairly serious, but I can tell you between now and when Regularity 3 is on, which is at 1:50, they'll be having a wander around the pit and paddock and having a giggle with their fellow Regularity contenders. Let's have a look now. Car 44, which is Andrew Church, the MGTC, is in the points. That's that's what we're looking for in the points, has got a total of 984, just ahead of the 100, which is Larissa Wingett. And that is on 979, and they're changing as we watch. Tom Reed has now jumped up to 984 in the 36 Formula Ford. The Quest, actually, Formula Ford, which is one of not very many, and they've done a great rebirth with that car. Gee, look at this.
No. Dude.
Yeah.
3 people out, Grief.
We all held our breath and nobody spoke.
You can't when that's happening. You just feel for them. It's a
Yeah.
little bit dicey, and you've got to commit to the turn then. You've got to commit to the line that you've taken. So, it worked out for the best, thank God.
And I tell you what, the mirrors with Peter Turnbull and the Turnham Steel City Special from 1964 would have probably not have even seen the Formula V sneaking up the inside there.
No, I don't think so. And he's around the outside nice and smartly now at the end of the back straight. But one of the other things about regularity is that because it's against the clock, the drivers are not allowed to have any form of time device in the car.
Right.
And no radio
That's difficult.
back to the pits or anything like that. So if they hit the time, they're doing it all completely in their head. Here we go with a bit of a replay, running down into the old corner onto the back straight, and just no room.
A big splash here too. There we go.
Yeah.
Empty that puddle out.
He was probably wishing he was right beside him when he hit that puddle. Splash a bit of water on him.
But again, this is one of the benefits of regularity, because when you're honing your racecraft, like if you don't have any comms to the pits or your team and you don't have any timing device in your car, that means you've got to hit the corners the way you're supposed to hit them. You've got to do your throttle and your braking the way that you've planned, the way that you've executed to get that time. So it's getting that muscle memory, getting the brain dialed in so that you're not distracted. But the other thing that can happen is while you're honing your racecraft, you've also got to remember that you've got mirrors.
Yep.
You've got to remember that there's people all around you. They've got different lines because of different power, different steering, all of that kind of stuff. So this is the category where you can hone that ability.
Great you touch on that, Em, and there's a classic example of a flaggy with a blue flag. You've got to get your awareness up as well for watching for blue flags, yellow flags, red flags, deteriorating surface flags or oil flags. They're colloquially known, the yellow and red stripes, but certainly getting used to having flag signals at a full-blown race meeting like this, where we have all the flag points manned and everybody's there. You have an indiscretion and they'll be on top of you. There'll be a report through to race control. Have a look at this, couple of MGs side by side.
Checking for each other.
Yes, weren't they? Yeah, keeping an eye on each other. Black helmet versus white helmet. It's a bit of good versus evil out there.
And look, if you're someone that's used to watching racing at home and you haven't exactly gotten yourself into, we've got a yellow flag there, and you haven't gotten yourself into going to the tracks and getting into racing yourself, there's a lot more to racing than what you see on TV. Your reaction times have to be that quick. Like Darren said, you've got to watch out for flags. You've got to watch out for people coming up behind you, on the side of you, what their racing line is, what's coming up in front of you. And then you might have another driver or so not too happy with you and giving you a bit of a gesture at some point. And you've got to keep your eye on where the wet, where all the wet is, where all the standing water is. And then you've got to find your brake marker. And you hone that over time as well, depending on the setup in your car. So there's a lot going on. And then you've got to tune into your car as well and actually be able to listen out or feel for when something's awry.
I tell you what is interesting is that back in the day, we didn't have GoPros on these MGTCs, did we? Talk about recording everything for prosperity here. That's Andrew Church in the MGTC, and he's actually third out there on track. And his mate there is Peter Beasley in the yellow MGTC there as well. So the 82 is Peter Beasley. I'm just trying to pick up where Pete is on he's down in 16th at the moment. Tom Reed still sitting on top there in the number 36 Quest Formula Ford. But certainly these as these points start to amass, plenty going on. Abby Wingett in the 23, currently in 12th place there with 445 points. And Just watching these guys here. Yeah, look at the cameras. That's forward and rear-facing cameras. I like that. That's one of the good things about technology. You can live the dream all week long, can't you? Just flick it back on and
or the nightmare.
When. Yeah, or the nightmare. Well,
Here
talking about that, yesterday we had the Lupino Monoposto.
These guys are squaring
It's a
up
drag
again.
race, isn't it?
Pete's looking over to his right,
Yeah.
checking. Which line are you going to take? Am I ahead of you? No, yes, no. Pete, I haven't met Pete, Darren, but I'm tipping he's a tall guy for how he's sitting in that TC.
Sitting up like that. I was just going to touch on the Lupino Monoposto. Ray Lewis, not here today, had a bit of an argument with the barriers underneath the Penrite Bridge coming out of Turn 9, sort of heading out of Dandenong Road. He got up and walked away from the car, but there is a fair old rebuild process to get the Lupino Monoposto looking like it did right back in 1958 when it first came together.
Yeah, and we did say that in commentary off air yesterday that I wasn't so upset for the off. It was more upset because obviously the driver was okay, but upset for that car. I mean, these cars are definitely running out of parts, and you have to put, as you were saying yesterday, Phil, you've got to put the money into recreating these parts to keep that car on track. And it's kind of like, well, how many summers do we have left, you know?
That's right.
But it's beautiful that these cars are out on track, that these people are using them for this purpose and not just having them sat at home under a cloth in a garage.
Yep.
Michael Watt just weaving his way through the traffic there, so there is a little bit of awareness, in fact a whole lot of awareness, because there's the blue flags being displayed, so the cars know that the Alpine is coming through, and the Hyundai XL, so an XL versus an Alpine.
That XL would look so big in the mirrors when you're sitting in the Clubman.
Yeah.
Well, it's that XL split the MGs between turns 1 and 2, and it was like a generational time warp. It was like, what is going on here?
6 decades or
I know,
more
it's mad, isn't it?
of race cars. Yeah, and that's something that you don't really see. You know, we're used to seeing cars that are generally from the same generation.
But to see the evolution of a car too, I mean, you wouldn't say that. I mean, I don't know how many people would say an XL is like the pinnacle of car evolution, but to see it split 2 MGTCs on the track is quite it just shows you how far we have come, and we're still racing all of them.
They were amazing though. They were a genuine 10990 car back when they came out.
Absolutely,
Yep, that's right. Yep.
Perfect P-plater car.
Yep.
Here's Tom Reed. He's looking racy as.
All of his clean air. He'll be loving it out there.
He did bring us some amazing insights during the Formula Ford race yesterday because of the weather, and I guess it'll be interesting when he gets out of the car to see how many of our Formula Ford actual racing competitors make their way over to him. So what's turn 2 look like, mate? How's the run down to Dandenong Road? Give us the rundown.
Because as much as there's a puddle or a small lake there at the inside of turn or the outside of turn 2, they're going to avoid it, but the Formula Ford guys won't, because they'll be all over it.
Yeah.
They'll be clambering for position, and they're not afraid of the wet, but it can bring them to grief if they get a little bit too aggressive.
Yeah, and let's just remember that the green accelerator right beside the track there.
Yeah, you can see it there, Phil, just off the side of the driver's left coming across the top of the hill. You get off the track and you're into some big puddles.
And that wet grass is just an accelerator. You don't slow down.
Yeah, I was speaking to Alex Webster while he was prepping his car this morning from Group S, and he said the last 2 turns before the main straight were just so dicey yesterday that a lot of them got a little bit loose coming around the last 2 turns. So hopefully there's not so much standing water there today, or it dries up with the course of the day.
There's the checkered flag on regularity number 2 for this weekend for Equity 1. The time remaining has zeroed out, and our field now getting the checkered flag. The good thing is, and it's put a big smile on my face, and I'll say it again, that Elfin just disappearing off screen. And I'm going to have to go and introduce myself to Michael. I had been past the car early yesterday when I arrived, and early this morning when I arrived, and he hadn't quite made it to the train. Yeah, I had. I was like, are the keys in it? Can I take it? Can I take it?
Yeah, we all have favourites. It's not like kids. We have favourites here, and we can talk about it.
That's exactly right. Exactly. 120Y across the line on all 4 wheels.
Poor Emma. She's just going to be wheels up with you.
Yes. Good bobsled on their roof.
Oh, dear.
That's cruel, isn't it?
Yep.
Phil Chapman doing a terrific job.
Well done to Phil, and unlike Emma in her 120Y.
It wasn't mine.
Oh, wasn't yours even worse?
Whoops.
If nobody knew about it before, Em, they all know now.
I like the way it's got rally spec written on the side of this one
Thanks,
as well,
mate.
just to rub it in.
For me, it would just need the 4 black arrows pointing up and saying this way up.
Yeah, there you go.
There's that beautiful 356 crossing the line too of Stuart Webster's. God, that looks gorgeous.
Yeah, I suspect that you're wanting to wander over and take that for a drive.
Maybe not. I think you have to be a little bit rough with them. I don't know the condition that's in. It looks
Okay.
gorgeous from the outside.
It does
though.
look very nice, doesn't
So
it?
it looks like
beautiful.
a prime piece. Yeah.
Yeah.
So they continue their way down, and we will be moments away from our first race for the day for the Equity One Victorian Historic Racing Register Historic Sandown for 2025. We might take a quick break here from Central Commentary and be back once the Group S cars make their way out on track for race 2 for the weekend. Back in a moment.
Good, but scary.
I think it's a sense of community, a sense of purpose, of belonging, and a sense of pride.
Beaming smile and that happiness, it just makes it worthwhile.
We pride ourselves on running great track days, but this is the event that we love the most.
I knew she was the one. The heart's going a million miles an hour, the mouth's dry. It's love, mate. Pure and simple. In 71, this was the fastest 4-door car in the world. Back then, you could pick one up for a bit over $4,000. Insurance, it's got to be Shannon's.
No one knows your passion like Shannon's. And with our multi-vehicle discount, you can even cover your daily drive. So call Shannon's on 13 46 46. Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts.
Thanks, Darren. As we all know, sport doesn't go far without sponsors. And I'm down here with the Managing Director and founder of Equity One, Dean Kuntsamides. Dean, welcome to Whitten Raceway.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity to be here.
Well, tell us a little bit about Equity One.
So Equity One started about 30 years ago. We've got 2 personalities. On the one side, we're a fund manager, so we look after investors, retail investors that come to us for fixed interest. So they just want to park some money with us for a year or so and get some interest. So we're a fund manager in that capacity. But the other side is that we're also lending to developers and commercial borrowers secured by first mortgage. So the interest goes from the investors, the funds go from the investors to the borrowers, and obviously the interest flows through to the investors. So we're a mortgage fund, and we've been doing it for, as I mentioned, just under 30 years.
And I noticed that you got the driving suit on it. So you're not only sponsoring the event, but you're also getting out there and getting the adrenaline going a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I've been driving for about 20 odd years, but it's a typical story of getting into business and then getting into driving in later years. I certainly didn't come up from karting or anything like that. However, fell in love with it, like we all do, and then kept going. And I've driven a variety of different things, but predominantly GT cars and prototypes. But at these historic events, I've fallen in love with the historic Formula Fords, and the category is massive. There's about 40 cars. Everyone's super competitive and super friendly, I just love coming back and doing it. But aside from that, Equity One has had a long history in supporting other young drivers in Australia. We've participated sponsoring and supporting some Formula Ford drivers, Formula 3, F4. And even helped debut a couple of drivers do some overseas events in Asia Le Mans and the Le Mans 24. So we've been involved for quite a while. So we thought it only made sense for us to extend the visibility of our brand into the historic racing fraternity. And so that started earlier this year with sponsoring Phillip Island. Which I wasn't able to personally attend, but I heard it was fantastic. A lot of our clients participated. And we've also announced that we're the naming rights sponsor for Sandown at the end of the year, and obviously we wanted to participate with this as well. So it gives us a chance to have our brand visible. A lot of our clients, both investors and borrowers, come from the motorsport ecosystem, so it just made sense for us to continue that with these events.
Does that help with all these drivers coming and team members coming to you for advice as well?
No, it doesn't. They do not come to me for, well, they don't come
financial
to me for,
advice.
They don't come for driving advice. But look, we might have the occasional chat over a coffee, but it's more just building those relationships, and then the conversations happen when the weekend's over, in other areas.
You said you have been racing other forms of motorsport. What was the attraction of Formula Ford? Was it the size of the engines, the open wheelers? What was it that got you into it?
Look, it's very pure, and there's nowhere to hide. I think relative also to the cost. I mean, it's not. I mean, it is expensive, but it's not uber expensive relative to a whole lot of other categories that you can drive. Particularly, I've come from Australia GT or Fanatec and raced some prototypes overseas, which, that's a little bit of a different game altogether. So when you consider the bang for buck and how competitive the category is, and also how much you learn driving these cars, it's made me a better driver for driving them. So, and it's just fun.
And around here, there'd probably be one of the cars that's really suited to this layout.
It loves this layout. It loves this surface. The hard compound tyre just seems to map really well with the surface, and no, it's good. So obviously we've got a great day today. It's nice and dry and the air's cool, so the cars are going quick. And yeah, it's just a lot of fun to drive these cars anywhere, but particularly here.
Well, go out and have some fun then, Dean.
Oh, indeed, thank you.
And thanks for joining us.
My pleasure, thanks very much.
And now you know, Darren, if you need any financial advice, you know the man to see. He's down here in garage number 20, and he'd be more than willing to talk to you. Back to you.
Awesome, thanks Braxy. Great to catch up with some of those stories from Winton at the Festival of Speed, and of course the Festival of Speed is going to be absolutely massive in August. Keep your eyes peeled across the motorsport media, and in particular the VHRR social media outlets there as well, via Facebook and different avenues through the media. Great to have the Winton Festival of Speed just growing in stature, a huge event this year at Winton, and of course next year the Classic 100, the Penrite Classic 100 will be the Phillip Island Classic. Also keep an eye on your media outlets for that. March 13, 14 and 15, Margaret Diamond from Penrite will be the event patron, celebrating the 100th anniversary of Penrite. It'll be a big year for that company, and not many companies can point at the calendar, in fact point at 100 years of calendars and celebrate their success in business. So
that's right.
Congratulations to Penrite. We get more underway with the Equity One VHRR 2025 historic Sandown, and these Group S cars yesterday were an absolute thrill. I'm going to suggest with a fully dry track, this is going to be so much fun. Em, you've got the grid sheet, and cars are on their way, aren't they?
Yeah, this is likely to be a bananas round, and I can't wait for it. Darren, we've got Alex Webster in pole today. He did an amazing job on those tyres he's trialling, some new secret race tyres, so they did him well in the wet. Let's see how they go in the semi-dry. Followed very closely by James Calvert-Jones. Alex just got the jump on him yesterday, but I think this is going to be a battle to watch, absolutely. Joseph Di Bartolo in third, Ross Jackson in fourth in that gorgeous fly yellow Di Tommaso. Oh my God, there it is on screen. Geez, that's such a lovely thing to see on track. Then we've got Joe Collegia in his gorgeous Corvette, and then we've got Terry Lawler in sixth, Mark Johnson in seventh, Hugh Harrison in eighth, Hung Do in ninth, Ray Narkowitz in 10th, John Geist 11th, John Floyd in 12th, Scott Farquharson in 13th, followed by David Bajan on 14th, John Del Colo, Christopher Bladen, Tim Linus in 17th, Peter Salietti in 18th, Christopher Ralph 19th, Rowan Hodges in 20th, Philip Powell in 21st, Patrick Townsend in 22nd place, Richard East in 23rd, Tom Allstab in 24th. Now he had a little bit of problem, a little bit of drama yesterday, so he didn't finish the way he wanted to. Took the car back to the workshop last night, hopefully all good today. And rounding out the field with 25 cars on track is Sam Narkowitz.
I tell you what, Tom Walstable's got a bit of work to do, but he's got the right rig underneath him, the 928 with the V8 Porsche engine in front of him. It'll hunt up the hill here at Sandown. Will be all about that home of horsepower and bringing the Thunder, or the return of the Thunder, as the Victorian Historic Racing Register promised us in the lead up to this weekend. And I tell you what, they've returned on that investment, that is for sure. And this is one of the categories that give it every way. Two flat sixes on the front row of the grid. James Calvert-Jones, really experienced in the wet conditions. Couldn't quite beat Alex, and it's because he got a ripping start yesterday, and Alex has done it all over again this morning. He's just got that fantastic clutch take up, and he's driven right down the middle of the track. Have a look at the Shelby GT 350 charge up the outside. That is a massive run. Terry Lawler coming charging on through there, and that was a huge start.
Jeez, James's line there. My goodness, how aggressive have these guys started out, and the rumble from that Di Tommaso on the start. Oh my God. Hopefully he can make the best use of all 500 horses he's got.
Yeah, he's got to get the power down coming out of here. He's got another car, a big block in front of him. That one there of Joe Collegia, the man from Apex Steel. And he is using it absolutely magnificently. Have a look at this up the back. They are running hard for it. This is the Joseph Di Bartoli Corvette, nothing short of cubic inches. And Terry Lawler, have a look at that. The 7 and the 8 right beside each other. It's not a 6 and a 7 for the kids watching out there. It's a 7 and an 8. And they're charging down at Dandenong Road.
The raw power of that Blue Beast, my goodness. Just absolutely taking it to the Porsche on the back straight there. Phenomenal racing. Thank God it's dry today.
Yeah, it is. It's giving us that very, very cool look at what these different cars can do. The one thing that we do know is that at the end of this...
Oh, no.
One of the cars off down there.
Dear.
Oh, it gets back on beautifully.
Thank goodness.
That was very, very well done. Nicely done. That was Ray Narkowitz, I think it was.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
Ray Narkowitz getting away there, Joseph Bartoli, and that Shelby GT 350. Don't call it a Mustang. You only get one opportunity to do that, and you are absolutely torn to shreds. Do not do that. But have a look at this Corvette of Joe Collegia, just wiggling its way through turns 2 and 3. Really enjoying. Yesterday when I spoke to Joe, he actually really enjoyed having this car in the wet. He said it's an absolute pleasure to drive.
I had a similar conversation with him, Darren. It's he is absolutely having a ball here this weekend with the two cars. So good to see him out there and in this conditions at the moment.
Oh dear.
We have a bit of an incident down here.
David Bajan, that's a shame. David's done many laps yesterday. And they have arrived with each other, and a fellow MG, there's an Alpha actually there, I'm not sure what car it is, number 15 maybe.
I think so.
Yeah, that's Chris Blandon. Yeah, that's a shame. He's David Bajan's just collecting his thoughts there. And, gee, I hope they haven't had a coming together. It looks like they might have, and we've got a safety car. That absolutely makes sense where those guys are. It's on the final turn coming onto the straight. In fact, they've sort of straddled the pit entry road there. So we go safety car for the first time yesterday, the first time on dry track this weekend. We managed to do an entire day of racing yesterday without any safety car in torrential rain. I guess everybody's going, right, some dry track, let's go fast. Let's straight back out there. Why not?
Yep.
Why not too?
Yeah.
Why not too? Let's have a quick look down. We've got 2 competition laps completed before the safety car came out. What a great start from the second row of the grid for Joe Di Bartolo in his Corvette. And when he crossed the line, he grabbed himself 2.7 second lead over Terry Lawler in the GT. And we've got services just arriving down at this incident. David Bajan in the number 64, moving around in his car, just chatting with his fellow competitor, which we think is Chris Blandon. Can't quite get that shot, but I think we might have a replay coming up from that incident down with the Corvette. But we'll stand by for that as we just look at all of these magnificent cars. There's another car I'd like to have in the shed, Phil. That Austin Healey.
Oh, they're beautiful.
Aren't they? The six-cylinder ones have got. There we go. All on his own too, and that would have grabbed Joe Collegia's attention because it's a very similar type of car and understeered off just in front. Kept it off the wall, thank goodness.
Yeah, managed to go across the green accelerator and didn't hit the wall, so that was well done.
Darren, I'm just looking at the timing, and your prediction was bang on with Tom Wallstatt. He's come from 24th, and I think he's in 13th at the moment. He's made his way back to 13th in just 2 laps. That's a phenomenal effort.
Yeah, it's interesting taking David Bagent just back to the medical vehicle. He's under his own steam there, heading back to the medical vehicle, and they'll extricate him from the scene while they get that car packed up and removed back to the paddock there. Gee, that Shelby GT350, aren't we so fortunate that we've been able to display some of these cars? Not just display them, race them. These things are quite a rarity on the international motoring scene, and it's just awesome. Terry often brings that car to the track, and let's not take anything away from Ross Jackson in that yellow Pantera.
No. Absolutely, Darren. But you know what else we've got to be thankful for? These marshals, they were out in that weather yesterday. They do an amazing job, and they're all volunteers. It's a phenomenal service that they offer for the racing community. Yesterday would have been no easy day for those guys outside all day. Driving rain literally all day and freezing cold temperatures, and they're still out there doing their flags the best they can, and they're out there still today. So thank you, guys. Thanks to all the marshals out there.
You know, it's interesting today, actually, the VHRR and a lot of the I'm going to say very experienced marshals that aren't doing trackside anymore. There's a bit of a function in one of the function rooms in the grandstand this afternoon for, I'm going to say, our very experienced officials that don't come to the track so much anymore. And fantastic that they're all getting together and putting on a bit of a function. They can all have a yak together, remember the good old days, because they are always better in the old days than what they currently are. And it's timely that some of these older officials, experienced officials, do get a bit of an opportunity to come back at the track, and we can learn a lot from them. That is for sure.
Absolutely.
And having that function for them to go to will be terrific. Good pickup, Em, with Tom Wallstatt, because he's now line astern with Tim Linus. So that's two of those front engine V8 Porsches, and he's just got the nose out. Tom Wallstatt's just having a bit of a look in some clean air and getting some nice cool air over those brakes.
They're getting their windows measured up. Like, where am I going to go when we're on the jump? Where am I going to head to? I can't wait for the restart of this one, because you've got James keeps showing his little bug eyes there too. Like, I'm here, Alex. Don't worry about me. I'll get you. And I think Ross is out for a little bit of a pony today, so it's going to be a great restart if we can get there.
Yeah, Ross is circling like a shark, isn't he?
Yeah, he certainly is.
He's got the pointed nose. Oh, we've gone red flag. There's a bit of a, there he goes, like a shark on cue down through the water. We've gone to a red flag on this one, so obviously there's only 3 minutes left in the race anyway, but red flag has been displayed. 2 competitive laps. I guess we can draw a conclusion from that, but it certainly sets up this afternoon's race for Group S.
You know what that means? Race 3 is going to be on.
And the interesting thing is we've swapped for 2 Porsches on the front row for a Corvette and a Shelby GT 350. So
best mixed bag of
is that the car
ever.
you call a Mustang?
I'm not calling it a Mustang ever again. Ever. But it certainly sets up a front row of the grid. Let's have a quick look down through the timesheet. So Bartolo to Lawler, we see them coming up the back straight. There's Alex Webster. Joe Collegia, that's, even though he had a couple of laps of racing, he made up a place. The interesting one is James Calvert-Jones, who started out at P2 and will finish this one basically because we're under safety car, back down in position number 5. Then it's Narkowitz and Jackson, Hugh Harrison in the Alfred, Johnson, Floyd, and that rounds out our top 10 as we go to a replay. Let's have a look. I think I said the shark was circling, and right on cue, Ross has got the radio on and listening to the commentary. He gives us a shark moment.
There are car gods, and they're called replays. I love it.
I reckon we call that car Sharknado from now on. It's just a joke, Ross. We're not going to call it that. I apologise. So, yes, that has this race has been called, so red flags. The cars will return to the pits, and the race has been declared. Laps remaining, time remaining, none. So those cars won't be having a restart.
Yeah, while we've got a little bit of time between races, Darren, I did also want to thank, on top of the marshals, is the fireys and the medics that we have on track. It takes an absolute village to put a race weekend on, and those guys are here bright and early in the morning. They're here all day. And it's not an easy day. For the most part, if there's no drama, they're standing around on cold concrete and waiting for something to happen, which we never want to happen. But they're always here and they're always ready to go. So thank you, guys.
Cars just streaming back in through the S's and make their way in. There's Ross Jackson in a car that will never be called Sharknado, and I'll stand up in court and defend it from now on. But he brings it back into the paddock there. Harrison, Johnson, Floyd, Farquharson coming through there as well, and we get a good look at Tim Linus and the Walstab Porsches come through there. Gee, that's a synonymous livery with Porsches, isn't it? The Martini livery.
Certainly is.
A couple of Datsuns, gee, they're cool to see as well. The Dakolo Hungto, they're in there as well. So, sadly, they won't get to finish their entire distance of their race. They do. They come here to race, and all of a sudden they're not. Formula Fords will be on track next. We've got this recovery still going on. There certainly looks like a couple of more minutes left to go there. We'll take a quick break from commentary, and we'll be back very soon. A big thanks to Equity One, Shannon's, Penrite, Cool Drive, Aussie Saws, NPAFT, and all of the corporate partners here this weekend. Back in a moment.
I think it's a sense of community, a sense of purpose, of belonging, and a sense of pride.
Beaming smile and that happiness, it just makes it worthwhile.
We pride ourselves on running great track days, but this is the event that we love the most.
From an early age, I knew some cars were a statement of style and elegance.
This is my SL63, my most prized possession. Friends say it's more like an obsession. It's my car, and I absolutely love it. I'm a motoring enthusiast, and Shannon's is my insurance company.
Shannon shares your passion. Call Shannon's on 13 46 46. Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts.
Welcome back trackside here. We sit just underneath the Penrite Oil sign at the bottom of the straight here at Sandown, the home of horsepower. And I tell you what, we're about to see some horsepower, but we're also going to see skills at a very, very high level in these Formula Fords. I don't care whether it's the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships or the National Formula Ford over the very long 55-year history. These cars are always awesome to watch race, and it doesn't matter what the conditions are, because yesterday we saw Alex Davison give us an absolute masterclass in how to drive a Formula Ford, I'm going to say an open wheeler, around Sandown in the wet. I'm Darren Smith. I've been joined by Tom Reed, who has actually just taken the driving suit off and put the Acuri Australia Young Development uniform on. Tom, welcome to commentary, mate. You were the first car to get out and get a bit of dry track this weekend.
Certainly was. Good morning, Darren. Good morning, everyone at home and at the track. Yeah, we were first out for Regularity this morning on a pretty greasy track. Lots of standing water, but I'm sure these guys on this sighting lap will be able to navigate that and focus on the race at hand. A lot of standing water, especially between the last two corners, which makes the run onto the straight pretty critical.
Yeah, it looked pretty sketchy down there with that water coming across, and we've just seen a couple of the Group S cars have a bit of an indiscretion once they got through there as well. So this race lines up very, very nicely indeed. Alex Davison will sit on pole, and I'm going to say one of your contemporaries in position number 2. Tom, Jack Clifford on in the number 33, doing a brilliant job.
Yeah, fellow junior, VHRR junior, off of P number 2, so doing a great job this weekend. He'll hopefully have a nice race-long battle with Alex Davison, Declan Fu, another junior behind him, and then Jared Hurst on the second row. Will Faulkner, who we saw have that huge moment over the top in yesterday's race, he was able to save that. Then we go to Andrew McGuinness, the experienced racer like you touched on yesterday. Tabitha Ambrose, who's had a lot of seat time this year, comes off of P7. Evan Farrell, another young bloke doing really well in the first of the FA cars, off of P8. Grant Walker, Luke Warwick rounding out the top 10. Then we move to Sean Turnbull, the New South Welshman. Eric Bellamy, Dean Koutsamides, our own Equity One man. Craig Degatati, Warwick Folletta, Andrew Barron, Ben Rawson, Jacob Wingett, Phil Marinon, Greg Miles. And off the back of the grid, watch for car number 4, the all-white car of Nick McBride, who will no doubt storm through the field today.
He had a ripping Winton Festival of Speed, didn't he? Absolutely brained them at Winton, and had to attend to family matters yesterday, as we all do at some point in time. But I think for Nick himself, he's going to relish this challenge because the field won't just open up in front of him. They're all racing for this, and if one of the guys that's leading the series is coming from the back, I guess their job is to slow him down.
Yeah, for sure. No Eric Bellamy on the starting grid, set to start out of P number 8. So I did see a car missing on the dummy grid, and that just confirms that it is Evan Farrell, sorry. He had a battery go wrong yesterday, but we've got the 5-second board out, the revs rise. Clifford and Davison, your front row, set for a start. And it's lights out and away we go. Very even start from the front row. They'll drag race all the way down into turn 1. McBride already making up 2 spots, 3 spots in the background, but it's even as we go down to turn 1 under the Penrite Bridge. Clifford on driver's left, Davison on driver's right of your screen. Jared Hurst going for a big move on McGuinness, gets into P number 3, but it'll be Alex Davison who takes the race lead.
Andrew McGuinness in the number 2 there, getting a little bit of a meat in the sandwich situation happening there. Nick McBride charging through. He's got about 4 or 5, 6 in fact going into turn 1. Alex Davison, this is not what Jack Clifford wanted to be looking at the rear of in his Reynard. Of course, we've got the Van Diemen versus the Reynard out there as well, and Reynard the 87F, so both from an exact same era of Formula Ford chassis manufacturing. Pulls out from that spray that he got off the back of the Davison car and getting a nice tow. It'll be side by side. Alex won't be backing out of this, so Clifford sweeps around the outside. That was a massive move in the 43 there. The Reynard just getting through on the Van Diemen. What a ripping move there. Jack Clifford not letting Alex get away with anything. His first opportunity streamed around the outside. Brave move, Tom.
Bane Clifford doing exactly what he needs to do through the really tricky last corner. He has a moment, so does Davison, and they go sideways out of the final corner. Big battle here for 3rd, 4th, 5th between Fu, McGuinness and Jared Hurst. McBride already making his way up through the field. You can see him about to join the shot there right behind Tabitha Ambrose, who's dropped a few spots on the opening lap. But have a look at McGuinness here. He goes through to P3. Declan Fu is going to try and follow him through, but no, Jared Hurst is able to hold tough around the outside. And they go through the puddles and the rivers here. McGuinness covering on the inside, defending as he should, and not letting Jared Hurst get any sniff of an overtake there.
That is an experienced head in car number 2. He just saw that send down the inside. It wasn't going to happen because of the puddle down there, but he just covered it off as Andrew McGuinness climbs the hill here at Sandown. Looks quite big when you're sitting down low in one of these Formula Fords to climb up this hill. And that is what they are doing. Jack Clifford now in the 33 doing a brilliant job. Alex Davison, I would suggest, will be enjoying this. Have a look at the 88 now, storming up the inside. Declan Fu grabbing that one spot back.
McGuinness with a huge moment down the S's there, going into Dandy Road. He gets it pulled up nicely though, and it is Declan Fu behind him. Look for car number 4 in the back of the shot there, has got past Tabitha Ambrose, so Nick McBride making his way through the field in a hurry. Just a note on Jack Clifford, and McGuinness has a massive moment again through the final corner. I reckon we're going to see this all race long, but Clifford was able to hold the lead for a full lap, and Davison wasn't able to really gain any advantage on him.
Yeah, Nick McBride charging there, and the likes of Andrew McGuinness are like, we've got to hurry up here, guys. We can't hold on. Our race is actually with Nick McBride that's charging at us, not with each other right now. We've got plenty of time. We've got well over 8 minutes still left in this race, so getting on with the job in front of us and making sure that we can just try and manage that gap as Nick starts to charge through to the front of the field here. Have a look at Alex Davison. He's starting to circle there as well. It's almost like there's blood in the water.
I think he's close enough here by the time they maybe get to the top of the hill.
This is classic Formula 4. Jump in for the slipstream. And see Alex's awareness of the track there. He jumped out from behind Jack there because he knew the puddle was there. Didn't want that spray in his face. And the number 3 looks to the inside.
Slingshot, and he gets that move done over the top. Now he's got to wrestle these curbs and pull it up into Dandy Road as they go over the puddles. But change for the race lead. Alex Davison takes back what he earned yesterday.
That little patch of water coming off the big runoff
So
area
sketchy.
there. Yeah, isn't it? They just hit it and just see the car just move a little bit. This is the other bit of track here. We can't actually see the water on track, but everyone's coming onto the straight with a bit of understeer about them as well. So just trying to use that, manage that bit of understeer, and at least the ripple strips are dry today, so you can have an extra metre or so off the back of the hard stand that they put there a number of years ago. Nick McBride watch last time round, P10. There he is, just 3 white cars in a row, and he's the one off the back there in the Van Diemen.
In the Swift there, back in car number 4. You're right. There's a lot of Van Diems in the field, so easy to get them mixed up. But Clifford behind here in P2. Change for the final podium spot as McGuinness gets shuffled back to 4th. And car 88 of Declan Fu goes through on him. The Penwright Jr. using all of the track there, but touching on those last couple of corners, there is just no way to avoid that water as the river runs across in 2 or 3 streams, and it just really unsettles the car, makes the tyres really cold as you go through the final corner. Here we go for the race lead. Clifford with a massive slingshot, and he is almost cleared car number 3 of Alex Davison, but can't hang tough around the outside over the sketchy bits here down into the S's, getting it pulled up for Dandy Road turn number 9, and Clifford will be setting his sights on your race leader down the front straight.
I like the way Alex set that up. He set the snake so that he would push him wide there, and he had him absolutely covered off. You got me on the opening lap, but I'll set that up exiting turn 4 so that you're off position and we get to the top of the hill. So these are things that the young drivers need to be aware of, and the likes of Alex Davison, that'll be just natural intuition for him to hold that and send this kind of smoke screen that we're seeing now. He'll pull to the middle of the track, open it up, and the young Jack Clifford looks to the inside and has a look at that, sweeps through very nicely, puts him wide. And Alex Davison again, he'll be managing that. He'll want to sit behind and just watch what Jack Clifford's doing. And Jack, like a young bloke, will be just like, I just want to have some clean air. I want to see the track and get on with this and hopefully establish some sort of lead. Let's see if he runs through that puddle again and gives Alex a good spray.
I think he will. There you go.
There it is. Alex has got the face full of it.
But Alex has tucked right into the back of the Reynard.
Look at Jack looking in the mirrors.
But I think they're going to run side by side all the way to the top of the hill. And Clifford backs out of that. Davison goes sailing round at the outside. And I think this is a critical point in the race. If you can take the lead over the top on the final lap of the race after towing by, I think you might set yourself up for a race win if they keep battling. Clifford just losing a couple of car lengths there to Davison, so he can't afford any more mistakes, especially through this area. Watch the placement of the cars. Little bit of understeer from car 3, same for 33, so it's fairly even this gap as they cross the line with 4 minutes to go. Alex Davison doing a 1 minute 22.1, the fastest lap of the race. Clifford with the 22.7, and further back in the field, an update on Nick McBride. He's made his way up to position number 6, his fastest lap of a 22.4, so not far off the time of your race leader. Big battle here for P number 3, the final spot on the podium. Fu swings to the inside, can't get it pulled up in time, and McGuinness goes around the outside, holding on to position number 3. In the background here, Jared Hurst under massive pressure from Nick McBride. He's going to send it up the inside, but just backs out at the final moment. He'll be setting his run up maybe into turn 4. No, he'll do it up the back straight.
Vastly experienced. Nick McBride spent a long time in Carrera Cup, which is one of the feistiest versions of motorsport around the world, let alone here in Australia. It is an absolute massive proving ground around the outside. Through the puddle that time goes Jack Clifford. just a little bit too wide there and grabbing that wet part of the track there as we get a good look down the inside of the 33. Power down underneath the Penrite Oils Bridge. And we go back to turn 1 now, and just a couple of the tail end cars here as we get a look back up to Alex Davison leading the way here in car number 3. And what a battle at the front. The next couple of cars on the road, McGuinness, Fu, Hurst and McBride. I think Jared Hurst, this is a good tutorial for Jared. In fact, this is a good tutorial for Jack Clifford as well. There's nothing wrong with having experienced racers around you. They've got years and years of ability and racecraft, and that just comes with time. There's certainly brave stuff we're seeing now with the 88. Declan Fu to the inside of McGuinness. McGuinness sensibly just opens up the wheel, and he has got a side mirror full of Nick McBride. Well done, car 2. Nick McBride just not getting the invitation through there, and this is exactly what Andrew McGuinness was expecting.
Yep. McBride wary to McGuinness's move there, and he thinks better of it. And now he said he's run up the back straight. Justin shot there. I think that was Clifford going for a move for the race lead, but we'll stick with these guys for 3rd, 4th and 5th. And Nick McBride, of course, starting off the back of the grid and charging his way forward through this race.
Andrew McGuinness just breaking the toe there momentarily, so not dragging Nick McBride any further up to the inside as well. Down the inside looks McBride, pulls it off. McGuinness just tucks in behind there and says, righto, you've got the big charge on. Let's see how we go for the next minute and a half before the checkered flag, or about 2.5 minutes before the checkered flag appears here. So a couple of, I'm not going to say veterans, but they're definitely very experienced racers, both those two guys there on track. Alex Davison now, they're just sneaking on through there. Was that Ben Rawson?
Yeah.
Off the back of the, coming through there on one of the back markers, so they're starting to lap the field here at the moment. Alex Davison just looks so poised there in the car. We got this run down to Dandenong Road there on the Equity One replay. Nick McBride puts it to the inside here, and Andrew McGuinness certainly saw it coming, opened up the wheel and said there's no point banging wheels at this point in time. I'll see you on the main straight and we'll go again.
Here we go over the top for one of the last times, and Clifford reclaims the race lead through the puddles. He's done a 21.7 last time round, so these two trading fastest lap. McBride is 13 seconds behind in position number 4, just off the back of Declan Fu. So these two have skipped away to a very handy race lead.
I do like the head check from Jack Clifford, that Iridian lens on his helmet. You see it reflect as he looks over. He's not trusting in the mirrors at all. He's doing a good head check just to make sure he can see where Alex Davison is, and wise choice to do so. Sometimes drivers just ignore the mirrors, and that's where we end up having wheel-to-wheel contact, but he is definitely having a look here. Wait for it again.
Davison backs out. I think that's a tactical move there. I'm not sure if we got the last lap board that time round. Just having a look out the window.
I think we get the last lap board next time round.
Yeah. So maybe Davison he's going to bide his time a bit here and make a move on the final lap.
Good pick up, Tom. You've got a good career ahead of you as a race driver, mate, with that sort of awareness. Oh, no, don't give up on the driving thing yet.
Green flags waving there, so perhaps a car stopped on the run between turn 4 and the kink at 5. Not really a corner in any car these days. But up the back straight, Clifford doing the head check like he's saying, weaving left to right, breaking the toe from car number 3, the Van Diemen behind, owned by his father, Richard Davison, driven by Alex Davison. They send it over the curbs. Here goes Alex for a move, pops down the inside, textbook move, very similar to Nick McBride, the move he pulled on Andrew McGuinness a couple of laps ago. And let's see if Clifford can hang close to the back of the Van Diemen through the final couple of the corners. Watch the line from either of these two. Clifford runs a little wider, hopefully to get a slingshot onto the front straight, but he's let that gap extend a little bit.
The checkered flag.
Oh, wow.
It has come. So, yes, they obviously the last lap board went out. We missed that. But what a run to the end here. There it is. Alex Davison knew it was the last lap, and that was the opportunity. You spotted it, Tom, a lap and a half out. And that is the result right there. So a good 14.5 seconds back to Nick McBride. But what that does is it puts Nick McBride on the second row of the grid for the final race for the weekend. What a drive in car number 4, the Swift there from the rear of this field. 23 cars, and he drove up to 3rd position. Andrew McGuinness will sit right beside him for the start of the final race for the Formula Fords and the Equity One Formula Fords. Let's have a look where, well, about 7th place there for Dean Koutsamides. That's a massive jump. Started out of 13th, the man with Equity One on the side of his car. So that's a good run there as well.
Another shout out to car number 8 on shot here of Luke Warwick, making his way to position number 10. That's where he started, and I think he'll be pretty happy with that effort.
Certainly holding on. That's what it's all about. Jared Hurst home in 5th.
Evan Farrell there just on shot, so he did make it out. So he must have started off the rear grid there, scheduled to start out of P8. So another drive through the field, the leading FA car in the standings. Warwick Folletta here through the final corner for his final time, and a car pulling into the pits there, one of the new RF86 Van Diemen's, I think of Greg Miles.
A new RF86.
A new owner, sorry.
new
owner. Car to the track.
Yeah, I gotcha. Just going to pick you up on these things.
They're only 40 years old.
That's right. They're young. Tom, thank you very much, mate. Fantastic to have your enthusiasm and insight. Being the first car that ventured out on track, and you were the trailblazer. Any of the other Formula Ford competitors make their way over to you to say, hey, mate, give us the inside running?
Plenty in the Ellery Motorsport garage,
Yes.
and I'm sure they would have all figured it out on the form-up lap anyway.
Fantastic. That is Formula Ford for race number 2 for the weekend. And they have got their final race for this weekend at 2:35 in this afternoon. Up next is the Group JKLB Formula V and invited cars. We'll have those cars on track in just a few moments. Don't forget, March this year, March 13 and 15. Sorry, Tom?
Declan Fu that was the cause of the yellow flag that I noticed. So he has unfortunately DNF'd after running P4 for the majority of the race. So that's unfortunate to see from Declan.
Sporting the big Penrite logo on the back of his overalls, a great partner with the Victorian Historic Racing Register, and I was about to say, celebrating 100 years at the Penrite 100 Classic to be conducted at Phillip Island from March 13, 14 and 15, with Margaret Diamond as the event patron. A 3-day spectacle of historic, retro and classic cars on and off the world-famous racetrack at Phillip Island. The Penrite 100 Classic is the first of 3 circuit events that the Victorian Historic Racing Register conducts annually and is expected to draw a record crowd in 2026. The event will be live-streamed, providing national and international audiences unable to attend, with a weekend of live motor racing action, plus car and driver profiles. Speaking on the announcement of Penrite's ongoing support, VHRR President Noel Robson thanked Margaret and the Diamond family for their valued commitment to the Victorian Historic Racing Register and Australian Historic Motorsport for over 30 years. We look forward to the 100th anniversary celebration at Phillip Island of Penrite at the VHRR Classic at Phillip Island. Equity One are partners and sponsors of the 33rd Historic Sandown. Here today, marvel at the vintage sports and racing cars and celebrate the 100th anniversary of Ford in Australia as well. Some of you may remember Equity One's sponsorship from last year's festival, and they've returned for a second year after such fantastic time at Sandown 2024. Stay tuned for that Ford 100-year commemoration race on All Ford Affair at 1:25 today. We're going to take a quick break while we just see Declan Fu's car number 88 being loaded onto the flatbed for its return to the pit and paddock, and we'll be back with more racing with JKLB Formula V on track in just a couple of moments.
Good, but scary.
I think it's a sense of community, a sense of purpose, of belonging, and a sense of pride.
Beaming smile and that happiness, it just makes it worthwhile.
We pride ourselves on running great track days, but this is the event that we love the most.
When I was a kid, I loved cars.
I've been a motoring enthusiast all my life.
My life is hot rods, designing them, building them, and racing.
Hand-built with a stainless steel roof.
I've won the Monte Carlo Rally 4 times. Like Dad, I've always been a Ford man.
In 71, this was the fastest four-door car in the world.
Insurance? Shannon's, of course.
Welcome back trackside here as the cars disappear under the Penrite Oils Australian proud and true oils. Penrite Oils, massive support for the Victorian Historic Racing Register, the Autohouse Vehicle Storage of Moorabbin, presenting the group's JKLB Formula V and invited their second race for the weekend. And just looking back to last year's event on the Sunday morning, it was Graham Raper who won the event. Graham Wright alongside in the Alpha Malala, Jeff Wright in the MG Ria Special. So a couple of cars there. In fact, Graham Raper will be starting from pole today in the George Reid Ford Special from 1948. Cars are on track, and Phil Membry has joined me again in the commentary booth. Graham Raper will be, off second position. Connor Ryan is, of course, off pole position, and that'll be great to see how Connor goes today in the dry, because, boy, it was entertaining in the wet yesterday, Phil, wasn't
Certainly very entertaining. Had it very sideways. Been doing a bit of practice in Speedway, so it worked well for him yesterday, and I've seen him drive this car before. He's not scared of removing a bit of that blue smoke from those rear tyres when he's getting around corners, so it will be on for young and old. Graham Raper is no slouch behind the wheel of that car either.
So Josh Lowing in the 85 will be off the next position, the Elfin 500, and that is the first of our Formula Vs. And the Formula Vs in the wet yesterday turned on a race like there was not a wet skerrick of track around. It was like Correct. It was a dry track. They went at it like no tomorrow. William Saylor is the next of the Vs there. Peter George in the number 58 is the next car, the 81 of Lee Ball, and that is the Tube Frames Nimbus Formula V. Brendan Sala, and it is Piccinelli in the number 32 car out there. Flavio, the Lotus 11, magnificent looking car there as well. We go back to Abby Wingett in car number 23, Abby in the Elfin Formula Junior. Louise Raper, then David Reed, and cars that didn't finish yesterday, Ross McLaughlin, Chris Jackson, Rachel Brown, Raymond Sprague, then it is Charlie Mitchell and Graham Wright on the tail of the field. There's that magnificent number 32, that Lotus 11, that streamliner type of look there. Gee, it was an effective shape of car for a long time, wasn't it?
It certainly was. And you mentioned David Reed there in the faux part. Now, that's a high-power 6-cylinder Holden engine in the back of that car. Has held the original lap records at Winton and is a very quick motor car. I think he was fairly cautious there yesterday. He was competing last weekend at Baskerville down in Tasmania. Did fairly well down there. So I would expect to see him move forward in this field.
So the faux pas, which is an interesting name for a racing car, isn't it? Faux pas. It's out of New South Wales. We've got a couple of New South Wales competitors. The Thompson Special with Barry Bates in car number 57 there as well. Entered here this weekend, not in this race, but was entered. And away we go, and it is the two cars sitting on the front row of the grid. Leave a couple of number 11s on the track for us to sweep up.
Yep. 100%, and Connor Ryan just blitzes it off out into the start. Now let's see how sideways he gets the car as he goes around here. Now he's behaving himself a good deal more today in the dry, keeping it out of the wet. Oh, a bit of a lock up from the right front there.
I wonder if he got some wheel spin when he hit that bit of water there. Almost lifted the left front off the ground there too.
I actually think it did when he
bit of air.
Yeah, when he pulls a bit of power on, I think it actually lifts that inside front wheel into the air. Lee Ball doing quite well there, the young lad from Camperdown, and the Tube Frames Nimbus, a car that's for sale. So look at that. It's going really well out there on track.
Connor Ryan just absolutely running away with it like he did in the wet yesterday. The Demet Fueling Special, built in 1956, and a car without paint on it, just in its natural aluminium fettled look.
Yep.
But this is a massive group of Vs as we just watch that Lotus drive away.
And it looks like Lee Ball is the leading Formula V as he looks for a way down through the slimliner, down through the inside. Beautiful move. And away he goes with that gaggle of Formula Vs behind him.
How would you be being Flavio there? They all just swarm on you. They're often referred to as the buzzing hornets, and he's got them buzzing around left, right and centre at the moment, but just leaving these guys, because they're pretty serious racing out here at the moment, these Formula Vs, and when I say pretty serious, I mean they're very serious.
Yeah, very serious. And I think Lee Ball has been overtaken. One thing with the Formula Vs, there's a lot of chopping and changing for position, a lot of drafting down the straights. You think you're in the lead and all of a sudden you've got 5 cars beside you as they all do the big starburst at the end of the straight, pop out and dive down the inside. Not much horsepower in these cars, but they're ridiculously quick for what they are.
Interestingly enough, the Lotus 11 in a straight line, the Formula Vs give up all of 280cc to the Lotus, so it's 1480cc, so it's not a lot.
No.
Give it up to it, but boy, once you get into the corners, through the S's, down through turns 2 and 3, getting very close out to the ripple strips there, the Formula Vs come absolutely into their own. It's all about leaving the pedal buried to the floor down through that part of the track, maybe one gear change into turn 2, flow the car nicely, and then the Lotus drives away as he heads up the hill. And the 81 Lee Ball looks to try and shake the toe.
And have you had a look at that Lotus? It's a beautiful little car, the Lotus that leads these guys. But back here, Lee Ball fending off the challenge there as they come down around and a couple of wheels up over the curb. That's not too bad, and they come out of Dandenong heading up towards the start-finish straight. Another challenge coming down the inside, going to pull that off, hidden from us behind the trees. No, he hasn't pulled it off. Gets a big sideways and off out into the green accelerator, manages to keep it off the scenery.
Probably only dropped a second and a half out of the lap time there too.
Yep.
Kept into it,
Yep.
drove out of it, but certainly given up that very vital track position when we're only doing sort of 6, 7, 8 laps in a race. Giving up track position can be the death knell for you, but seriously gets it right back on with it. The 81 of Luke Ball sitting nicely in behind that aero screen there. And car number 80 charging very, very hard with it.
He's doing fairly well. Someone was going to try the dive down the inside. Here we go, bit of a replay. Bit of speedway action there out on the grass.
Yeah, Chris Jackson catching it. That's nice work there, the Avanti Formula V, and keeping on the job as we get a bit of a look back through the field with some absolutely magnificent pieces of competition kit. And great to see them being brought out for our automotive delight. That's Graham Wright in the MG Rias Special.
Yeah, the slimliner type sports cars from back in the 50s and 60s. They're just a beautiful looking car.
I do like the 57, the Thompson Special. That really does just hark back to an era. Those little pin type eyeball tail lights on them.
Yep.
And they get through the air so effectively.
100%. Louise Raper in the lead of this little bunch coming up the back straight there. And here we go. There's the husband, Graham.
Who, by the way, these two, Connor and Graham, yesterday in the wet, if nothing else, they had a ball. They got very wet. And I think we had as much fun and watching on the racing yesterday, because these guys absolutely filled our screens, and everyone that was here at the track, which was kind of limited numbers yesterday. And if you are watching on at home and you're anywhere from Albury through to Echuca or over to Camperdown or any of the Western districts, head into Melbourne today. And if you're anywhere in Melbourne, you're very easy. Jump on Eastlink 5 minutes up the road, you're here at Sandown International Motor Raceway for the 2025 Victorian Historic Racing Register. Historic Sandown. The weather today is absolutely fantastic in comparison to yesterday, but ideal racing conditions for particularly some of these older cars that do like that cooler, crisper air. It gives them the good air fuel mixed to produce the horsepower. We are absolutely blessed with this facility here. You can jump up in that grandstand, you don't get wet, and you can watch the entire circuit from the vantage position of the grandstand here at Sandown.
Yeah, it's a great spot, and when these cars go past, you hear the noise come at you from the front, and then it comes back at you from the back of the grandstand, echoes back. It's a beautiful sensation to experience, and if you're not here, you don't get to experience it.
Well, that's right. It's definitely getting to the racetrack and seeing it all in all, and hearing it and smelling it in all dimensions. This is a fantastic service, the live streaming for people that maybe can't get to the track for whatever reason it may be. I do know a couple of people that are watching on from their hospital bed today, so bringing some joy to those people when they can't get to the track is always fantastic. But as you and I know, Phil, and everyone here at the track, it is always better in all dimensions.
100%. We're just watching Connor Ryan there in all of his dimensions. The overhead valve V8 in that car. The Graham Raper machine is the old sidewhacker or sidewell V8. So quite
What'd you call it? Sidewhacker?
Yeah, that's what they used to call them back in my day.
Yeah,
what did they call them in your day?
I remember Bob Duguid had a Mercury side valve, and I can't remember. I don't think it was sidewhacker, but he used to refer to it as well. And I think the words are something we can't say on air.
Oh, okay. Now, I'm not too sure. I need to have a bit of a look and see where Lee Ball is. I think he's had a bit of a misdemeanor and slipped right back.
Back to position number 9 there, because he's slipped back in number 81.
Yeah, so he's done whatever Jackson did in the earlier instance of slipping off the track. I think
and sadly the guy
has done similar.
The guy that started out at P3, Josh Lowing, has come to the pits as well, and here
we go.
And Paul Doherty has also come in. Here's the replay.
Nice pass
up on the ripple strip there, and this is really good stuff. William Sala trying to find a way past there, and the Chris Jackson just holding on to really good track position. Chris obviously was the one that went off at turn 12 a few laps ago, but he has managed to gather it all up, and we were talking about track position, and at the moment that's what Chris has got as he understeers. And William Sala just watches on and says, I just needed to be a little bit closer. I could have streamed on through there, but I've got to hand it to Jackson. He is absolutely trying all parts of the track. They couldn't do that yesterday. It didn't matter where you put it. You were going to aquaplane and try and deal with it, but that bit of understeer is something we'll see. Have a look at Connor Ryan. He is absolutely charging his way through the field.
Steaming down through. Just hope the V's are aware that he's coming. As Connor comes through turn 1, powers that machine through there. He's got plenty of go, and he is happy to get it up and going. A couple of wheels over the curb there. Bit of blue smoke coming off those tyres, I think, and he's just powering it up and away he goes.
Really good to watch how the suspension is reacting on this car. They've got the dampers set absolutely magnificently on this. When the car rides the bumps, its rebound is keeping it intact with the ground. Yep. As much as we like to see a wheel in the air for the spectacle of things, it's all about keeping all 4 wheels in contact with the full contact patch, which with these tyres is no more than the palm of your hand.
100%. Flicked it down.
And probably more like a baby's hand than a full-grown adult's hand too.
Yeah, great shot there, showing Connor working at the steering wheel. It's quite a large steering wheel. We're used to the more modern style race cars. A lot of shudder there from the right front as he locked that. But keeps it under control.
I reckon we've got a couple of laps still to go. On this one, 40 seconds, so we'll get the last lap board next time around. So there's still 3 laps to go, but he's not going to head off Connor Ryan with a 29-second lead, and it's a further 24 seconds back to Graham Raper, and then And then jumping back down through the field, car number 50, David Reed, has come from mid-pack. This is a terrific run for David in car number 50 into position number 3, and dragging through from position number 8 is the Puccinelli car as well. So great to see Flavio in that Lotus 11. Beautiful looking piece of kit. This battle rages, Phil.
It does. As just see them going past Rachel Brown in the orange machine there. That's a car that Rachel's done a lot of the work on herself.
Family built car, yeah. They put it together out of their shed.
Yep. And yeah, she's been having a lot of fun in that car and competing.
I've got to say the historic, let's call it genre of motorsport here in Australia, and I guess it would be an international thing, is absolutely peppered with family orientation, isn't it? It's great that we can see mums and dads, fathers and daughters and wives and the whole family involved, cousins and friends.
That's right.
Going racing. It really is the friendly form of motorsport. It doesn't always equate to on track, because that can become a completely different competition altogether. There's Flavio Puccinelli just going through screen in the Lotus.
And the Wingate name is all over the place through our program this weekend. I noticed one of the races, there's 4 Wingates in it. So,
well, Abby's represented in this one.
Yep. So really, really good to see that it is family level motorsport, and they give it their all.
What I like about Abby's entry is it's got the Elfin name in it, so not only is it family, it's Australian.
Yeah, 100%. And Connor Ryan just goes past Louise Raper, makes his way up the back straight. Louise Raper driving the SoCal Special.
Gee, it looks awesome, doesn't it? It almost looks like it's floating through the air as it comes up the straight on that long shot on the Equity One live streaming.
Well, Connor there just needing to be a little bit cautious as he looks to make his way around the slower car.
Yes, Graham right there in the number 92, just signalling through. Gee, a big plume of bluish looking smoke coming out of the exhaust pipe of Connor's car.
Yeah, that's the left banker. That appears to be a little bit on the smoky side when he applies the right foot.
So that red car has just
here
gone
we go.
through
He's done a little bit of sliding here for us.
Checkered flag is now being dropped, and the race win will go to Connor Ryan. And a spectacular drive there. In fact, I think he lapped everyone up to about position number 5. Just touching back on that, the 92 that we were looking there, Graham Wright, the MG RIA Special 1958. And that is a magnificent looking vehicle there as well. Again, along that streamliner sort of look, the Lotus 11 kind of look. There's a lot of Holden and Ford Specials that adopted that sort of bodywork shape, isn't there, Phil?
Yeah, there is. It was people used to have to build their own cars back then. It was you couldn't afford to go and buy a Maserati or
I was going to say
something like that. So.
We can't all have a Jaguar or a Maserati or an Alfa Romeo that was around then. Gee, the Maseratis were something special, weren't they? That raced here in 1956 in the Grand Prix.
Yeah, I see Lee Ball going through there. He's managed to claw his way back to 7th because he went down to position 9, I think it was, there at one point. So he managed to claw his way back. Good drive.
So let's have a look at the entire field as they have come to the line. Connor Ryan takes race number 2. I wonder if he's pulled the broom out of the ute and has got it leaning up against the edge of the truck, ready to claim the clean sweep for the weekend.
Oh, nice line, nice line. Yeah. It might be a whisked type broom, and.
Just acknowledging our flaggies trackside there as well. That's always great. They get a great thrill out of that. It's such an easy gesture for a race car driver to do. Is just point at the flaggies and the officials and acknowledge the job they do. Probably a little bit difficult yesterday in the wet, but gee, it's great to see the trackside marshals not fully kitted out in absolute wet weather stuff. Round of applause from the officials at trackside. They appreciate this as much as we do.
100%. And if you're driving really well, or if you're driving and a good driver, then you will really appreciate the flaggies, because without them, it makes it really difficult to race.
If you like this guy and you're coming up on slow cars,
Yeah.
yes, certainly. Interestingly enough, David Reed started out of 11th and he got onto the podium. That is a great drive there. And Flavio Puccinelli there as well, also getting through into position number 4, came out of position number 8. So some big moves there. Jackson, William Saylor, Luke Ball. Then we go back to George Sykes, Ross McLaughlin, Bates, Graham Wright and Louise Raper, a number of DNFs there as well. Phil, we're going to take a quick break because we've got some big bangers coming out on track in just a couple of moments. Groups M and O sports and racing cars will be on track next.
Awesome.
Can't wait.
Good, but scary.
I think it's a sense of community, a sense of purpose, of belonging, and a sense of pride.
Beaming smile and the happiness, it just makes it worthwhile.
We pride ourselves on running great track days, but this is the event that we love the most.
From an early age, I knew some cars were a statement of style and elegance.
I've been a motoring enthusiast all my life.
My life is hot rods, designing them, building them and racing.
My Coupe 4 is rare and very special.
Beautiful, handcrafted, proper works of art.
This is my most prized possession.
Insurance? Shannon's, of course.
Welcome back trackside here as we start to see some of the cars that we didn't actually see in the horrendous conditions yesterday. That's because they don't have wet tyres. But interesting enough, Chris Herod, who's in on the second row of the grid, we're just looking at now. Sticker tyres, you can even see the stickers just flapping around there. So new slicks that he probably bought to use all this weekend. We'll probably do another weekend with them, but they haven't had them scrubbed off at all. There's Mark Velmobita in that beautiful number 12 Brabham. Did qualifying yesterday, but didn't go out as the conditions continued to deteriorate yesterday.
Yeah,
Didn't bring it out.
It was turned pretty much into a swimming pool out there yesterday for these guys.
Interestingly enough, we're looking at the grid sheet here, and from position number 6 all the way back to 14 are all rear of the grid, so they didn't run yesterday. And it looks like we've got a bit of a bracketed field here as well today. So it will be Phil Randall. Paul Faulkner leading the field out with Phil Randall. So in these conditions today, it's going to be interesting to see how that number 9, the FA Formula Ford, hangs on to some of these Brabhams, being that the Formula Ford's a newer iteration of a race car, but just down a little bit on overall vehicle dynamics and horsepower.
Yeah, there's quite a bit of variation in the cars out there, and as you say, some of these are just drop dead gorgeous.
Aren't they ever? So let's have a look. Faulkner to Randall, then it's Jeff Wright to Chris Harud in that Clubman number 50, a very purposeful looking car. Luke Habro, who had a strong run yesterday. Then it'll be Sean Wheel, and we'll probably just have to start to tick some of these off to so we do know which cars have actually made it out onto the track.
I'm looking for Laurie Bennett, and I'm not seeing him out there.
Laurie's supposed to be out of position 10, but we don't have 10 cars on the track as we just watch the field come by. It's pretty much the same as what the field was yesterday with these two Brabhams off the back with Mark Velmobita and the 32
there's Laurie
there of Sean Whalen. Mark Velmobita's there, so Laurie's back a spot. No Andrew Robson on the next row, and no Peter Strauss by the looks of things. But we'll keep an eye on the field as it forms up and takes the grid spots. A couple of cars making their way into pit lane. Wasn't sure what that was. That could have been one of the bigger sports cars that has gone in there. But this is the Groups MO Sports and Racing. Have a look at that number 65. Isn't that just
Yeah.
magnificent?
Absolutely beautiful. See,
Okay,
we've got,
we have got quite a few more cars.
got quite a
joining
few out there. So the supercharged Hillman-powered machine out there, the blue car at the back of the grid.
So field looks to be set. It does have quite a peppered holes. Once we get back to row number 4, Mark Velmobita in that just beautiful Brabham. And spent some time having a look at that yesterday with the guy that prepares it and Mark, and just stepping back and admiring everything Jack Brabham. And we touched on it yesterday.
Yeah.
It really does give you goosebumps when the car and the designer, the team owner, the designer maybe spent some time next to the designer, pointing things in the right direction. But Ron Toronak was in there. We discussed those great Victorians that were involved in the Repco Brabham era: Hoot Gibson, Phil Irving. Many others that were involved down at Repco in those days. Boy, we had some amazing engineers that took it to the world. And we did it so well because we didn't even have to be secretive about it. We didn't have to close the doors because no one gave us any, even bothered to travel down to here. As we get away with the first race for the day, and it'll be Mark Velmobita that charges in the Brabham. The 50 of Chris Herod doesn't get off the line very well at all. But have a look at this out in front. As I suggested, the Phil Randall Formula Ford will probably get gazumped by these cars with better racing dynamics. Not going to say they're better designed. They've just got bigger tyres and they've got a little bit more horsepower.
A little bit more power. And talking of more power, Laurie Bennett with the big Chevy-powered McLaren M1B is going to mow through this field in this weather. The track is just going to suit this car so well up the back straight. He'll unleash all of the ponies that are under the back of that car, and look at that. Out he goes. And a man with an immense amount of racing experience. I first met Laurie, he was racing when I was still quite young.
How long has Laurie had the M1B for?
Ooh, good question. It's been quite a few years, and he did race at Goodwood. He's raced there, and Spa, and a couple of other places in Europe as well. So,
and the car itself has got a very big history with numerous successes and different drivers along its lifespan.
Yep, which I don't know all of them off the top of my head, but anything McLaren. Oh, there we go.
That's Velmobita and Sean Whelan.
Yeah, so they've and another one around.
Yeah, they're hitting that water that Tom Reed told us about that's still sitting across the track there. That number 16, that's Pete Whelan, as Phil just suggested, and the field now streaming by. Gee, that's frustrating when you're facing the wrong way and they just come streaming on by. There's Mark Velmobita.
Around turn 1, a little bit of a move coming here back further down the field, but
it's had a car retiring there as well, one of the red Streamliner shaped cars.
Okay, I missed that out of. And around goes another one.
That's Velmobita again.
Yeah, having a bad day on keeping the back behind the front. At least he's got some grip out there on the wet grass at the moment. Can he get back onto the track? Yes, he can. He'll be breathing a sigh of relief, because there's nothing worse than being hung up out on the grass and unable to move when everything's A-OK. It's just lack of traction on the grass.
Paul Faulkner now with the 32 starting to range up, and that's Sean Whelan. And Laurie Bennett looks to have gone through into the lead of this one.
Yeah, I'd fully expected Laurie to go through, the only V8 out there, and it's a pretty handy sort of a big Chevy V8 in the back of that Can-Am car. Hand in the air there from
Sean Whelan.
Yeah, he's retiring.
The South Australian returns to the paddock there. So that is the Brabham BT30. This is not a Brabham BT30. This is a McLaren. And this is what happened, just looking at those two cars. So that was Sean Whelan and Mark Velmobita.
Yep, as they get through. Going again. But,
and that was where they lost the spot to Laurie Bennett. And then the 16 of Peter Whelan.
That was...
We've got another one coming onto the straight there as well. So these cars getting themselves all tangled up, coming around turn 12.
That was Norman Faulkner.
It continues on its way, and just getting another look on the Equity One replay there at Mark Velmovita. Here he is in the smack bang in the middle of our screen in the number 12, and looking to start to make some impression in this race. Gee, they look aggressive with those big tyres hanging outside like that, and they start to move around. Really does grab the attention and the skill set of the drivers as well. You've got to bring your... you don't get in one of these cars without your A game, do you?
You don't. That's if you do, you're probably going to regret it.
Yes, that's right. And your bank balance is probably going to suffer from it as well. Big charge up the hill here, getting a look at this car. You touched on at the start of this race, Phil. I think you said Hillman Imp.
It's a Hillman Minx.
Minx, sorry.
Yeah, Hillman Minx engine, the Volkswagen gearbox. The engine is supercharged. That's not the car that I'm looking at there, but the one that's it's passing. So that little slimliner sports car, beautiful little car. Got quite a lengthy history on it. I think it comes from about 1962.
This is Phil Randall now. He's getting a short back and sides by the returning Velmovita, pushing through into position number 3 now, so getting himself back into a podium position where a Brabham deserves to be. Not taking anything away from Phil Randall in his FA Hawkdale 15 Formula Ford, but there it is, our director loving the number 12. I've got to say there's a lot to love about it. Just they really are a magnificent looking race car, and
that is so beautifully presented as well.
Yeah. Phil Hughes that does all the set down and presentation, and that on that car. A very, very proud operator, a Ferrari expert by choice, but being a Ferrari expert and that sort of thing, many customers come his way and talk about it. In fact, we touched on yesterday, Phil worked for many, many years with the late great Alan Simonson, and they bought a Radical together to do some racing, and Phil won his first race here when the main straight was about 6 inches deep in water. He's an expat Pom, so he brings that skill set with him.
Yeah, he can swim.
Yes, that's right. Laurie Bennett brings a skill set and has been for a long time, and used to love seeing his open wheeler. It was one of those mainstays of open wheeler racing, the livery that was very synonymous with Laurie Bennett.
Yeah, and Laurie's still got that car. He's got a couple of other cars, and campaigns them depending on which track he's going to, is which one he'll choose to pull out of the shed. And
when you're going to come to Sandown, you've got to bring the big horsepower McLaren, don't you?
Yeah, he tends to bring it here and down to Phillip Island. It's always good to see.
I like the 3 mirrors mounted on this car, because right now it is full of car number 63, and that's Andrew Robson. And these guys are actually showing the different dynamics of both these cars as Laurie just opens up the corner and says, "Yeah, right,
yours, mate.
No problem." In the Brabham BT30 of Andrew Robson, he drives on by. So that's for the lead in this race.
Yeah, I do wonder whether Laurie might be having a little bit of an issue. He sometimes runs into issues with brakes, but here he comes standing on the right foot. No, he's still behind, so...
Yeah, I would suggest you've hit the nail on the head there, Phil, because you'd expect him to not have a dive bomb as such, but at least have a go under brakes. But there's no impotence under brakes at all.
No, none at all. And he didn't really get away under power up the back straight either. So
Norm Faulkner in the number 30, just going by there, the Elfin Mono, 1500cc.
Yeah, they're a beautiful little car. Gary Cooper, of course, in South Australia, building the Elfin cars. How many did he build? I don't know.
Yeah, we should probably find that out, not go down and have a chat to Team Ansett Elfin down there, or Team Elfin that have got the Team Ansett Elfin. I think it's the old Reg Orr-owned car down there in the paddock.
There's plenty there as we're making moves back through the field, and probably going to be... No, I think we're going to get another lap before the last lap board will come up.
The 25 of Jamie Cole just getting short back and sides from Laurie Bennett. I mean that politely, because Laurie eased his way through. But the 25 there of Jamie Cole, another Elfin Mono.
100%. Just listening to Laurie's car goes past there at the window, and it doesn't sound as if he's working the engine all that hard. So I'm not sure whether he's got a bit of an issue that he's nursing the car. I'll have to find out. I know where his pit is. I will find out.
Yeah, it's not going to be too hard. There's generally 2 or 3 people deep having a look over to watch what they're doing on that car. Another clubman that did a tremendous job in yesterday's very wet conditions, and this is Peter Whelan in this one.
Luke Harborough.
Oh no, Luke Harborough. Sorry, Luke Harborough, who started out of position number 5.
Yeah, and you're right. He did put on a good display yesterday.
How have we got all these cars on the one bit of track at once? It's almost the whole field there as our leaders start to work their way through some of the back markers and being led by Andrew Robson in that car number 63 right there. And this is when the dry conditions come. Look at that car. Phil Randall, who started on the front row of the grid and finished second yesterday, and I'm going to say due to the rainy conditions and his bravery and skill set and talent. But when it started to dry up, the cars running with the higher horsepower like this one here. This is a magnificent looking Brabham. And no, the last lap board not coming out. Just missed it by 7 seconds before they got to the line there. So another couple of laps here. Laurie Bennett has nursed the McLaren for the last lap and a half or so. Let's see under brakes. No, he's moving the car around a fair bit under brakes, isn't he?
He is.
And losing ground.
He'll make it up the back straight, I think.
Cars coming onto the straight there. Penrite 100-year celebration will be kicked off at the Penrite 100 Classic at Phillip Island in March. The Victorian Historic Racing Register, famous event over many, many years, started as the Castrol Classic when the racetrack reopened back there in the late 80s, and continues to go from strength to strength. And for next year's event will be the first televised or live streamed event as well. So I would thoroughly recommend everyone make their way to the track, because Phillip Island in March is a beautiful part of the world to be. It'll be mid-20s and just a magnificent place to be. It'll be a little bit easier this year to get some accommodation as well, because it's not on the long weekend.
Yeah, it's the weekend immediately after the Grand Prix, and of course we always get some internationals come to that event as well, so that will be an amazing event to go to, and I'm certainly looking forward to it. Laurie Bennett still on the chase. He hasn't really dropped back a long, long way, but...
and they're on the last lap, Phil.
Yeah, he hasn't got much time left to be able to make this gap.
Yeah, the run up the back straight, there's not much of a run from the final corner to the checkered flag for the McLaren to apply pressure. This is the spot here. He wants to get great drive out of turn 4, and that terminal speed, or the VMAX up the back straight, needs to be very, very high on this particular lap. And I'm going to say there's going to be just a little bit of traffic there. Luke Harborough will play into this as well.
Yep.
Have a look at the gap, though. It does close up about 6 or 7 car lengths. Luke Harborough just holding onto the line there. I'll go around him. Nice driving there, Luke. Well done. Just held his line, didn't do anything silly. And just keeping it out wide there in the ARA Clubman.
And Laurie was having a bit of a dip coming up over Lukey Heights there, and went a little bit wide coming through the left-hander at the end of that, so he was not hanging about.
Checkered flag, and it goes to Andrew Robson for race number 2 for Groups MO Sports and Racing for the weekend. And what a terrific drive there, Andrew Robson. Didn't compete in the race yesterday due to the conditions, and started out of position number 8, charged through the field, and managed to drag Laurie Bennett, because he started off the grid spot right behind him, pretty much as they are on their warm down lap now, or their cool down lap now.
Yeah, and Laurie actually got to the front, but has then had to relinquish that and ended up second. So
Mark Velmer-Beater to the line there as well, coming home ultimately in 4th place. So Andrew Robson to Laurie Bennett, Paul Faulkner, who started out of pole position in the 94, and the Brabham BT29, and Brabham in 4th place there. Oh, sorry, 1st place in the 63, the Brabham BT30, and then we have Mark Velmer-Beater in the BT23C. as the cars continue to stream to the line. Peter Strauss in the Brabham BT 11. I promised you all in the opening comments today there'll be a lot of Brabhams and a lot of Elfins.
It's going to be a Brabham year next year too. Big celebrations in the wings for Brabham cars next year.
Looking forward to that. And that brings to a close the Groups M and O Sports and Racing race number 2 for the weekend. They will be on track again later on today at 3:20 p.m. We've got PQ&R Racing, Q&R Sports and Invited Cars on track next. Back in a couple of moments.
I think it's a sense of community, a sense of purpose, of belonging, and a sense of pride.
Beaming smile and the happiness, it just makes it worthwhile.
We pride ourselves on running great track days, but this is the event that we love the most.
I spend a lot of time out here. The RT Charger's the real deal. An E49. Remember A-Charger? I've always got projects on the go, so Shannon's laid-up cover helps protect my restorations. I'm Mopar through and through. It's a passion Shannon's understands. I wouldn't insure my cars and bikes with anyone else.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
I was 16 when I first saw her. Loved her utterly. She was so sweet, so perfect. Still is. She's got a whopping great 2-stroke engine under that gorgeous aerodynamic body. Insurance? Well, Shannon's, of course.
No one knows your passion like Shannon's. That's why we offer special limited usage rates and even club plate cover. So call Shannon's on 13 46 46. Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts.
And welcome back. We have the PQR Sports and Racing out on track. I just see Dean Ty there in another beautiful Brabham being followed by Owen Foley in a Kaducha. Dean Ty, all the way from Queensland, has brought that car down. He was racing in Adelaide last weekend in a different one of his cars. He's going to pack up that car that he had in Adelaide and take it to Europe, to the UK next year and run in the British Hill Climb Championship. So he was having a bit of a play in the wet yesterday. I told him that it was the torrential rains of Queensland that he brought down and that he needed to get used to it because he was going to get more wet weather driving when he was in the UK. Tim Macro in that beautiful car out the front, the red machine. Andrew Madecki follows him up. Then Patel, Carrick, Cracknell, tyres we were talking about, Foley, Ross, Russo, David Crabtree, Brennan, McCarthy, Little, Willing, Mills and Nolan in that order as they come around the top end of the track. And Peter Nolan will be very interesting to watch because he is a fairly quick motor car. He didn't race yesterday with the wet weather, so it will be interesting to see how he goes. Now they're going to do another warm-up lap. Always good to see these guys get a bit of extra time because and we've got a spinner already. Someone has found out just how slippery it is down there at Dunlop. Flick turn and around he comes. Safety car leads them around turn 1. Really good to see that we've got a good field here of cars, and as they make their way around the track, we just got a replay there of the, yep, that was a bit nasty. And luckily the other two guys did miss that. Flicks it around and is back underway. That was Willing that was the turnaround man. Up the back straight they come. The lights will go out on the safety car shortly. Big thank you to all of the officials and those people that work behind the scenes in the preparation of getting the event underway prior to the weekend. There's a huge amount of work in getting one of these events up and running. Darren Smith knows all about that.
Certainly been a lot of work there to get this weekend up and running like the other couple of events every year for the VHRR. Present, awesome to see that 48 Lola rolling around too.
Yeah, fantastic. And of course we've already had a spinner, Darren, while you were just out of the room, and that's never a good sign. But it was that corner that's caught a few out in the last couple of races, so watch that space with great intent. Cars lining up now, coming side by side. It will be a rolling start. So Macro, Madeki, Patel, Carrick, and they approach the line and away they go. Now Carrick looked as if he'd made a good move off the start there. Certainly stepped in front. Dean Ty coming up there as well. Madeki out in front. Alan Foley looking for a run down the inside of the Porsche. You're not going to make that work.
Kieran Patel just disappearing a little bit backwards here. This will be interesting to see. The vision that Tim Macro has out of this car is fairly limited, and I'm pretty sure Andrew Madeki is well aware of that, because he could have just dived down the inside there in the in his car, the Pro Sport SC91 with Macro at the wheel and Madeki in the 76B March as they storm up the back straight here. That 930 Porsche, we're looking at the obviously the 911 shape of the 930T, was spectacular with flames licking on the road yesterday. David Crabtree charging up the field there, so he's come out of position number 10, and it's in the March Formula 5000.
Beautiful car, bit of a challenge down the inside.
Rowan Carrick puts the nose in there in the family car. His car his father raced. They've done a full restoration on that car, and it is now being driven very, very well. Of course, Rowan we know from a massive career in Formula Holden, Formula Brabham, and I dare say come Phillip Island at the Classic we'll see him back in his Formula Holden. Oh, there's a spinner there, and that's David Brennan going off the back there.
On our spin corner.
Yes, it's been that this weekend. Here comes the Lola sports car as well, starting to tick some boxes coming through the field. Of course, this just in the back of shot there. The number 2 coming through there as well. This is Dean Ty, another Brabham.
And he's making a bit of a challenge at throwing down the gauntlet, if you say, to Rowan Carrick. I don't think he'll be able to take it off, because it's the Brabham is a much older car than Rowan's car, so I would expect that Rowan's car should be quicker.
Great shot here, just a standing shot, static shot there as the cars come through the 930T, grabbing another cog and belching a flame out the back, which certainly was something we were very used to. Harry Witham's 930 slant nose used to do massive flames licking down the road. As we go to a replay, that was the car of David Brennan going around and just wiggling his way back through the gearbox to find the first cog and drive it back out of the grass, as we have a massive challenge now. Rowan Carrigan, they've been joined by is that Peter Nolan?
Yeah, he's come from well back. Rowan Carrick, around he goes. Dean Ty had to almost come to a complete stop. That's allowed quite a few through. Rail Carrick is stuck. He's beached. Well, not so much beached as engine not going. He's managed to select rear gear, backs it up, keep it out of there, and gets underway again. But that's put a bit of a dampener on Dean Ty's run. He's been overtaken by about 3 or 4 cars there and coming into the clutches of Alan Foley. Now, whether Alan can capitalise on that and make a move on Dean Ty, I'm not too sure. A couple of hill climbers together.
Have a look at this. This is Steve Willing in the March 793, and mirrors absolutely full of a fellow competitor. But Steve Willing, very interesting looking car. The Gotcha clothing brand, which was quite synonymous with open wheeler racing there for a while. Other brands like Glowweave and Van Heusen with open wheeler series. But this number 14 just getting away nicely. The March 793 Formula 2 car. And doing very, very nicely indeed. Got mirrors absolutely full there with the with Norris Miles in the Tiga SC82.
Yeah, we don't see too many of the Tigers here back in the day, but there's quite a few of them around. Tim Shankin being a part of the build of those cars in Europe, and they are very, very popular. The Sports 2000 category in Europe and America is quite big. I know some of the guys that have been running in the UK with these cars, and they usually have to break it into 2 separate races, like a Group A and a Group B. So good to see them, some of those cars out here. Dean Ty getting around the Porsche as he'd been relegated back one there when he had to come to pretty much a complete stop. Alan Foley coming up the inside of the Porsche as well. Manages to get through. Or has he? No, he hasn't. Alan Foley is the one behind the Porsche.
And you don't want to be too close. Did you see how far the flame leaked out the back of it then? Yeah. That's a thing that the Germans did. They threw a big flame out the back. Don't get too close. We'll peel the stickers off the front of your car.
Yeah, that's right.
As we watch Andy Madecki now, he's wanting to try and weigh in with Tim Macro as the front of this race. And good to see the Pro Sport SC91. There's also the Lola T610 in this field, the closed car of Rowan Little, the number 48. We'll see if we can get a bit of a look at that one as this race continues, because Tim Macro's got himself a 4.3 second lead. And this car looks remarkably unspectacular compared to the Madecki car behind. And that's the advances in ride and how the dampers work. And of course, Tim will never be hurried. He is so cool behind the wheel. And I dare say the massive rear tyres on this thing here make it look quite nervous when it comes over the bumps, which is what these days is what Sandown is synonymous with.
Yeah, 100%. And of course, Tim's got that beautiful V6 Cosworth in the back of that car. Runs really, really well, and Tim, just a great driver.
Andy Madecki there as well. Son George running in the SRO GT4 Championships in the Mustang.
Yeah, of course, Andrew's a pretty fair, handy driver from over the years as well.
Absolutely, he is.
Puts his backside into lots of different things over the years and drives them all extremely well.
One of my favourite touring cars was the Oxo Stock Cubes Sierra Cosworth that he drove in the Australian Touring Car Championship.
Yep, that was a great run indeed.
But certainly did a lot of open wheeler racing, and like many Australians that were very good at open wheeler racing. We just need to look at the guy leading this race, Tim Macro. The public knowledge of these guys is one of the best kept secrets, isn't it?
It is.
Tim Macro, multiple Australian Formula 3 champion.
Yeah, and has done some quite remarkable things overseas as well.
True.
So
true too.
So we've got Macro, Madecki, Crabtree, David Crabtree trying to claw his way up to the top there in his Formula 5000. Then we've got Nolan in the Clubman, Mills, Willing, McCarthy, Dean Ty, Alan Foley, Patel, Little, Brennan, Cracknell Rowan Carrick has dropped a long way back with that bit of a spin that he had, and Ross bringing up the tail end. So Alan Foley in the blue car that's for sale, the Kaducha, right behind Dean Ty as they make their way up the back straight. We're just spotting the big sports car coming up the back straight, and we'll have a bit of a chat about that, Darren.
Yeah, certainly there it is coming down through the shot as we head down into Dandenong Road. Car number 48, Rowan Little at the wheel. Oh, and that's not what we want to see out of the back of the Formula 2 car. That is something we saw back in the day, and that generally meant that there's water somewhere getting through a head gasket, and he is heading to the pits well aware of his fate there as well. So it was just behind there. We saw the car, the original Roger Anderson Racing Lola T610 HU2 was driven by Richard Jones, Don Burrows and John Bartlett, powered by the Ford Cosworth 3-litre, as we can see it now drawing alongside the 930T, a Le Mans car with true pedigree. And this car was actually owned by Victorian Bob Gill, who was the 2015 Victorian Sports Sedan champion in his Falcon. But this car he bought after the races that were held here at Sandown in 1984. Remember the 1000 for the World Endurance Championship. And Bob Gill hid this away in his workshop in Dandenong for many years. Unfortunately, Bob left us last year. Was a great protagonist of Victorian motorsport and widely known as Paran's fastest plumber. And that was where he made the money to go racing with. And he bought the car, less the engine, after the event, and had it in his workshop. And Bob actually went to the UK and purchased all the body moulds and as many spares as he possibly could from Eric Broadley.
Tim Macro had to take to the grass there as he moved down the inside of another car.
And this car, of course, full Le Mans pedigree in 1982, ran at Le Mans with Brian Redmond, Ralph Kent Cook and Jim Adams, and in 1983 as number 20 was driven by Ralph Kent Cook, Jim Adams and Francois Savine. And then in 1984 they competed in it again as well. And I've got to thank Wayne Giles, who's watching on from home, for all of that information. An oracle of Australian motorsport history is Wayne, and that car, certainly his good mate Bob Gill had that car in the shed for a long time. We just watched this replay, Macro to the dirt up on the ripple strip. Typical Tim Macro, got to get the job done, got to get it done before that corner, and does exactly what he suggested on the pack.
Yep, he certainly been around motor racing long enough to know exactly what to do in those sort of circumstances. And a couple of wheels off the edge of the track, always a bit of a risk when the grass is green and wet, but he managed to get away with it.
I think Ricky Bobby put it best when he said shake and bake, and that was what T Macro just did. Should I rephrase that? The great Ricky Bobby.
Yeah, okay.
Out of turn 9, Tim Macro drives this Pro Sport car very well. A guy that doesn't put a foot wrong whenever he puts himself in a car. In fact, the Macro name from Peter, his dad, his brother Adam, and Tim, all just amazing athletes when it comes to motorsport. And there goes the checkered flag. Tim will take 2 from 2. He's another one that's got the broom out of the ute and lining it up out the back of the pits, Phil.
He has, yes, indeed.
Not going to moz him just yet, but certainly preparing for race number 3 this afternoon, which will be at 3:45. And Andy Madecki just ranging up on the back of Tim. It's probably the closest he's been all race long, even though the checkered flag has come out.
Yeah, he's probably coming up to just say, well done, mate.
As our field streams over the line, Adam Foley in the number 72 just in the back of shot there, home in 6th place. We're just waiting for David Crabtree to get to the line. And car number 51 there as well, just waiting to finish things off. and that is the Tiger of Norris Miles. There goes Crabtree, and you can tell that one. That's that thumping VHRR, returning of the Thunder.
And don't those things sound absolutely amazing? You sit here with a Formula 5000 race and they go past, and the sound is just absolutely drop dead gorgeous.
It is interesting you raise that, Phil. My early memories of this particular track in Formula 5000 was sitting in the Captain Peter Jansen's Ginzano double-decker bus down at turn 1 and just watching the heat haze, the fuel haze coming out of the top of the car. Of course, Dad was over in race control, but Mum was a guest of the captain up there, and of course I tagged along to watch the Formula 5000s back in the day, and fond memories of probably some other shenanigans that were going on in the Ginzano buses back in the day as well. They were well shielded from me.
Good.
Cars exiting the track. That is race number 2 for the weekend for Groups P, Q and R Sports and Racing. Phil, thank you very much for all of your knowledge and entertainment with these historic classes and cars that run around and keep this entire historic industry absolutely heartbeat thumping, isn't it? It's very, very healthy at the moment, isn't it?
It is, and as you say, really good to see so many cars out there doing really well. Tim Macro, I have to say, what an effort. Pulls out the fastest lap of the race on the last lap.
Yeah, feeling his way around. Yeah, getting rid of the traffic. Yeah. Phil, thank you very much. Up next is the tribute cars, Group C and Group A tribute cars on tracks next for their second super sprint of the weekend. We'll have a quick break and we'll be back with Group C and Group A cars on track. I hope you're enjoying yourself here trackside and enjoying the live streaming from historic Sandown for 2025. We've made our way through half of the morning program. We're at that 11:45 step in today's program. Massive program right throughout the 3 days, and when you look at that, it's just a huge program. Up on track next, Group C and Group A cars. They're actually making their way out on track for their sprint. The MG and invited British cars will be on track after that, historic touring cars and HQs, and then the much anticipated 125 start of the Ford 100-year commemoration event. And then we do it all again, like we've done throughout this morning. I'm Darren Smith, and super to introduce Brett Florence to run us through, which is something just a little bit different, which is, well, as you can see by the cars on track, growing in popularity month on month, almost week on week at the moment, is these Group A and Group C tribute cars. And Brett, you've been working very hard on this for quite some time, mate. It is got to be, you've gone grey and lost a lot of hair since you started doing this.
Yeah,
and that was
right
only
there,
6
mate.
months ago.
Exactly. Yeah, look, this category is growing, as you know, and, we've got a couple of genuine cars out there, which is really good. The white Mike Emery XD there. That's a genuine car from the period, and there's also a Walkinshaw out there that Adrian Elsley's running. That's a genuine car, and there's a little M3 as well that Adrian Brady's got, which is a genuine Schnitzer car from the period. Some cool genuine cars out there with the guys with the tribute cars. So it's coming along really great. And as we said yesterday, we got the daughter of Ford royalty, Tabitha Ambrose, out there with running in the Moffat Tribute XC Falcon Coupe.
It really does. It's a picture, isn't it, this field? I didn't know that E30 was a genuine Schnitzer car. There's got to be about 5 minutes in this program where I can go down and have a couple of looks at these things. I keep telling everyone else to go down there and have a look at them. But, that car, I do like the fact that it is in the right script, but it does say Hangover Motorsport on the window.
So I found out, I only just found out that it was a genuine Schnitzer car from, I suppose, the oracle of M3s here, Bill Cutler, earlier, and he was saying that it's the sister car or a sister car to his, and this raced in the period in the normal white livery, and then later on it raced, I think, in Macau, I think he said, or in an Asian country, and where it was painted red at some point as a hill climb car. So Bill sort of knew the history of it, sort of gave me a brief rundown. But all in all, it's pretty cool to have a M3 genuine one out there running around with these guys.
Absolutely. When they hit those big revs and they're coming at you, the induction noise, it doesn't really sound anything special going away, but coming at you, it is absolutely like you're going to get sucked down through the grill.
Exactly.
The way they breathe. These cars come around onto the straight here. It does look like we're doing a rolling start, but it is it's not a start of a race as such, although it does have a very distinct feel to it. But certainly this is what is a super sprint, and it's kind of what you would get at the real grassroots of motorsport at a club level event at any circuit around the country. And that this particular venue, Sandown, Phillip Island and Winton, which all the VHRR events visit, certainly every other day of the week they've got cars going against the clock. And that's what we're seeing here with this super sprint as well. So we'll see some of the cars that fancy themselves as being fast, trying to push the envelope out in front and get a bit of clear track.
Oh, absolutely. And today with dry weather and they're all on slicks, it'll be interesting. The giant killers of yesterday in the wet will fall slowly back, and those guys are a bit upset about that because they were having a good run. But you know, and now I've got to make mention that this XA Coupe I did get wrong yesterday. It is in the 73 livery, not the 74 livery, I was reminded of, so I knew I got it wrong.
There is that aspect of this sort of competition which just absolutely bamboozles me, because as soon as you walk downstairs, there's someone waiting and wants to poke a hole in your chest and go, no, it was 74, not 73.
Oh, I got messages. So, but yeah, you know, Dave Ramsey's doing an awesome job in that car.
Yeah, a lot of Vic V8's work too. He's like that's the thing. You can use it at these sort of events, and then you know, as long as you build it to a rule set like the Vic V8s, which are quite open. Yeah, and you can get double the use out of your race car. Yeah, and look, Phil Jones, who's out the front at the moment in the Geisler VH, Phil's inquired about running in Vic V8s as well. You know, so some of these guys are, you know, looking at different, you know, classes to run in. The Pinnacle car here, Craig runs at Winton in their Tin Top series. You know, so, you know, it's great to see the guys sort of, you know, multi-tasking. This is the genuine article, yeah, this 40, isn't it, the Walkinshaw? Yeah, Adrian's very quick in the Heritage Touring Car class. And, you know, he loves the thing. Like he said to me the other day, you know, he'd drive every weekend if he could. So, you know, and good on him. Like, he's out here having some fun. You don't have to be at a race meeting not to have some fun. Just noticed the names of the original drivers on the back of that Pinnacle replica there, Cleland and Scott. So what a combination in a very underfunded outfit. Absolutely. And to Craig's credit, he contacted Cleland and said to him, you know, have you got any photos? And he went through Gary Scott for photos and, you know, that sort of stuff. Like, he's really gone all out and contacted them and sent them, you know, the results. And so it's great. Certainly is. There's that M3 we were just touching on, which is a genuine article as well. Here's some cars that you put on a screen or anywhere in the automotive world in Australia, and you get that 05 feeling, don't you? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. So, and there's a few Brock replicas out there, which is good. Now, this car here, Adam Jones, yesterday he was flying in the wet. Wasn't he? Yeah. Absolutely the right piece of kit at the right time on the wet track. And it's interesting, the backstory of that 240k Datsun at Bathurst was that it came along that year. It was a different kind of year, and they did very, very well. It was found, you know, doing a bit of giant slaying work in that particular era, so I can see why the motivation would be to have this sort of thing out on track. And Adam's got, so you said that this is in a 74 Bathurst car. He's recently purchased a Datsun 1000, I think it was, or 1200, that raced at Bathurst as well, and he's looking at doing the resto on that shortly. So he loves his Datsuns, obviously. Yep. And there goes the John English Pi Audio Falcon as well. So lots of cars that synonymous. We've got to touch on Ian Ross's car there as well, the Mike Emery Graham Treasure Falcon of the era. And it's run in its true livery. It was really privateer, wasn't it?
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, Ian drives the wheels off it, you know, and it's a very original car, you know, looking at it. It hasn't been modified or anything. It's still very much what it should be.
I like the way Ian dresses appropriately too as well. Back in the era when all the, you know, the Brocks and all that had the disco-type driving suit.
Yeah, exactly.
Ian wrestles himself like a wetsuit into his driving suit and lives the dream, doesn't he?
Oh, absolutely. And if anyone's here, he's got a genuine 427 Cobra sitting in the back of the pits as part of our Ford display, which is great. You know, that's Ian's car out the back, and he's also drives his Mustang here as well. So he's a genuine Ford lover.
Deep badged Fords on the front there as well. So notice that as well in the era.
Yeah.
But when you look at it, Mike Emery, like his workshop was no more than about 5 or 6 kilometres here from Sandown. So it's found its, back to its roots coming to, to Sandown. And you're just watching Ian going right up on the ripple strip there as well. So he's not leaving anything on the table and giving it a red hot go. Currently, Ian is sitting in 8th with a lap time of a 1:31. Fastest car on track is the 53 of Phil Jones, the black and yellow VH Commodore, I think it is. Yeah, and it's a 1:20.9. He's a good half a second ahead of Adrian Elsey in that the VL Walkinshaw.
And I'm sure that Adrian will get down to Phil's times in, you know, shortly. He'll be there. But you know, like Ian was saying yesterday, you know, that his car's very quick, but it's still got the brakes of 1980 on it, and that's where that's what hurts it.
Yeah, and look, it's an evolution. I think they had the luxury of having 4-pot calipers on them, and when you look at touring cars in a modern era, then you have the 4 pots on the back. And,
that's right.
And that's what you know. That's like anything. It's the evolution of cars. We never used to wear seatbelts, and we do that now, don't we?
Yeah, exactly. So you know, you look at that XA or XB Coupe, XD Falcon. You know, 2 very iconic looking cars.
Then these guys definitely aren't racing each other at the moment. They're just doing a super sprint against the clock. So I would suggest that Ian's just using the tow that the big XB has behind it.
Yeah, exactly, and it'd be a fair tow too.
It would be. Yep.
You know, Ian's car still runs. I think it's a top loader with 351 9-inch, and I know that XB Coupe's got a 408 Windsor, but it's still top loader 9-inch. So you know, just the luxury of a bit more modern stuff. And you know, and then you look at this XC Falcon Coupe of tribute of Moffat. You know, how good's that?
Tabitha Ambrose at the wheel there, car number 25, and her best time at the moment is a 1:34.7. Fairway down the road from where Jones is at the moment. Phil Jones in the 83 VH. Here he is now, actually right in behind Tabitha, and they're just getting easing on by the Escort. And that reminder of the Escort there, of course, Gary Rogers drove an Escort in sports sedans very, very well, and the passing of an absolute legend and a genuinely nice bloke a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, exactly.
Sad news for not only the Rogers family, but Australian motorsport. There's so many things that Gary did that we're just not aware of, and drivers, and when some of the tributes came out and some of the drivers that I guess eulogised over what he had done for them was really eye-opening.
And you're right, you know, the level of drivers that he's brought through in this country to give them their first start as well is amazing. You know, look at the top levels of supercars these days, and Gary's had a hand in quite a few of those drivers.
And of course he drove a VL Walkinshaw as well, which Les Small prepared for him in about 88, 89, 90 back in the Group A era. It was a horrendous white and day-glow orange, and it was mostly day-glow orange, and it wasn't a great-looking car.
No, I don't think it was overly quick either.
No, I don't think it was. I was just about to say I helped in the preparation of that car, but I'll withdraw that. I'll withdraw that comment as well. It was a tough gig. But yeah, certainly sad, the passing of Gary Rogers, and leaves a big hole in. I would suggest the team down at GRM are pulling together pretty hard now to keep that business running as a rightful tribute to the great man.
Yeah, exactly. So, and Adrian's getting closer to Phil Jones now in the times.
Yes, he is, and there's quite a generation. I mean, the Jones car is a Group C replica, and obviously a real Group A. Huff is the next one on the timesheets there as well. That's Matt Huff, another Commodore from 1984, red, white, and blue in the Brock. There it is, there I think.
Yeah, you're right. And the interesting thing that you sort of look at with the Adrian's Walkinshaw, you know, that's still 308 dual throttle body, you know, Hollinger 5-speed type engine, a combination, where Phil's is a later model LS with a Hollinger 5-speed, and, you know, the times are pretty close.
Matt Huff sorry, not Matt Huff, that's Pete Mason I was just looking at in the Escort, and doing a nice job at the moment. Just getting a little bit outclassed horsepower-wise, and I guess Sandown's probably the worst place to display a car that doesn't quite have. But it's a under 2-litre car, and at the moment doing a 137, and the fastest of the under 2-litre cars out there.
And this mobile car here, interestingly, if you look at the colour scheme, it's actually the Donington Park UK colour scheme. And Max McKay, who owns it, chose a totally different Brock livery.
Certainly was, yeah. That was when they took it to the world, wasn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
The touring cars. And Adrian now looking very, very racy indeed, coming up to only 3 minutes left in this super sprint session, as the Adam Jones and the Datsun 240K just drops in behind, trying to get a bit of a tow for a couple of hundred metres. Under brakes.
He's got all over Max on that.
The Mobile livery, red, white and blue, and the Datsun livery, red, white and blue there as well, matching colours. Let's see as car number 4. Oh, spinner.
Yeah, that's Travis Kirby in the Citizen Watches car. Now, you know, as much as Travis has spun there, it's that used to be a Commodore Cup car, you know, and he's just refurbed it into something that he can use.
And I'll tell you what, the Commodore Cup cars, even though they only ran the 4.2 253, they were
very
an
fast.
Amazing category. And you look at some of the names that were through there: Holdsworth, Zakanovic,
exactly.
Jeff Emery, you know, 3 times GT champion, now 3 times Commodore Cup champion. Some of those names that came through Commodore Cup. Shame that the demise of that particular category, because it was, you know, in Australia, obviously we like our touring cars, and it was a massive breeding ground for up-and-coming touring car races, and provided really door-handle fearsome racing.
Yeah, that's right. And I mean, it's a little bit like one of the categories for Winton Festival Speed that we want to see if we can introduce moving forward is the old V8 Brute Utes, you know, and also the very early production cars from the Bathurst 12-hour and 24-hour. You know, we're looking at those categories of about starting to grow those at the Festival Speed as the introduction to our other VHRR events. So if anyone's got one of those cars, please keep an eye out.
Yeah, certainly the Winton Festival Speed has been a hotbed of innovation as far as... it sounds funny saying historic racing, innovating in historic racing, but like anything, you stand still, you drown, don't you?
Yeah, that's right, you get left behind.
Got to keep innovating, and the eras march on too as well, and that's people come to see the eras that they remember.
Yes.
And you and I, we remember Group A, Group C, and certainly enjoy that part of it very much indeed.
Yeah, exactly.
Here's our current leader, the Transalloy number 53 of Jones, with only 40 seconds left in this session.
I don't know whether Transalloy's still running, but I tell you what, they're getting some
aren't they ever?
some great sponsorship coverage.
Yeah, aren't they ever? The Moffat Ford dealers as well. I think
exactly.
That's gone by the wayside as well. But that's what it is. It's tribute liveries, and there was a time in motorsport where you were only allowed to have your name on the side of the car.
Yeah, exactly, and that's where our Group N is. So yeah, it's great to see. They'll get one more lap in now with Phil. So he's very quick. He's doing a 122. Adrian's doing a 122, which is great. And then you've sort of Matt Huff doing a 127. Dave Ramsey in the XA Coupe, he's doing a 127. Ian Smith a 127. So they're pretty consistent lap times, that's for sure. Ian Ross, he's done a 127. So, you know, all of them are very consistent. Just these two cars are a bit faster than the others.
Roger Trezise in the XB GT in 7th place there at the moment, 128.26. Checkered flag has dropped, so as the cars come across the line, that will be their last timed lap. Adrian Brady has just gone to the line. Adrian sitting down on 13th with a 134. So the BMW, the normally aspirated car, again, as it did back in the day, they suffered on the long straights here at Sandown. But fantastic to see these cars making their way out onto track and giving, I'm sure there's more than just you and I around the property and watching on the live stream, having a bit of a reminisce.
Well, that's right. And, and I've got to give it credit to people like Taz Maurice, who's running out here. He's one of our sponsors with his Auto Haas vehicle storage business, and same as Graham Stevenson with his business, that's at N Pavitt business. Like those guys, not only are they out here having some fun, but they also come on board as VHRR sponsors along with all our other sponsors. So, we've got to thank them all.
Absolutely, we do. And we don't get to go racing without them. It's kind of like our volunteer officials. We all link in a chain, don't we? They're all responsible to keep the sport going.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. And with VHR, we're very privileged we've got some fantastic sponsors. This weekend being Equity One, and obviously Penrite and Shannon's and Cool Drive.
Certainly great to have all of those businesses on board, and one of the things we need to put out there as well is that if you are looking to do something in any of the realms that these businesses exist at, go and have a chat to them, and don't just have a chat. Give them your business, because that's what they're here for. They're here to try and grow their business within a community, and I guess we owe it to each other to reward each other or to help each other out in that respect.
Yeah, exactly.
So this is how it looks. It's Jones with a 119.68, and that's definitely a lot faster than yesterday in the wet. Owsley, they're a 121. Huff, a 124. Ramsey in the big yellow Falcon, a 125. Ian Ross, a 126. 127 for Ian Ross. Chazai's a 28. Kirby, 128.8. Stevenson, a 129, a 130. Back to Barkler, and so on as the cars continue on back into the paddock area. Brett, thank you very much for your time during Group C and A Tribute Super Sprint number 2 for the weekend. Yesterday, it was Phil Jones who was fastest, but boy, look at that lap time. A 134.76 to a 119 in the high.
Unbelievable, isn't it?
Yeah.
So...
Yeah. Good stuff. Thank you, Brett.
No worries, thank you. I'll be back later on.
Awesome. Yes, of course, Group A, Group C on at 4:05 this afternoon, as we wave hooroo to the Group C and A tribute cars. Next out on track will be the MG and invited British cars after this short break. Back soon. Cars on track now for the MG and invited British sports cars. Emma Dean and Chris Gidney join me, Darren Smith, for this one. The MG invited British cars are always massively entertaining, and it's going to be very, very cool to see how these cars go in these drying conditions. Just having a bit of a look through the front-running cars there. Welcome, Chris. Welcome, Emma. Let's have a look at the grid sheet.
Thanks, Darren.
Thanks, Darren. It's good to be here. Obviously, we've got Phil Chester, yesterday's winner, coming off pole alongside Jason Edwards, who qualified on pole in the wet yesterday, followed by Richard Milligan and Paul Ziddy on the row 2.
I think Paul Ziddy's going to struggle to maintain his track position with these guys, being in the little MGF and the V8s left, right and centre around him.
Yeah, I think all the MGFs and the ZS behind Simon Elliott there are just going to slowly go backwards a little bit, just when the bigger capacity cars are coming back through the grid.
The 83 of Trevor Dunford starting out of position number 5 there as well, and that was a good run in the MG Trophy 160, but again, I think it's going to be a tough ask to hold on to those sort of top 5 spots. Simon Elliott, as you just touched on, in the 55, Murray Stevenson even in the bigger GT type of car, just coming onto the grid now, and then Michael Trathen, he'll certainly, he had a spin yesterday. We even time marked it, and I think it appears on calendars next year that was the minute that happened.
Yeah, it might also come out in the rule book MA next year as well.
Yes, that's right. David Bajan's next, and Kayleen Little Chester in the other of the MGFs there. So great to see next generation of the Chester family getting involved. Gary Bulmer with Keith and Darchie out of position number 12. Watch for that car, and I'm not mucking around. The car number 40 in these dry conditions areas right there will be a demon. And as we can see, stickers, new tyres.
Yes. It's getting serious.
He's wanting to make an impression in the dry is Keith, as we go back to Rodney Wells, James Dodd, and these cars are already poised. Rod Wells there in the open top grey car, and it's got like the Xbox X-Power type of coloured livery over the top of the Sebring type of car. Gordon Bunyan, who is just off shot there in the yellow car. Then we go back to Greg White, Ewan Giles, Warren Lawler, Ian Cowie, John Makem in the Bennett Signs entry down there in position number 20, the big fella in car number 33, and Chris Ralph, who seems to be appearing on the grid every race at the moment. He's that MG is very, very well used this weekend. Rear of grid, Alana Ondaatje, Robin Bailey and Hanks Waterveen. Have we got Robin Bailey actually
We do, but we don't have Hank. He's got gear selector issues, so...
Well, Robin Bailey's going to be another one. He will be coming from position number 23 in car 50. I would suggest watch down that yellow line as they head into turn 1.
I'm going to make a call of top 8 by turn 1.
Okay, there you go.
Don't do the commentator's curse there, Chris. I just can't wait to watch these guys in the dry conditions throw it around like they can. These MGs can really throw it into corners. Their lines can be a little bit more forgiving because they've just got the diminished size, so they can throw it around a little bit. I just want to see what happens in this first couple of laps.
It is a very, very interesting first 3 rows of the grid. There's a V8 on each row, and there's an MGF on each row there as well, and they're like a Z as you go through the field. So
the approach to one will be amazing.
Watching MG racing over the years, this is something of an anomaly, really, isn't it?
It sure is. It sure is. The weather always throws up interesting results, but when it turns dry the next day, we get a real showcase on our hands of people coming through. Another one to watch in the dry conditions will be Rod Wells in the 60. He will be chasing down Mike Trathen to see if he can get on the back of that car.
Yes, absolutely, and that's the car we've got just on the left of our screen on the live streaming. 3 rows, 4 rows back, and away we go. Keith and Darchie gets a lot of wheel spin in car 40, the Stag. He just leaves a massive number 11 on the grid there. Brand new tyres. That's peeled the stickers off by the time he got off the line there. But have a look at this. Richard Milligan going to the outside. Phil Chester's definitely got it, but Simon Elliott also gets up the inside there as well. So there it is. The 3 V8s leave the MGFs. But behind them, Michael Trathen getting off the line there as well. He charges through to P4. Paul Ziddy is unfamiliar with a roof over the top of him in race cars, and a Formula Ford racer over the last couple of decades, and a very esteemed career. And he's jumped into this car right there. That car number 8 is Paul Ziddy. And he will about to have the stickers ripped off the side of that car, because here comes the Stag and Robin Bailey. And you're right, up to about 8th, Chris, as they get into turn 1.
I've seen him do that many a time, so I was fairly confident in that one. And he's going to peel off a fair few more, and Keith is going to follow him through. Now, it looks like Rod Wells is trying to follow them through, but sadly can't. There's a massive capacity difference there, and Keith playing it a bit safe. We'll tuck it behind Stevenson there.
Run down into Dandenong Road here, Keith and Darchie in the number 40 there, and he's just running up on the Ripple Strip. Gary Bullman, he'll try and hang on to this, I would suggest, over the next couple of corners, because that car gets off the corner very, very nicely indeed. In fact, he's now got Paul Ziddy trying to draw alongside there. Yellow flags being waved coming into that turn 11 and 12 complex. Not sure what that's about. There's Murray Stevenson in that 61 that we mentioned. Oh, that is Milligan. Richard Milligan never makes a mistake, and there it is. Like Michael Trathen, Sandown is bringing a couple of these MG open tops. This is at the other end of the scale, really, isn't it, for Michael Trathen's midget?
It sure is, and he's looking to try. Hopefully, I was just worried that he's going to get back onto the grass there and maybe struggle to get some power down to get back onto the track, but he did quite well there. So it's Keith on Darchie trying to get up the inside of Trevor Dunford there, and Trevor's slowing the Stag.
Yeah, it looks like it, doesn't it? Or is he just lining up to get in behind Murray Stevenson because he's looking to get that position? But no, the number 40 doesn't look to be highly motivated. We'll see if we can here at Get Off Turn 4 because it'll be Gary Bulmer. He'll range up along. No, he's just looking for a bit of open track to get through this traffic, I would suggest.
Yeah, it just looked like it, didn't it? It just looked like it was slowing there with how easily Stevenson went back through up the inside of turn 2.
Yeah, now Keith has got it motivated up the hill now, and Gary Bulmer trying to just keep that gap there as well. The TR7 in the background there as well. The V8, it's being pushed wide, the Triumph, as we watch the number 40 coming down into Dandenong Road. Gary Bulmer right in behind Murray Stevenson now. That Murray Stevenson, the car we're looking at there, the more sedan looking outfit, the MG ZS 180. That's a pretty potent piece of kit, isn't it?
It is. It really is. It's quite a decent car. It's a bit heavier, so that's where it really struggles here, getting off the corners with the big long straights. But when we get somewhere where it can flow, a bit like Winton, the previous owner has put in some really good results, and at Phillip Island it runs a lot better, but I think here with the weight it just stops and starts a bit not as well as the other cars. So Gary Bulmer there, this is his first race back after a rebuild from an incident last year, so he's going to be looking to get back into the swing of things and move forward. I'd expect him by the end of the weekend to be up with Mike Tratham as well.
Yeah, I think you're right there. Gary Bulmer's certainly a name we know that hunts in the front of these packs. He's just, I would suggest, just bottled up a little bit at the moment, not being able to use the dynamics of the car, but certainly the car is looking absolutely mint, and at the moment Rod Wells is driving on by there quite easily. In fact, draws alongside Murray Stevenson as well. This group here looks like Paul Ziddy just ranging off the back of that group. The other one, Keith Ondaatje, who we're now looking at in the Stag, started out at 12th. He's up to 6th, and just trying to Robin Bailey up to P3, so it didn't take more than 3 laps to get from 8th up to P3.
No, he's done quite well there, and he's throwing in lap times that are very competitive with the front two, so bring on this afternoon when he doesn't have to start from the rear of grid. And I haven't seen...
Ooh, bit of an early turn in there. And got away with it. Jason Edwards, who sat on the front row of the grid, testament to yesterday's conditions, he now goes back to P6, and it'll be Keith Ondaatje that gets into the 5 now, and he's now starting the chase out onto Michael Tratham.
Look at the pace on that Stag coming down the straight, Darren. That's fantastic. It must be, I can only imagine being in that car. It would be so much fun, Chris.
Yeah, I'd love to have that much power as well. It would be great. I've seen it coming up behind me pretty quickly a few times. So
yeah, not a wanted sight.
No, not at all.
It's quite distinct, isn't it, now that Keith's out there with the new tyres. He's very quick at this point in time. A couple of laps of the tyres up to temperature, and now starting to tick the boxes. Nothing quite like a happy birthday when you bolt new tyres on. All of a sudden you go, wow, he's so much faster.
Yeah, that's right. Everything feels brand new again.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Well, the thing is, we were talking about yesterday, the MGs are probably as menacing as a Care Bear, and then you've got that Stag out there, and it's just hunting everything down with that straight line power. It's a fantastic look.
There's one of the open top Stags there as well, another one of the Ondaatjes.
Yeah, Alana had an ignition switch fail yesterday in the wet, so they don't think it was caused by the wet, so just a failure.
So she's up to 14th, so
yeah,
starting
going well.
rear of grid.
Going really well.
Richard Milligan trying to tick the boxes to get back through the field.
Yeah, he'll be looking to make amends of that mistake coming into the last corner. He'll be really kicking himself. Like you said, he doesn't make a lot of mistakes, but this one's really hurt him. He's running P3 and now
P nowhere.
Yeah, basically.
yeah. It's well for that particular car, and Richard, the Morris Garage's entry, a guy that spends his life feddling with these cars, and a ripper bloke as well. It very much loves the MG racing community. In fact, it is one of those interesting ones. I suggest everyone go down and have a check these guys out in the pit and paddock area, Chris, and go and have a look at these cars, because on the outside they just look like MGs and Stags, although Keith's car looks wild, as does this one, which is Phil Chester leading the race. They are absolute works of art, and these crews and these teams make sure that they maintain looking like works of art.
Yeah, they sure are, and everyone's so inviting. So you're right, come down to the marquee behind the pit building and come and have a look at all these cars and ask the questions you want to know the answers to. And yeah, everyone will be inviting. Come have a walk through, take some photos, and have a look at some really nice cars. So.
Talking about a nice car, we're just getting a good look at our race leader, Phil Chester, and current lap record holder, a 1:16.24. We're a little bit off that at the moment. A 1:21.2 is the best that he has done in this race. In fact, it's Simon Elliott, the car 2 back from him now, but actually 1 back in the race. Just put a bit of traffic between him and Simon Elliott, but they're ticking the boxes on 1:20 lap times now. Blue flags frantically being waved just to let some of these other cars know that the GT V8s are coming through. Of course, this is the hard top and going back to the RV8, which is a completely, well, not completely different, but a different iteration on the race vehicle, isn't it?
That's right. The RV8 came mid-90s, and it was the new generation of the MGB. So I guess you're right. You're calling it an MGB or an RV8. I guess it's a bit of both. And this originally was a MGB race car, and it's being converted to the RV8. So it's a very nice car. This is one that you need to go have a look at when all the panels are offered down at the pits. So.
Yeah, the Derby Works signage on the rear wing and across the front of the car there as well. They're very, very proud of how they turned that car out. And I tell you what, if you want to see some automotive glamour, check out the Derby Works website. It is absolutely spectacular.
And a massive shout out to Simon and Derby Works. They're our round sponsor this weekend, so big thank you to them and Simon. So putting his money where his mouth is, getting behind the series and entering in the series and putting on a good performance to go with it.
It is interesting. This car is just immaculately turned out, and it's a really good reflection on the business.
It is, yeah.
They do just amazing works. You can. I've been caught at work randomly looking at their website, and what are you looking at? And I say, no, nothing. What was that? That was really cool.
They just need some pneumatic lines out there, don't they?
Yeah, they do. They need some air compressors out there. That's right. Last lap board has been displayed.
Simon is definitely trying to bridge that gap. They were actually down to 4/10 between Simon and Phil Chester. Now it's a good 2 seconds, so he'll be wanting to close that gap before the end of the race, and he's hunting him for sure.
Phil's experience sort of comes to the fore once they start catching that traffic, and he just weaves his way through, and he's used that to his advantage. But certainly Simon is by just over a second the faster car on a clear lap than Phil. It's just that experience that Phil Chester brings to the racetrack each and every time he puts the suit on and jumps in the multi-power Yarra Valley Towing MGB GT V8, and for the first time in a long time, they're actually hunting down Mike Trathen and Gary Bullman.
Oh, this is nice and close now. This is what I like to see between Phil and Simon. Great little battle before we end the race.
Yeah, if they catch the traffic coming into the last couple of corners, we could see a bit of a move here.
Alana Ondaatje's come into the pit lane on the last stanza of this race as well. Gee, Simon's looking to the inside. Go for it, Simon. You know what Ayrton Senna says, you no longer go for the gap. Different sort of racing, don't they?
Yeah. Oh, look at this.
Here we go, drag line.
And wow, on the line, Simon Elliott takes the victory over Phil Chester, the Derby Works car, brings home the multi-power outfit.
I wonder if there's a bit of an issue to that. Phil's really pulling that up quite quickly by looks of things, so hopefully everything's all okay. And Simon did bridge that 2 second gap very quickly going up
very
the back
quickly.
We've got to think about this, guys. There will be something that Phil wants to start the last race from a certain side of the track. There's something that Phil is. Don't discount Phil's strategy here.
Yeah, that'd be about right. I know I don't want to be in that position.
Yeah, I want to be on that side of the track.
I'll give it to him.
The trophy race this afternoon will be one from P2. That's Phil's
Race
reckoning.
3 of MG will be the one to watch, I'm sure.
That's right. So Robin Bailey, fantastic to see him come from rear of the grid. You've got to say driver of the day for Robin to get up to that third spot. So, Chris, that just builds the excitement, doesn't it? Because Richard Milligan has fought back to P4 4. So
Yeah,
4 V8s on the first 2 rows of the grid.
Yeah, how good's this going to be rolling into turn 1 later this afternoon?
Maybe that's what Phil's looked in the mirrors and gone, oh, Robin will be on P3. I better be on the other side of the track there.
I wonder if Simon had a moment of like, yeah, what? What's going on here?
And also with the Stag, with Keith Ondarchi in P5, who knows, a good launch and hold on to the back of the slipstream. He could play a bit of a game in the first few corners.
Yeah, the start in turn 1 will be everything in the next race.
It absolutely will. Simon Elliott, Phil Chester, Robin Bailey, Richard Milligan. We just enveloped those cars with V8s on board, and Keith Ondarchi as well. Yes, in there as well. Michael Trathan, Gary Bulmer, Rodney Wells, Jason Edwards, and sadly for Jason, water finds its level when it's dry and when it's wet. He was at the front in the wet, but just shuffled back a little bit. Chris Ralph into the 10. That's a good drive there for Chris. He started out at 21.
That's a great effort. That's the first classic class car home too. So starting from down the back there to come into the 10th, that's a massive effort. Obviously, Chris has got a lot of experience in a lot of cars, so expect nothing less, but that is a great result.
Certainly fantastic to have the MG Racing, or MG and invited British racing cars on track. Chris, thank you for your time. Emma, thank you for that. And we've got more MG racing at 4:30 this afternoon. So still heaps of racing to go. A big shout out to Equity One, our main partner here at the historic Sandown for 2025. Shannon's Insurance, Penrite Oils, Cool Drive, Racer Industries, Dana Precision, Apex Steels, Attraction Tyre Centre. Great to see all the tyre vendors here this weekend. The Mark Sports Car Club, PAVD, NPAVD, the Aussie Saws, and of course Auto House out of Moorabbin for all of your storage, your vehicle storage requirements. Keith Ondarchi disappearing off the track. There goes Simon Elliott after taking that win off Phil by 0.2 of a second at the line. We'll be back in just a couple of moments, and we have got, well, we're returning of the Thunder, the historic touring cars who are doing the heavy lifting in that part of this event. Back in just a couple of moments.
I spend a lot of time out here. The RT Charger's the real deal. An E49. Remember A-Charger? I've always got projects on the go, so Shannon's laid-up cover helps protect my restorations. I'm Mopar through and through. It's a passion Shannon's understands. I wouldn't insure my cars and bikes with anyone else.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Welcome back trackside here at historic Sandown, and of course the historic touring cars brought to us by Photography Group, and these cars making their way around. And as I left the track last night in the pouring rain, it was almost the entire historic touring car field that were still here working very, very hard to maintain these very fast and old touring cars. It is obviously hard work, because literally the teams were there doing all of their preparation for this morning. Darren Knight has joined me, warming up in the background there, and Daz, it does keep a fair team busy to keep these historic touring cars on track, doesn't it?
Certainly does. G'day Darren, g'day everyone at the track, g'day everyone tuning into the V8 Sleuth coverage on YouTube of the Equity One Historic Sandown for 2025. A great race yesterday in very trying conditions. Amazing how we didn't see anyone into the fence from this group. Rained all day here at Sandown, and it was pretty cold by the end of the day, let me tell you, Darren, but there's certainly some great driving. Everyone behaved themselves. Very little in the way of panel damage. In fact, the only damage we saw was between the two Cortinas on screen, actually. The purple Cortina of John Harrison and Les Wormsley. They had a really ding-dong struggle. Unfortunately, a little bit of panel contact. Nothing too serious, but and obviously nothing untoward either. Just one of those racing incidents slipping off the slippery curbs here. But much dry conditions today. A few puddles here and there, but that track is really starting to dry out. And look out for the V8s coming through the field. a great win yesterday to the West Australian, Aldo De Paoli in the Camaro. He held off the pursuers, who were led by Michael Michelli. So a Mustang and a Camaro on the front row of the grid. Michelli, a great drive into second place in the number 69 Boss 302 powered Ford Mustang. He passed Andrew Beard, who had a fantastic start in his 69 model Chevy Camaro. A great battle between those two all race long. Talking about guys coming through the field, keep an eye on Daniel Van Stockram in the yellow Mustang number 17. He had a pin break from the Dizzy drive in his Ford yesterday. That car is fixed and he'll be starting right at the back of the grid. A little bit further down too also is Ben Wilkinson in the silver 68 model Ford Mustang number 189. He took victories here at the corresponding meeting last year, and he's starting all the way down in 18th, so keep an eye on Benny. He only had dry weather tyres yesterday, so was just tiptoeing around, keeping the car off the fence, so he will be loving this dry condition today.
Have a look at these magnificent machines shining in the beautiful blue sunny sky here at Sandown International this afternoon, and we are just about set for the return of the Thunder and the historic touring cars. Will do it in spades. A massive field of cars here. 33 cars on track here, and as I said, they are all presented magnificently. We've got a decent old hold on the line here to get these cars up and going, and these certainly these Mustangs and the Camaros won't enjoy sitting here for so long. Keep an eye on the second row of the grid, as Darren said. That's a bad car.
Yeah, Trevor Talbot. So all Camaros second row. Trevor Talbot, the yellow and black machine, alongside Andrew Beard in the silver 69 model Chevy Camaro. Then it's Pete Muhlman, the all-black Mustang number 43. That's an NB car, so running the little 289 to Windsor. Great drive from Pete in the wet conditions alongside Darren Jones, getting close to a start now. They're away. Great start from Michelli in the Mustang. Darren De Paoli just bogging down a little bit at the start, but a good getaway for Michelli.
Certainly going to be interesting to see if the Camaro can just rattle its way up the gearbox to get up to turn one. No, Michelli holds it off, pulls out De Paoli and goes right round. Wow, what a manoeuvre on the extreme drivers left into turn one.
Great drive from the West Australian. Just nipped up the inside. This shows you how well that car is braking and handling, and then obviously steered with great aplomb by Aldo. So it's De Paoli leading from Michelli, Beard third, Talbot fourth. Good start too from Jeff Mundy, up to fifth in his 68 model, number 68 Chev Camaro.
Great looking bunch of cars here, the Cortinas that were amongst the front of the field yesterday as the conditions started to dry slightly yesterday. They just started to move back, edge their way back through the field, and in these dry conditions today, I would suggest this group will drive off into the distance before too long. Baird, who had an absolute brainer of a start in the SS Camaro yesterday, just holds station for the time being. There's Trevor Talbot. This guy needs very little introduction to Victorian motorsport. He's driven just about every sort of Group N, NC, NB car that there possibly can be, and always does it very, very well. Have a look at Michelli now. He's getting a bit desperate. Goes a big understeer out over the ripple strip there as well. Mundy in the mix. There's Pete Muhlman in the 43. The menacing black car right out over the ripple strips there. Another one of the Mustangs, and the first of our minis coming sliding through, and that'll be Hill. And we're talking just outside the top 10.
Andrew Beard, the silver Camaro, looking to put a move on Michelli in that battle for second place. And he in turn has Talbot in the yellow machine, number 76, right on his tail. We'll keep an eye too on Ian Muirt, the Queenslander in the fastback Mustang, number 155. He also was finding the wet conditions yesterday a little bit difficult, but really in the zone now, and actually went past Jeff Mundy up into fifth place on that lap, Darren.
You'll find it very interesting next weekend here. There's a race meeting as well where there'll be Mustangs and Camaros chasing each other around. Not quite like these genuine articles, but it's going to be interesting in 12 months' time. Where would you slot a Supra?
Well, it'll be
nowhere in this race.
Not in this one, thank you very much.
Not in this one, but certainly the Mustangs and Camaros battling it out in historic touring cars, as they have done for 5 decades and more. now, but these guys, wow, have a look at this. Michelli being absolutely monstered. Baird being pushed wide. Michelli is not going to open the door. That's not how Michael goes racing. He'll, in fact, ease the door closed just a little bit on these two Camaros.
Talbot very wide now. He's lost a little bit of position there. And in fact, we've had De Paoli there drop back from our race lead. So something has happened out of our view there to our former race leader, Aldo De Paoli. Perhaps ran wide there, but he's quickly back into second place. Michelli, and a touch from Andrew Beard has actually come into contact with the rear quarter panel, the door, in fact, of the Ian Mewett machine. So it's quite a bit of a dent there on the side of the Ian Mewett Mustang after that contact from Andrew Beard and the Camaro.
Yeah, that's not ideal. The officials will have their eye on that number 55. Yeah, that's got kind of a dent in it, hasn't it? And he's actually wobbling and trying to get that door catch to get on again.
That car is left-hand drive, and of course it had to be on the passenger side, didn't it? So Ian Mewett is going to have his hands full.
Let's see see that car. I'm pretty sure the door has re-caught. No, it doesn't look like it has. So this is going to grab the attention of the tower. That is for sure. Down into Dandenong Road now, as Baird has just gone back a couple of spots in this tussle. But Mewett with substantial dint in that door. Just watching in the back of shot, there's Pete Muellerman in the pony-style coupe, rather than the fastback of these two Boss Mustangs that are the faster ones in this race.
So Michelli continues to lead from De Paoli. Ian Mewett, for how much longer though, is in third place in the number 155 fastback Mustang. Then it's Trevor Talbot and Beard a few lengths back. Now De Paoli looking for an outside run on our race leader Michael Michelli, and De Paoli sweeps around the outside of Michelli into the race lead. Mewett in third is not giving up. He's got Talbot right behind him, so he can throw a blanket over these first four cars, Darren.
I tell you what, on the left-hand corners, Mewett's car gets extra wide, doesn't it? You're not going to be able to sneak past. That is for sure holding that out there, and he is trying desperately to get that door catch to take there, but Talbot draws it right alongside. Maybe Talbot can give it just a little bit of a nudge on the way through, a bit of a dooring as he goes on by up the straight.
Bit of short oval, short track oval stuff, yes. Perhaps Ian will be actually looking for instead of looking to avoid, as De Paoli continues to lead in the 69 model Chev Camaro from Michelli, just about to round up the Citroen of Michael Stupka.
Meatball flag out, can't see the number of it, but I think we don't need to have too much of a guess on that. Michael Stupka in that Citroen, a guy that brings a interesting racing car to the racetrack every single time without fail, as we come up onto one of the minis there as well, and we're just seeing this Mustang come into the lane. Let's hope someone's got some tape to take that up.
Ian Mewett unfortunately coming into the pits, he was showing great pace there, so really fortunate to have that damage inflicted upon his Mustang and coming into the pits. Of course, brings back memories of the late great John Harvey here at Sandown 500 those years ago, where he had a swinging door in his Commodore.
Certainly did, and we're down into turn 2 and 3 now. Michael Michelli just eased back into the lead of this race. Aldo Pioli, ever spectacular Western Australian, and we know of a couple of them in historic touring cars. His good mate Paul Stubber as well. And if you sort of squinted, the Trevor Talbot car could look a little bit like Stubber's Camaro as well, couldn't it?
Yellow and black, of course. Slightly earlier model. That's a 68 shape. Compared to the Stubber and De Paoli machines, which are 69 models. Exactly the same under the skin, just basically a sheet metal update that Chev's pony car received in 69.
I like the urgency on the blue flag and the flaggy there, as it's just frantically, you got to be heads up in the Cortina. You've got a couple of quick cars coming through. Great to see one of the Jags also out there just in front of this group.
That's Bill Hemming, of course, the man that brought Elfin back to life, if you like. He, of course, runs that beautiful MR8 Formula 5000. Bill Hemming recently taking ownership of that Mark I Jaguar just only a few weeks ago. So great to see another addition, another rank another mark to the ranks of historic touring cars. There's Phil Barrow in the FJ Holden there. He's trying to latch onto the back of the Cortina of John Harrison. Talbot now right with Aldo De Paoli. So where has Michelli gone? Michelli has got back in front of De Paoli. So again, a change of the race lead, and I'm thinking perhaps some of the lapped cars perhaps may have facilitated that, because John Clark in the Mustang here, he's right in front of that battle of second place of De Paoli and Talbot.
See John Clark making a little bit of a nuisance of himself there, holding the inside running on both those corners as the two Camaros trying to get through. You could argue that that was a little bit of a FOMO co-team effort going on there.
Good to see it. Les Walmsley has the hand out the window, letting the fast guys through.
Yes, absolutely. So they continue on through here. There's only a couple of minutes left in this one. As always, great battles raging in historic touring cars right through the field. Just getting a good look at a couple of these Cortinas. They're getting the blue flags frantically waved. I tell you what, the right or left arm, whichever one they're using of the flag, is on blue flags in this one. They've been busy, haven't they?
They certainly have. Talbot has a spin coming onto the front straight. He's also showing some battle damage from that race. So Trevor Talbot is stationary. The final corner coming onto the front straight here at Sandown, and has thrown away, unfortunately, a very good result. Was challenging for second place, but his race looks like he's going no further. So Michael Michelli now a very handy break on our second place man, the car on screen at the moment, De Paoli in the Camaro.
Daniel Van Stockram in the Mustang has come to the lane, as well as Burns and Walmsley. So a couple of retirees in this one. That'll put them to the back of the grid, so that won't help the progress of Daniel Van Stockram. He already started from down in 30th position and probably will start from there again in this one. Here's a bit of a replay on the Equity One screens. There's that coming together in a straight line.
Yeah,
with Mewett and
Andrew Beard.
Yeah.
So a bit of a strange incident that in a straight line on the front straight. So perhaps Andrew didn't know exactly where Mewett was and has gone to go around Talbot and cannoned into the side of the Mustang of Mewett.
There's Trevor Talbot looping his Camaro.
The Equity One replay showing the number 76 machine going no further.
Let's hope that he's got that up and running again now, because he's definitely dropping down the timesheets. We're not seeing him going into the lane. Normally we'll see on the timesheet his name lit up, but he's certainly gone right back down to 17th. So that's your inevitable hero to zero type of routine there. That's really, really sad for him. Mewett hasn't returned from the pit lane after coming in with that door open. But Michael Michelli is well and truly in the lead. The officials getting ready to deliver the last lap board to Michael Michelli, and in fact he's got the biggest lead that anyone's had in this one over Paoli at the moment with a 4.8 second lead.
Yeah, fastest lap as well for Michael Michelli, a 1:22.7055. So a little bit quicker than De Paoli, a 1:22.9. So great speed from the number 69 Boss Mustang, the true Boss, the 302 under the bonnet. Absolutely beautiful machine. Never tired of looking at the shape of a 69 fastback, Darren.
It is absolutely poised for a great result, isn't it? The car's doing everything just right for Michael Michelli, and he's been doing this for a long time, so he knows exactly what he needs to do to bring this car to a terrific result, as the last lap board just gets thrown out as he goes past the line there, and then it'll be Aldo Paoli who is in second place, and we've got a decent old gap back to Andrew Baird in the Camaro.
Yeah, former state champion here in Victoria in the HQ six-cylinder class many years ago. Has run a couple of different Group N historic touring cars over the years. Initially a first-generation Mustang, and then an XW Falcon, of all things. Ran that for a couple of seasons, was very quick, and then returned to the Mustang fold a few years ago with his beautiful 69 fastback.
It's actually noticeable the lack of the GTHOs in historic touring cars at the moment. Is that just an overall value of the cars that they're not running?
Well, particularly Australian cars, the values have just skyrocketed. In fact, road cars are worth more than some of these race cars these days. It's just we've seen the price of hard tops, the Falcon hard tops, the Monaros. The prices have just gone mental. Even more so after local manufacturing finish for some reason. There's been a real spike in the price of Aussie muscle cars, and that could be a little bit of the reason why we're not seeing as many.
yeah, certainly the GTHO changed the game internationally as far as supercars were concerned. And we have got a race winner, 9 laps completed. And our leader hits the line. Michael Michelli takes the victory.
DePaolo into second place in the Camaro. Big gap now back to our third place man. And Pete Muleman, unfortunately, it looks like he's collected the fence. Pete was right up there in 6th place in the little NB class Mustang, and he's at a shocking last lap, and there's been some pretty serious contact. The front of that Ford Mustang, Darren.
Yeah, that's a shame. This is one of the most magnificent Mustangs, and he drives it ever so hard as well. He's just trying to get the thing back and going and bring it to the line. Not too sure. Couldn't really pick any landmarks to work out whereabouts that has occurred, but certainly gone off onto the grass and snotted the wall. That's a very big blood nose.
Very wet grass, of course. Once you get off the racing surface here today, you are history, really, unfortunately, with that massive amount of rain we had virtually all day. So it is absolutely sodden offline here at Sandown. So unfortunately, Pete has journeyed to the grass and then journeyed to the fence.
Yeah, that's a real shame. He's a ripping bloke, and like I said, he comes to the racetrack for all the right reasons, and he loves to go racing, whether it's here as part of historic Sandown or the Festival of Speed or the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. He's gone straight on there, hasn't he? Yeah, that's...
where is that?
I think that might be coming around turn 12, actually. But there's Michael Michelli. He is just bringing his car back around after taking a sweet victory. Interesting enough, it's a switch around from the yesterday afternoon's race with Aldo Pioli coming into P2 and Michelli taking the W.
So, yeah, one each now. So the decider will be this afternoon at around 4:50 p.m. So one each so far for De Paoli and Michelli. Should point out too, a great drive from a relative newcomer to the category, Scott Pearce, in his bright green Mustang number 21. Finished 4th and set the fastest lap on the last lap of the race, a 1:22.56. So that's amazing pace from a newcomer, Darren.
Absolutely. He's just watching Michelli come past turn 12. No, that wasn't turn 12 where Pete Muleman went off, because there was some quite a bit of wheel track going across the grass. So we'll try and find out where that actually was on the track that saw Muleman come through. We think it might be at turn 4, maybe down there. Yeah, okay. That's a little bit of local knowledge being handed through to us as the cars stream off the track. Darren Knight, thank you very much again for all of your great information with these amazing race cars, the historic touring cars.
Thank you, Darren, and don't forget, we'll see some of these cars back out again at around 1:25 this afternoon for the 100-year Ford Australia anniversary race, which will be an all-Ford race, as you would expect. So we'll see quite a few of these Group N historic touring cars out there, as well as Terry Lawler's Shelby, his beautiful GT350, Chris Jackson in the Pantera, and Ian Ross in his genuine Group C XD Falcon. So that will be the 100-year Ford Australia anniversary race, round 125, and then of course the final race for the Just Cars historic touring cars will be this afternoon at around 4:50.
Sadly, I don't think Pete Muleman will be taking 12th spot on the grid for that Ford race either. He may be able to do some magic work. It's still rolling.
He's driving it back.
Bringing it back. It doesn't look like there's any smoke coming out of it, but he'll be certainly given a blood nose.
He has. He'll go to work on that car. Absolutely. Because he's a very passionate and enthusiastic.
He's very enthusiastic, brings high energy to the paddock, doesn't he? So we've got HQs coming out on track next for their next race here at Equity 1. And also a big shout out to Sandra Horner, Bruce Asprey there from the Mark Sports Club. They, of course, looking forward to getting a great field in their up-and-coming sprint series. Of course, the Victorian Historic Racing Register have also got their Come and Try Day at Calder Park on December the 6th. Get down to Calder Park for the VHRR Come and Try Day. And I tell you what, if you're going to come and try a category, and as we were about to find out, affordable excitement is what it's all about with HQs. David Amor, welcome to Historic Sandown for what was supposed to be the dry day, mate.
It's always interesting, mate. When the HQ Holdens come out, the sky's open, and it normally happens. Now, it's a bit of a drizzle, but it won't be anything like yesterday. Andrew Magilton had a 14-second lead after the final checkered flag, so he was way in front. But I'm sure the other guys will certainly be a little bit closer for this dry event. So we've got Magilton on pole, Gavin Ross, Banks, Jardine, John Mahoney, Ben Ritchie's, Tony Maloney, Crawford, Patterson, Beckers, Wilson, Francis, Patterson. That's the young kid, Patterson, Andrew Regularity, and also Mick Magilton. So we've got 15 cars. It'll be quite interesting. Gavin Ross has changed his car, but Andrew Magilton, he just like slipping on a shoe. He loves the wet, Darren, and it's unbelievable. So he does extremely well. So let's keep an eye on this. We've got hopefully about 8 laps, we hope to, as the cars just start coming up to the start line, as they start to grid up. HQ Holden, 6-cylinder, 3 speeds, single carby, 355 diff ratio. They're doing around about 197 up over the top, and they don't back off. So we're just waiting for all this to happen now, ladies and gentlemen. You can see it out there. Hopefully you can hear me and Darren. Darren's just on the phone. He's getting himself organised and set up, ready to go.
Just trying to get all the gossip, mate, in the background of motorsport, and Facebook and text messages and things are the way it gets delivered these days. So keeping right across it. Fantastic to have a learned colleague like you right beside me as the HQs get underway for their race 2 for the weekend.
Yeah, rip-roaring start again. Banks has had a pretty good start, so has Gavin Ross, Ray Jardine, as they scream down to turn 1. Look at that, side by side. That's the leader, 14 in the middle. Oh, just a bit of a brake lock up there.
Yeah, a bit of a pinch, wasn't it, on that right front? You don't want to hurt the right front here at Sandown. It absolutely cops a punishment without you pinching up a brake.
All right, so what's he locking up? He's locking up a Kenda tyre. We've got Pettis suspension. Crow cams is the control camshaft in the HQ holders. Like I said, it's a 3-speed. What we've done is we've taken out the back seat. We've put a roll cage in it. So, and these have been racing for some 36 years, ladies and gentlemen. It used to be the biggest one-make series in the world with over 690 cars, but, running back in 94, 95.
That's a massive production run, isn't it? That is absolutely amazing. And they're still racing. Have a look at this. The 76 of Stephen Banks. He wants this more at the moment, doesn't he? But, wow, I tell you what, Magilton's going to hang on to it. They wiggle and they wobble their way down into Dandenong Road. And circling is Gavin Ross. He's just gone one spot back off the start. Didn't get that clutch take-up like Steve Banks has become quite famous for, actually, is his starts getting away very, very nicely indeed.
Yeah, he's certainly the quickest plumber in a HQ Holden. Andrew Magilton there's got the MIDI sponsorship. He's had MIDI sponsorship for many, many years. Yes, their electrician family is. So, but also Ray Jardine's done extremely well. John Mahoney. And there's Patterson, Tony Mahoney, as they all go through the field. 15 HQ Holdens.
Looks like our officials are getting ready to dole out some penalties from a start line infringement by the looks of things there. So we might see that pop up on the timing screen. They had the blackboard out, or the magnet board out there with some numbers getting assembled. So we'll wait and see what that is all about. And at the moment, it is Andrew Magilton's got himself a good 1.5 second lead over Stephen Banks, the rapid plumber, with Gavin Ross and Ray Jardine. Ray Jardine returning to the category after a bit of a rebuild process on his car and showing a really good bit of pace.
Yep, certainly is. John Mahoney, that's a beautiful looking maroon car. Then we've got Rob Patterson, Crawford, Ritchie's, Tony Maloney and Ben Wilson doing for his first race meeting in HQ 97. So we've got a fairly good field as you see them shooting up the back chute, up over the top there. You can see them side by side. Oh, up over the top there, Darren. That's right. Clinch me butt cheeks. Just
I tell you what. Yeah, and as is Rob Patterson. Really getting very, very untidy across the top there, but effective. Untidy, but effective.
Still going the right direction.
Yeah. Still made it out of Dandenong Road, where some wouldn't have getting the tail wagging like that all the way down to there. As having a good run with it. There's the 53 sporting a bit of damage there with Ben Ritchie's.
Yes, yeah, Tony Mahoney in front of him as we're looking at the camera as they go past. Pretty good TV that we're looking at, Darren, and commentary's not far behind.
That's exactly right, but certainly that board has gone out. We're not privileged enough to see that board from our vantage spot, and the camera is just mounted behind those guys, so we're not seeing that bit of information. But if it is a start line infringement, we should see a 5 pop up on the timing screen next to someone who has got that particular infringement.
Just that itchy trigger left foot maybe, just allowing it to creep itself forward. Andrew Magilton with 1:37.6 on the flying lap there, so that's the fastest car there is at the moment. There's a heap of 1:38s, 1:39s, so our top 7 is within 1.5 seconds. But Andrew Magilton, the Middies car, he's absolutely flying, mate. He's making that car absolutely hum.
Really is, isn't he? It's he's operating very nicely indeed. It's always good. We mentioned it yesterday in the wet. He had it just trickling along just nicely, and it looks like he's been able to carry that performance through here today. Big lock up there with Mahoney.
Yeah, it certainly was. I noticed that. So there's something wrong with the left rear brake. We've got disc brakes on the front, drums on the rear. Affordable excitement, that's what a HQ Holden is. And we've got some premier fronts right there, Gavin Ross and Ray Jardine.
Those guys travelling in style, aren't they, with their prems? Yeah, they're nice and comfortable ride. And, well, I tell you what, at the moment, side by side, Jardine and Ross. Ross has got the inside running for turn 1. But I tell you what, Jardine has got himself some... the mumbo under the right foot, that is for sure. Side by side, the 8 and the 38. And Gavin Ross has put on his gentleman's hat here this weekend. He is not doling out penalties for drawing alongside.
No, that's for sure, mate. The idea is these HQ Holdens, as everyone knows, parts are starting to get fairly costly, and we like rubbing door handle to door handle, bumper to bumper, but like any competitor, we want it in our shed, not in the panel beater shed.
Yeah, that's right. That's exactly right. So up the top of the hill now, this is Andy Magilton, and he is starting to have to work pretty hard because last time round, Magilton a 136.9, a 137 dead for Banks. So we're talking hundredths of a second between the two protagonists on track in the lead of this race down at Dandenong Road, exiting nicely there, the Pro Plumbing car, just applying the horsepower, just a nice little rock back as it gives the wide open throttle, getting all of the power down via the rear drive on these cars.
Certainly is. You have a look at the side of that car, mate, it's better than brand new. The presentation of most of these HQs are unbelievable, but the 76 car, mate, it's got a fair few different colours, but they certainly stand out. You can read it quite well.
Across the line they go to complete lap number 4. Andy Magilton so far has led from the start here. A 136 now. The fastest car on track is that car in second place. He was 0.7. So that is in HQ land. That is eternity.
Certainly was. He done a 137 dead on his last lap, and now's a 136 dead. So that's a good second that the second place Steve Banks, the plumber, has got up to. So that car is coming on song. Lap 3, lap 4 is normally when the Kenda tyres, the pedal suspension, you're sitting in the seat, the belts are pulling you hard into the back of it, and you're concentrating on one thing and one thing only. And Banks is concentrating that he wants to get in front. He's sick and tired of looking at the Middies car there in the second position. There's still water right on the edges of the track, Darren. You can still see him splashing a little bit of that H2 up too as the Kenda tyre goes over the embankment.
I got to say, at the moment, Andrew Magilton is using that to his advantage. He's giving the car behind it a good coating of dirt across the windscreen. Yep. I've seen you coming, Andy. I know what you're up to. We've got an eye on you. There's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing in the rule book saying you can't do it.
No, that's for sure. So Banks there, he's lost a little bit of a gap. He was 0.8 on the last lap. It'll be quite interesting to see what he's doing this lap. Well, there you go, 0.6. 0.6 Banks is catching. I thought Magilton had just stretched the legs coming over the start-finish line, but 2/10 now, less. So Banks is going real good. Ray Jardine's got in front of Ross. He's quite happy. John Mahoney's still there in the 81 car. Crawford in the 68 car. Patterson, Mahoney, Ritchie, Perry Becker's in a beautiful looking car, 89.
Great to see Perry Becker's back too.
Yep.
He's had a little bit of time off, hasn't he?
Yeah, he certainly has. He's a panel beater. And he's been fixing and repairing Ray Jardine and a couple of other cars. And also has to work.
Yes, exactly.
So, you know,
that on Chestnut.
Yes, although always that forward word to get you in trouble.
Yeah, that's right. Brandon Wilson just going wide there, keeping it on the track though. The 25 weighing in on this, the 26 of Andrew Lordgley as well. This is a decent old pack with Graham Francis. Great experience just leading this mob around. Then it's Mick Magilton. He started out of 15th up to 13th now. And as we just touched on, Perry Becker's started out at 10th and he's holding station right there.
Yeah, just going through what we're seeing on the screen, the young kid Rivers Patterson, is going extremely well. Andrew Legality now. Andrew Legality is normally about 8th or 9th, so Andrew's got issues with that car. He broke a gearbox on it on Friday. They've had to put another gearbox in it, but that car doesn't seem to be having the mumbo that it normally does. So Rivers, Legality, Francis, Mick Magilton, you remember, he was at the rear and his son was at the front. But we won't talk about that too much.
Yeah, that's right. Banks now dives into the lead of this race as this we're watching this battle with Graham Francis going on there. But there it is. Swap for the lead. Or is this an Andrew Magilton strategy play, Dave? Is this a strategy play to charge through on the last lap?
It's definitely not strategy, mate.
No.
Like you want to be out the front and you want to be always winning. But Steve Banks has been very precise. I see he's been hitting the markers. He's been cornering. He's been braking. He's been accelerating. He's been getting a very, very good run coming out of turn 5 up the back chute, which I said to you, doing about 185, 190 up over the top. You go straight over the top and you don't hit the skids until about now. You've got to slow down that little bit and then you've got to brake again because Dandy Corner, it's like a sandpit.
It's the big test, isn't it, Dandenong Road Corner? It's actually a massively heavy brake. And again, as I touched on at the start of this race, the right front gets punished as you run down there, just like it is at turn 1 and turn 4. And at the top of the hill, the right front gets all the load. There we go. Strategy play, mate. Strategy play. Forcing him wide, getting the drive onto the straight. Banks will have a better drive onto the straight. He's run the car wide, allowed it to move out there. So that'll just give him 2 or 3 maybe kilometres an hour better speed up the straight here. But who's got the best straight line handle?
Yeah, well, Banks has got that. Banks is 0.05 over the start-finish line in front of Magilton. Now, Magilton's on the inside of turn 1. Have a look at this cigarette paper, even less, about thickness of your hair, Darren, between side door to side door as they went through turn 1. Now we've got turn 2, turn 3. Will Banks come in behind him and try and slipstream him? And then we know Banks's car has certainly got a bit of mumbo coming out to go up the chute. Here we go.
We've still got 2 to go. I think the last lap board will come out next time around. Ooh. So we'll get another extra lap. So it'll end up being a 9-lap journey for these two as they go side by side up the back straight. Now Banks has got some power down out of turn number 4. That's what that is all about. He flowed the car better. He ran it wider and just did that big looping left-hander coming onto the straight there. So gives himself a couple of kilometres an hour. Whoa, has to release the wheel there. Has to just allow it to straighten up and go out over the back of the ripple strip there. If he had hung on, that would have been a very different outcome. But since they put that hard stand across the back there, it gives the all of those particular options, and there was enough reason with a couple of nasty incidents that happened up there before that hard stand was put in, and it has rescued many people.
Last lap over the start finish line, first and second. Have a look how close that is. Banks, remember, was 0.05, now it's 0.2. 2 tenths between first and second. Ray Jardine, Ross, bit of a gap between second and third. Then we've got John Mahoney there in 5th position. He must have some BO or something. There's no one in front, beside him or behind him. Then we've got Crawford, Maloney, Richards, Beckers, Magilton. Magilton's done extremely well in the 75 car from last year, himself up into 10th position. We're just trying to have a look. Wilson's got a problem. Wilson and the young kid Patterson have not.
They've come to the lane.
Yeah.
So they're
got
registered to
issues.
come into pit lane. So that is not what we want to see for either of those, I'm going to say, less experienced racers in HQs. But wanting to gather as much experience as they possibly can. It is one of those categories where there's some pretty experienced campaigners out there, and if you can pick those minds and follow them for a lap or two, you're going to learn a massive amount. Banks this time, he's got the lead, and this is the run to the checkered flag. Has Magilton set him up for a big braking manoeuvre? He goes out over the ripple strip to Stephen Banks. And you're going to have to say it's going to be a big, brave move, even for Andy Magilton, and he's good at him.
Yeah, he certainly is. Banksy, throw that revision mirror out the window, mate. Don't let him get up the inside of it. Look at that. He's
got him
wide. He's pushed him wide over the start-finish line. Here we go. Banks has got it. Banks has got it. Has he got it?
Yes, he has. Absolutely. Banks by 0.01 of a second. It doesn't get any closer. That isn't even the width of a HQ steel bumper.
Certainly is. So well done to Banksy. Geez, he let Magilton in on that last corner.
He
really did. Pushed him out wide.
I tell you what, though, it is only 0.01 and he's got the W. So Stephen Banks takes that race win after Andy Magilton led about 90% of the journey, but about 80% of the journey.
Yep.
And Steve Banks is very happy. It's a big day when you beat Andy Magilton to the line, isn't it?
Well, it certainly is, mate. There was a big fist pump there as he went over the start-finish line. He's certainly got it. So first and second, 0.01. So, yeah, it's less than half a bumper bar, you might as well say. What's that? That's 4 inches. What's that? That's 100 mil. How close is that? Well, you're still second when you're second, aren't you, Darren?
Yes,
So,
exactly. Yeah, exactly.
We're just replaying
Here we
it
go.
now.
Out up onto the ripple strip, and I guess that was what allowed him to just flow the car. It bounced around a fair bit, but just managed to... It's 1 kilometre an hour. That's all it is when you get to the line. Coming across the top of the grid boxes there, Magilton actually had the lead, but by they got to the line, it was that 1 kilometre, that 1% opportunity, and that was the way it finished. These cars are just on their warm-down lap. So Stephen Banks to Andy Magilton. Ray Jardine, welcome to the podium, Ray, on return to the game. Gavin Ross returning to the game there as well. He goes to P4. Mahoney, Crawford, Maloney, Ben Richards, Perry Beckers, and Mick Magilton rounds out our top 10 for the HQs. The HQs, of course, will be on again tonight at about 5:15, or this afternoon at about 5:15 for their last race.
It's almost tonight, Darren.
It
You're
is.
exactly right. So thank you all very, very much. Get out there, go see the food, vendors and everything down near the grandstand. Have a walk around, see who's here. Ask the drivers if you want to take a picture of their cars throughout the whole field. This is family orientated, and it's an opportunity for boys and girls to shake the hand of a legend,
of a real
race
race
car
driver. Yeah, exactly.
Thank you, Darren.
Excellent. Thank you, Dave Amor, always bringing the affordable excitement in racing there with the HQs. We're going to take a quick break because we have got the Celebrity Ford 100-year commemoration race coming up in just a couple of moments. So if the FOMO Co is your thing, you better get yourself trackside right for this one, the Ford 100-year commemoration race here at the Equity One 2025 Historic Sandown. A fantastic addition to the 33rd running of Historic Sandown here this weekend. A big thanks to Equity One, the Penrite Oils, Cool Drive for all of their support, and Shannon's Insurance. But a fantastic addition to this year's Historic Sandown is the Ford 100-year commemoration race as those cars head out onto the track now. and it is certainly something, if you are a lover of the blue oval, that this race will represent everything that you hold dear to your motorsporting delight. As the cars parade around on their warm-up lap, Les Walmsley is the 99 Cortina on pole position. Michael Michelli is leading the field around at the moment in the number 69. In his Boss Mustang, Daniel Van Stockram is also on this grid. As we look for John Harrison there as well, David Ramsey. It looks like a couple of these guys haven't made it out onto the grid. Darren Jones in the number 5 as well, making their way around. And a couple of cars that we expected to be out there haven't made their way onto the grid, as Michael Michelli is the car leading them up there. So there is some gaps starting to form, and that is in fact the car on pole position, which was Les Walmsley in the Cortina. Number 99 hasn't taken his spot on the grid, and cars just making their way in. There's the 89 coming through. That's John Harrison. He'll be taking up position number 4. Back to Terry Lawler in the Shelby GT 350 there. The 72 there as well of Chris Jackson, taking the steering from Ross in this Ford Tribute race as they make their way onto the grid. Michael Michelli, a little bit of mucking around there as well. Chris Jackson makes his way in, and the cars starting to position themselves on the grid. And we've certainly got that P1, the pole position of Les Walmsley in the 99 Cortina, not taking up that spot on the grid. Darren Knight has obviously been out in the Ford paddock and having a good sniff around and puffing and huffing and puffing the big run to the commentary booth. Daz, I'll let you catch your breath there, but certainly...
Catch my breath or breast?
Breast. You can catch that too.
We're running ahead of schedule, and of course I don't plan anything, so did the old unfit blokes jog up to the commentary box. Yeah, a couple of missing, unfortunately, after that last Group N race. Ian Mewett had damage to his door in the Mustang, so he won't be out there. Les Walmsley has been having electrical issues with his Cortina. Nevertheless, still a great gaggle of Fords for this 100-year Ford Australia anniversary.
This has got to be a pretty special race for you, Darren. You're a marked blue oval man for a long way ago.
Oh, I'm completely unbiased in commentary. You know that, Darren.
You are. I know you are, but you do like the blue oval product.
Look at Scott Pearce in that bright grabber green Ford Mustang Fastback. The number 21 machine going side by side with a similar machine of Michael Michelli, who just won the last race moments ago for Group N Historic touring cars. So Pearce into second behind Michelli. Terry Lawler up into third already in the Shelby GT 350 with Chris Jackson, the Pantera, right behind him.
Great to see that. And there is Ian Ross in the Group C Falcon, the ex-Emery Graham Treasure Bathurst car, and Ian Ross pedals that very, very hard indeed. He's charging up onto a Cortina there as well. So got a good battle for the Cortina cars out there as well, just in I guess a bit of a class battle of their own, and going side by side, in fact just drawing away from Ian Ross's Falcon. That gives you an idea of the sort of performance that is available in that Cortina. That's Kim Stern.
Kim Stern, the little number 58. That's a twin cam powered Ford Cortina, so Lotus Cortina for Stern in the 58. Meanwhile, at the front, it's 302 Boss power for Michelli, 351 Windsor power for Scott Pearce, the man in second place, and 289 Windsor power for the man in third place now, Terry Lawler in the Shelby.
Sadly, David Ramsey not making his way out there in the XA, but we've certainly got plenty of great cars. Bill Trengove not out there, Mike George as well, so missing quite a few of cars. Was going to be a good field of 22, has ended up being exactly that. So Mike George is out there, and Browning has made the way out as well. Simon Browning in the number 57 entry, which is a Mark 1 Cortina.
Chris Jackson on screen in the Di Tommaso Pantera, the number 72 machine, a car that has a model that has a great Australian connection, of course, because when Ford US stopped producing the 351 Cleveland. I nearly said Queensland.
You did.
351 Cleveland in 1974. De Tomaso had to purchase their 351s from Ford Australia, which they did up until the end of Cleveland production here in 1982.
And Ross now looking to the inside of Chris Jackson, and these guys share a garage, so they'll want to give each other a decent old air gap. But interestingly enough, I'm going to keep an eye on Chris's lap times, because it's Ross that he shares this car with, and Chris just getting the nod for the all Ford race, and Ross has been running it in the Group S race. So he's got to keep it all in one piece, because we've got a Regularity, and then the final Group S race for the weekend starts off our afternoon of racing. In fact, this is starting off our afternoon of racing, but it is a commemorative race like the TT was for the trophy race yesterday.
Yeah, 100 years since Ford Australia started producing their own cars here, 1925 down at Geelong. Up until then, Ford basically imported chassis from Ford Canada, and they're all sent out to a bit of a mismatch of local bodybuilders. The T model, of course, fantastic machine, put Ford on the map here in Australia, sold 140,000 T models up until the start of production here.
Well, it actually started mass production of automotive vehicles, didn't it? That was what the Model T
perfected
did.
it.
Yeah.
Perfected. I think
Absolutely.
Oldsmobile might have been in front of Old Henry.
But they did it on a much larger mass scale.
Terry Lawler now up into second place in his Shelby GT350, right behind our race leader, Michael Michelli.
Tell us a little bit about the Shelby GT350, Daz.
When the Mustang was released, it was very popular, of course, but had a bit of a reputation as being perhaps a hairdresser's car, if we can be sexist and say that, a bit of a show pony. So Ford really wanted to toughen up the image of the Mustang, so they approached Carroll Shelby to get some performance out of its Mustang. Initially, Carroll said not really interested. It's a bit of a hairdresser's car, if I can use that term again. But they convinced him, and then Ford wanted to race the car in sports cars. So Shelby turned it into the GT350, took out the rear seats, so it would qualify as a sports car in B Production Sports Cars, the Sports Car Club of America competition. And that's why we're seeing that beautiful fastback on the track today.
Certainly is, and for those that do have lucky enough to have a Shelby GT350 in their possession, they very much love them, don't they? They are an absolute passion car for a lot of people, and it's not taking anything away from any one of the cars in this field, or in fact right throughout the pit and paddock area at this event, but they are kind of a rare piece of kit. And at the moment, we're just seeing, I'm going to say, two generations, the newer and the older generation of the fastback, if you like, that came out of Ford.
Yeah, the 65 fastback released roughly about a year after the initial notchback machine, released to the world at the New York World's Fair in April 1964.
So at the moment, it is that car of Terry Lawler, the fastest car on track. Last lap around 1:23.0 clocked in that car. Michael Michelli, his best now. He's just gone to a 1:23.4, and Lawler a 1:23.2. So Terry is definitely, for the last two laps, the fastest car on track, and he's actually looking now for the way to get through on Michael Michelli. So he's just giving it a bit of left and right mirrors action, isn't he?
There's no parading going on here. This is definitely up for the fight, this battle for the lead.
It's a nice trophy that they've got on there, and they're all going to be reaching out for it.
Cortina's meanwhile doing battle Don Knight, the pushrod Cortina, number 32, trying to keep out the Lotus Cortina of Mike George in 63. That's another car that really put Ford of England on the map, the Lotus Cortina, once Colin Chapman worked his Lotus magic on the humble Cortina.
So tell us what it was there, like you said, the pushrod and then the Lotus Cortina. What was it? Was it handed over to Chapman and said, here you go, make us a nice touring car?
Yeah, Ford basically employed Colin to work his magic with that twin cam head on the Cortina. It was a very successful touring car in the early 60s, and of course one Alan George Moffat made his name into the Lotus Cortina right here at Sandown.
He did, and we've just seen what the performance difference is there in a straight line, as Mike George just pretty much came onto the straight at around about the same speed as Don Knight did, and just eased on by in a straight line. So, as we like to say, a bit of a straight line handling there.
Lawler again looking up the inside of our race leader, Michael Michelli. That Lawler machine has an engine built by Tilley Automotive in Brookvale, New South Wales. And we certainly know that the Tilleys know how to get a bit of horsepower out of a Ford engine. We saw Terry have a great drive at Bathurst a couple of years ago in the combined Group S, bit of a mixed bag of grid of races, actually strutted the field with that Shelby. It really does like the long straights at Bathurst.
Certainly getting up and down the mountain. When you start to introduce the Tilley's name to it and getting results, that does help. Good shots of Don Knight's pushrod Cortina.
Just behind him are the Silver Machines of Stuart Barnes from South Australia. So there's always a great battle between the Cortinas, lots of stirring, lots of ribbing going on to see who can be the first Cortina home. So Stuart Barnes in the number 22 leading Simon Browning, the number 57 Cortina GT, just in front of our race leader Michael Michelli. If you want to join this fun, Simon Browning is selling his number 57 Cortina. If you'd like to come out to the pits and have a chat to Simon, a great way to enter the historic touring car ranks, the Cortina. Wide availability of parts, pretty easy to set up, and of course plenty of people to race against.
Yeah, and certainly these things don't actually come on the market all that often. Down there as well, just keeping out of the way there as the car's coming through. Don Knight, he's acknowledging those blue flags that are being waved by the Victorian flag marshalling team. And if you haven't quite got the fazungas to get yourself a Cortina in the shed and go racing, want to join the Victorian flag marshalling team? They are absolutely in the action.
Got the best seat in the house, Darren.
Haven't they ever? We say it a lot, but it is absolutely true. When you lean over the fence and wave your flag and you can clock the mirror of the car coming past you, you are definitely in the action. That is for sure. Car number 69, Michael Michelli, has driven this one just as nicely as he did the previous historic touring car race, which was only one race ago. We had the HQs between this and that, so both these cars were racing in the historic touring cars as well. But at the moment, the last lap board being prepared at the Crow's Nest for Michael Michelli as he comes storming to the line. Last time round it was only 0.3 of a second. He's opened that gap up quite substantially to 2.2 seconds now. So that is quite a phenomenal last lap for Michael Michelli. 1:24.6, a 1:26.4, so 1.9 seconds just on that last lap.
Yeah, so Jerry Lawler, a couple of wheels on the curb there, so he's dropped back a little bit from our race leader, Michelli. Scott Pearce still holding down third in his Mustang, number 21. Ian Ross has got past Chris Jackson in the Pantera, so Ian Ross in the XD, privateer Falcons that we saw quite a few of in the early 80s, the Group C era. It wasn't just Dick Johnson running around, there was quite a few privateers, and Ian racing the ex-Mike Emery machine.
Tight field. This was going to be out over 20 cars, and obviously dry racing today. Everyone's had a little bit of willingness. Unfortunately, Peter Muellerman had a bit of a blood nose when he came back from there. I don't mean Pete himself. I mean he had a bit of front action into the wall with his car. Not sure whether you managed to catch up with him between races.
I haven't been able to catch up with Pete yet, but I definitely saw his crew working on the car. So as I expected, they were fully focused on getting the car back out on the track. So hopefully we'll see him out there for race 3. A great win to Michael Michelli in the 100th anniversary Ford Australia race. Terry Lawler will take second in his Shelby. Big break now, back to our third place man, Scott Pearce in the Mustang, just coming onto the front straight now. So great drive from the P-plater. It's quite amazing to think that he's a P-plater racing a Mustang.
It is, and I've got to say, Scotty, it's not always weekends like this.
No.
But I got to say, if he's prepared to do that hard work and get it all done, you know, before you get to the race meeting, then yeah, maybe it is. Maybe the weekends do come nicely, but you certainly got to prepare for it. That is for sure.
Beautifully presented car to the Pearce machine, and his fastest lap in that last historic touring car race. So it'll be great to see what he can do in the third race this afternoon. Knight beats home Barnes and Browning in the battle of the Cortinas. Chris Jackson thunders across the line in the Pantera.
Really draws a crowd, the Pantera, doesn't it?
Certainly does. Magnificent machine.
And then it starts up and the crowd doubles, doesn't
Yes,
it?
yes.
The ground thumps behind that car, and it just really does. And the Jacksons are the right people to have it too, I think.
Particularly Ross, he just loves that car so much. He's been running the car since about 2002, I believe.
He does love it.
He's just about at every historic meeting we go to, the big yellow Pantera. Forward powered, of course. That's just why it's running in this race.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. A little boutique manufacturer that came up with nothing short of a supercar with a Ford power plant.
And Ford, of course, in the USA sold the Pantera out of Lincoln Mercury showrooms for about 4 years, so 71 through to 75, and then their relationship with Alejandro Di Tommaso broke down a little bit. He was a little bit fiery, the Argentinian. But so he continued to build the Panteras back in Italy and finally bowed out in 1992.
Well, that brings to an end an exciting concept here, the Ford 100-year commemoration race. Darren Knight, thank you very much for your time. Michelli Lawler Pierce is your podium. Ian Ross in fourth, Chris Jackson in fifth. A great initiative by the VHRR.
And happy birthday, Ford Australia.
Exactly.
And happy birthday to Penrite, of course.
Well, yeah.
Sharing I think officially Penrite is next year, but It doesn't matter. We're going to say happy 100th birthday to two great Australian companies, Ford Australia and Penrite.
Exactly. It's just a shame that Penrite's the only one manufacturing still here.
Yes.
They do a terrific job of it. We're going to take a quick break because we're about to go regularity racing or regularity trialling in just a couple of moments. We'll be back after this.
I think it's a sense of community, a sense of purpose, of belonging, and a sense of pride.
Beaming smile and the happiness, it just makes it worthwhile.
We pride ourselves on running great track days, but this is the event that we love the most.
From an early age, I knew some cars were a statement of style and elegance.
This is my SL63, my most prized possession. Friends say it's more like an obsession. It's my car, and I absolutely love it. I'm a motoring enthusiast, and Shannon's is my insurance company.
Shannon shares your passion. Call Shannon's on 13 46 46. Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts.
When I was a kid, I loved cars.
I've been a motoring enthusiast all my life.
My life is hot rods, designing them, building them, and racing.
Hand-built with a stainless steel roof.
I've won the Monte Carlo Rally 4 times. Like Dad, I've always been a Ford man.
In 71, this was the fastest four-door car in the world.
Insurance? Shannon's, of course.
Welcome back, and we have the Regularity, the breakfast brand races. I'm joined by Emma, and Emma, I just see that lovely Porsche that you really like go past on the screen.
The 356.
The 356. There you go. It's sort of like a mathematics game playing Porsches, isn't it? There's 911s and 345s and 917s.
Yeah, and we go from 996 to 997 to 991 to 992. So we don't know what's next.
It's completely logical.
Yeah, I don't know what game they play, but it's an interesting one. Anyway, we're back for regularity. These guys are racing a time that they have set themselves individually. So this isn't a race per se, but each individual driver is racing themselves, basically.
100%. They nominate a time, and the idea is to go out there and nail that time every single time they go around the track. They're not allowed any timing devices in the vehicles. They are not allowed to have someone sending them little signals over the fence or...
And that sounds easy enough, Phil, until you are out there with another 20-something cars and you've got to lap them, because all of them have different capacities in terms of horsepower and engine size. So, you know, someone's lap might be 115, 120, and another person's lap might be 140. So to keep yourself consistent, you've got to go through traffic as well, and traffic can hold you up. And in Sandown, we've got 2 straights, the front and the back straight, and they're punctuated by some very twisty, very tight, very narrow turns.
That's right. And then the risk is that, let's say you've nominated a 140 and you know that you can do a 138, but you're trying to nail that 140, and a slightly quicker car goes past you, the red mist comes down and you're into it, and all of a sudden you've broken out.
Well, that's a great point, exactly, because racecraft is everything, and this category lets you hone your racecraft, because, like you said, you don't have the timing on board, and you do have other capacity, other speed cars out there. So you actually have to be consistent regardless of the conditions. And you're blind, like you, not physically, obviously, but you're blind in terms of how you're going. You won't know until you come into the pits.
That's right.
So it is very, very interesting. And the racecraft, like that involves about, you know, track position, who's around you, your awareness, your preparedness, how you check your mirrors.
Yep.
How you keep looking after your car as well, how you're going with the tyres, how you're going with the pressures, how you're going with the temps. So, you know, it's a great little category for people that want to get out there, have a crack, see what their car can do.
100%.
Because there's a couple of cars out here that probably don't really belong. They could go into a category as an invited, but they don't belong to big categories.
Are you referring to the 120Y?
Oh, God.
Everybody's
I'm not
giving
telling
her a hard
any
time
more
about
stories.
the 120Y.
Yeah. Yeah, no, look, cute little Morris out there that we can see on screen.
Yeah, that's Scotty Ball from Camperdown. Now, Scotty's been around motor racing a long time, and the 120Y is slowing as it goes down the front straight.
Yeah, that's not right.
But, just going back to Scotty Ball, so he's been around motor racing a long time. He's also got a Clubman-style car, or one of the earlier Lotus 7 type machines. It's called a Bacchus, and it's currently broken. He broke the differential in that car, so roll out the Mini and just get around the track in Regularity.
And those 850s are mighty little cars.
Yeah, I think it's just a bit bigger than an 850.
Yeah, looks like it on the straight.
Not even sure that it's got a BMC motor in it.
Right.
I could be wrong. And that's part of the joy of Regularity, is you don't necessarily have to run a car that fits within a category. As long as it can be scrutineered and it's safe, you can have a go.
Yeah, it's fantastic. But those Minis, if you look at that wheelbase and how low they are to the ground, they're a great little car to take around tracks and twists and turns.
Yeah, front wheel drive, of course, and if you go into a corner and it's understeering, just put your foot down.
Exactly. There's Darren's dream, the Elfin out there, that neon green. Gorgeous little car, especially without the lamps. It actually looks a little bit aggressive without the lamps for daytime driving. Yeah.
Yep. So, look, we've got some going through some of the times there. Hill is nominated a 148. Scotty Ball, that we were just talking about before, is nominated a 141. And last time around he did a 152.98. So he's breaking out. This is where we're talking about. And Hill, so far, still has 1,000 points.
Yeah, and our commentary zone, Tom Reed, he's nominated himself a 140 and he's out there pulling 135s.
Oops.
And we're in the afternoon. The track's not as fast as it would have been this morning without the rain. So he's doing quite well. And we've got that little 120Y pulled over just on that blend line on pit lane exit. So that's come to grief somehow, a little bit of failure. Not sure what's going on there.
No, and look, there's a Formula V getting around, and 40 horsepower, drum brakes, nothing super special in the technologies involved in those cars. Very light, very nimble.
Good practice.
They are ridiculously quick for what they are.
good practice out there for Nick Jackson. We just saw his brother Chris Jackson in the Pantera that's going past our commentary box at the moment, that Dad Ross is driving in the Group S this weekend. Quite a family affair.
Yeah. You've got to have family affairs.
Yeah. Well, of the good kind, the motorsport kind.
All right, yeah, okay. I'll stand corrected. But we seem to have another car going very slowly down there towards Dandenong Corner, but we've got our camera focused on Darren Smith's favourite car, the Elfin Clubman, as it wanders through. Nice hand signal there from the MG to signify which side he would prefer to be passed on, but indicates that he's looking in his mirrors, Emma.
Well, yeah, very important, but also for a car like that, these guys are used to going, yep, to my left, yep, thanks, to my right, yep, thanks, I'm going over to the left, so give me some space. The days of old hand signals.
Yeah. They're
not that I remember them, Phil.
Don't you? Here's me thinking those wrinkles were real.
See everyone, I'm off.
I think I just got thrown out of the commentary booth from about 15 stories up.
You'll keep.
Yeah, preservatives added.
But this is, in all seriousness, Phil, this is the time of the weekend where cars have gone through the paces, they've gone through practice, they've gone through quali, they've gone through 2 races by now, and all that can bring. So a couple of cars do come to a bit of grief. There might be a bit of failure, some oil leaks here and there. But the guys that are on track at the moment for Regularity are still doing quite well.
Yeah, just watching Abby Wingate there a moment ago as she comes up the back straight. There she goes past our camera point now. And how many Wingates have we got in this event? In the running order, I see 1...
3. There's 3 out there.
3. So there we go. A family affair, as you say.
It's actually lovely grassroots racing. You can. The price point, outside of pro racing is much less, so you can actually afford a lot of families can afford to have their sons and daughters around.
Yeah. Just watching Jackson there in the Formula V, nice and quick down around the bottom of the track as he sweeps past behind the trees, slots it around the right-hander, wheels out over the curb. He's really peddling the little Formula V along. He's must have nominated quite a fast lap time because...
No, he's in under his time too.
Yes, he hasn't got many points left, has he?
No, Jack and Nick had nominated himself a 147, and he's doing really nice, clean 140s and 141s, which is good in a race pace.
Yeah.
But the whole point of Regularity is that you do your nominated to keep your points up.
Yeah, he might be practicing for the real races now. I think he's got the eyes on Abby Wingate. He wants to get past Abby.
These karting kids, you can't hold them back.
No, you can't. So he's had his learning experience in Regularity and he's ready to race.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's up to him, and I'm sure, Dad, but if you do this, I mean, a lot of guys are doing this just to get time on track as well, that we discussed earlier. So for some of these guys, the points may not be as critical for the others, like they're not really racing themselves. They just want to be out on track in a non-competitive environment to get track time. Like we said before, nothing beats track time. You can do as much simulator as you want, and it is good for muscle memory and for concentration, but nothing beats it.
So Abby Wingate and Steve Wingate together there, 2 cars quite different, a Hyundai XL and a little Formula Junior.
Yeah, saw the little gloves there of Steve. Like, I don't know whether the lift of the hand was, come on, out the way.
Yeah, you're doing the dishes tonight.
Yeah. See the gloves going a little bit mad. They're coming around that last turn onto the straight. Love it when people wear coloured gloves. You can see how much work you're doing inside.
Exactly. Yep. So Darren Smith's little clubby whips around the corner out of the road. So we've elapsed nearly the 10 minutes, and we have a little bit more time to go.
Yeah, they're making the most of it. The time out on track is great for these guys.
Yep.
The 200 car of Steve Wingate is nicely plodding along there through the back of the first straight and coming onto the back straight.
Yeah, how's he situated out of Wingate? He's the front-running Wingate.
Yeah, pretty consistent.
So he might be able to rule or roost at home tonight and say, well, I won the race, I won the regularity out of this family, so everybody else is doing the dishes tonight.
Yeah, how much did you beat yourself? I beat myself really well. There's that lovely little 356. I had a little sneak peek at this in the paddock before. It is such a beautiful car. It's been lovingly maintained and restored. It's a gorgeous example of a 356. Just by looks, didn't get much of a chance to look under the bonnet.
You didn't get to sit in it?
No, I didn't get to see. I wasn't being that nosy or forthright.
Ah, how unusual.
Yeah, totally, especially when it comes to a Porsche. But that is a gorgeous little sight to see going around Sandown on a historic weekend.
So what can you tell us about this particular car?
Well, not a hell of a lot because I didn't get a chance to talk to Stuart, but they are just that classic 911. I guess it's the birth of the 911 shape. To be honest, like those beautiful expressed froggy lamps at the front and the slant rear. They're just a gorgeous classic looking car, and a lot of these cars being found as barn finds are up in the 7 figures already with like dust and spiders hanging off them. So to see one on a track is really quite special, and one prepared as beautifully and lovingly as this is an absolute treat.
So is this one of the flat 6 versions or a flat 4?
Oh, you're putting me on the spot here, Phil. That's not nice of you.
Oh, sorry.
I haven't done my research well enough on this particular car. But yeah, I'll have to go and have a chat to Stuart and Alex in the pits.
That's a job for you before Phillip Island.
Absolutely.
Because I'm sure this car will be running at Phillip Island. In fact, if it isn't, we'll go and leg rope him and drag him down there.
Yeah, I hope so. Tom Reed there in the 36. Loving life when he's clean air behind that 356. Look at all that clean air.
Yeah.
No one around you.
Yep. Middle of the road. Just singing a song, man.
It is a really nice category, actually, when you can just be out there on a regular race day and get some clean air, test your car, get a feel for it, test the track, and just get your time up, your track time up.
Yeah, I tell you what, he was pretty quick through turn 1 there. He used very good lines as he went through. Good to see the young man having a bit of a dip and training his bodily reactions to driving a race car.
And there's a lot going on in those cars. Like the experience that you have is much more raw in terms of its open top, open wheel. The noise is distracting for anyone that's come from a tin lid. So you get into one of those and you'd be overwhelmed completely.
Yeah, that's
at
why
how
I like the
exposed
wind in
you
the
are.
face.
Yeah,
it's good.
You're very exposed, and when these things race, when they cross wheels, it is treacherous. So you really have to be a super accurate, super calm, and really, really motivated driver to get into one of these. So Tom Reed showing us how it's done in nice, relaxed fashion in that 36.
100% as he comes around, making his way back around. So if I just have a look at his last time, it looks like there's a 140.
Yeah, just a tenth off.
So he's sort of pulled the heat out of his lap times there a little bit.
So Phil, that's your ilk. What can you tell us about the car on
screen? It's an MG, might go. Front engine, rear wheel drive, 4 cylinders. Doesn't appear to be one of the ones with the supercharger hanging out of the front.
Arm signals optional?
Arm signals are mandatory, I think, in these vehicles. And what a beautiful example. I must try and get to have a bit of a look at that one in the pits. I haven't done so yet.
It actually looks like the right shoulder obscures your right mirror there.
Could well be in that case. The mirror may have been placed for a different size driver.
So your track awareness has to be super on.
100%, yeah. It's and that is one of the things that is lacking for some people, is that track awareness. We've heard of it and seen it many times, and sometimes they're aware but still make the mistake.
Yeah, but there's a lot of, look, a seasoned driver will tell you that there's no reason to not be track aware. But, white line fever, whatever's going on, if you've been nudged and bumped and your mirrors are off, you kind of get that little bit of, like you said before, the red mist.
Yep.
And that takes over and you all of a sudden don't concentrate so much. So
that's right.
That's why track time is so important, because you get to go through all the conditions and it just rounds your edges out and you become a more seasoned driver.
For sure. checkered flag is being brought to the ready, so we're about to bring the Regularity to an end, I suspect. Just looking out my little window, which you're not supposed to do when you're commentating off the screen, but it pays to have a little bit of a sneak peek occasionally. Tom Reed coming down, and he does in fact get the checkered flag. So Regularity is winding down as the remaining cars come through. We will try and give you an update on who's who in the zoo. It looks like Chapman still has 989 points available, which is a pretty good run. 980 points remaining is Chaplin, but they are in the pits. Not too sure what's happened there. So
Steve Wingert follows behind on 942 points. Scott Ball on 925 points. Lee on 915. Tom Reed, commentator special, on 897 to round out the mid-pack.
And Taylor has well and truly broken out with nominating a 2 minute and doing 1 minute 42s with only 385 points remaining. Abby Wingert waving to us through the camera.
Nice little wave there from Abby, and that kind of rounds out Regularity for this weekend.
It does.
Phil. So next up we've got Group S racing, and that was cut short. Race 2 was cut short quite a little bit with a safety car, so we can't wait to see what these guys do, because now that it's dry, we're going to have some super competitive conditions.
Yeah, that's for sure. We'll take a break and we'll be back shortly. Oh, no, Darren's going to come on.
Thank you, guys. Great to see a close to the Regularity there. They're a great part of historic racing. And as you mentioned, the final race for the weekend for Group S. I think this is going to be quite a willing affair.
Well, I mean, they got it cut short. I think they only got 3 laps in, and they were all like the Melbourne Cup. You know, when you see those gorgeous horses and their nostrils are super flared and they're just raring to go, the ears are back and they're biting it on their bits. It's just like, come on, let us go. And then the poor buggers get held up behind a safety car in the Group S race 2, and now they're all like, oh, God, let me at it. That Di Tommaso's got to come out. The Corvettes and the Shelby and the Porsches, they're all going to go at it, because we've got the grid. I think the starting grid is really, really, really mixed bag of great cars.
It is. It's going to be a ripper. So Group S will be on track next as we say hooroo to the Regularity competitors until we get to the 2026 Penrite 100 Classic at Phillip Island. We'll be back in just a moment. Welcome back trackside here at the 33rd running of historic Sandown. A big thanks to Shannon's Insurance, Penrite Oils, Equity One, Cool Drive, Racer Industries, Dana Precision, Apex Steel, Traction Tyre, Centre Photography, as well as the MSCA, NPAVs, Aussie Saws and Autohouse in Moorabbin for all of their automotive storage that they have going on there. There is a massive air of anticipation as the Group S cars, who had wet running all day yesterday, they had their race cut short this morning, and they are now on track, and I reckon these guys and girls are wanting to go the entire distance. In fact, there's that much air of anticipation. We're going to go 3 commentators up here so we don't miss a thing. Emma Dean and Phil Membry will stay on air. I'm Darren Smith. I'll join them in this Group S1. Em, you got the grid sheet there. Give us a rundown.
Yeah, we've got Joe Di Bartolo in that gorgeous blue 69 Corvette. He's on the front. He pipped Alex Webster in the last race real quick off the front line, so can't wait to see what he does. Then we've got Terry Lawler in position number 2. Alex, as I said, in 3rd. Joe Collegia in that gorgeous red Corvette in number 4. James Calvert-Jones, who will be breathing down Alex's neck, in position number 5. Ray Narkowitz in 6. Ross Jackson in that gorgeous Pantera in 7. Hugh Harrison in 8th. Mark Johnson 9th. John Floyd 10th. Scott Farquharson in 11th. Tim Linus in 12th position. Tom Wallstab, no slouch, came back from 23rd to 13th in the last race. Mind you, we had 3 laps in the last race, so that was a massive effort from Tom.
Yeah, a ripping effort, and we just seen the two 928s just come streaming through the screen there with Tim Linus and Tom Walstab. They'll be sort of adjacent to each other, if you like, and have a look at Alex Webster.
I love that.
He's getting serious with it. A bit of Fernando Alonso turning the Porsche in its own wheelbase.
I will get heat into these tyres.
Yeah.
Yes, I am.
That's exactly right. Hung Du in the Datsun to John Geist, back to Chris Rolfe again in this race here in his MG. Pete Richard East, and we go back to Sam Narkowitz. So watch for that Corvette out of position number 19. Pete Bagalli, then Philip Powell, Ron Hodges, Pat Townsend, David Bajan. I'm not sure David will front. He had a bit of a coming together in the MG race, and Christopher Blandon of rear of the grid. What a monster of a field this is. Absolutely racked and stacked with power and finery.
Do not take your eyes off the screen, ladies and gentlemen, because the approach to turn 1 is going to be epic. Those first 3, 4, actually 4, 5 positions on the grid are going to be going crazy for first position. That approach into turn.
Yeah, it'll be pretty wild off the front line, but the Pantera, they've got all the water out of it. He took it a bit of a drive through the big puddle in the earlier race.
He was trying to cool his tyres. And here we go, guys.
Away we go. They charge off the line there. Joseph De Bartoli, as you would expect in the Corvette, and Joe Collegia in the older Stingray as well. They get away very, very nicely indeed. I was just watching Hugh Harrison in the Alpha. He darted right over to the other side of the track, but it's Bartoli, and we're just watching in the background there. Tim Linus in the 928 leads Walstab in the mid-pack there, but Alex Webster, he came off the second row of the grid, slots himself into P2. He does not want to see the number 2 of De Bartoli drive away from him, and he gets very, very onto it coming out of turn number 2. The 40 there of James Calvert-Jones, he's gone back a couple of spots, but these two 928s, they're working together. They're pushing their way through the field.
They are indeed, as they head off up the back straight, past our stationary camera there. What a great shot that we've got. And the Stingray just launches.
Oh, you were watching the Stingray. I'm watching that Pantera.
And I'm watching the Corvette of Joe Collegia, so we're not going to miss the action.
There's too much to see.
Yeah, there is. It's a ripper there. That's Joe Collegia. He tips it through, the man from Apex Steel. Then the 65 just goes through there as well. That's Ray Narkowitz. He's doing a tremendous job in a very similar car, but the big block of Joe Collegia, he is absolutely wheeling that car and had a ball in the wet yesterday. When he told me that, I was scratching my head going, I would not have thought that would have been a nice car to drive in the wet. Here comes James Calvert-Jones. He certainly acquitted himself very well in the wet, didn't he, Emma? A guy with a little bit of rally pedigree, as Alex was talking about.
Yeah, I actually said to Alex, what was James doing going through all the little lakes on the side of turn 2 and 3? And he said, Emma, he's a rally car driver.
Yes.
Means nothing to him.
Have a look at this. Joe Collegia just took second place momentarily there, the horsepower of the Corvette, but Alex Webster, the Porsche, as they do under brakes, he is getting up and over those ripple strips, wanting to get out after Joseph De Bartoli.
Alex is not he's not in a generous mood today. He's going to hunt it down, I'm telling you.
Well, I tell you what, it's going to be about an 8-lap journey. Joseph De Bartoli has to run away and hide because the Corvette will start to suffer of brakes at the end of this. The Corvette streams on through. The Shelby GT350 comes alongside as well. Alex slots in behind Joe in the red Corvette. And the GT350 is forcing its way into third position there.
Looking for 3 wide.
Alex, as Emma said, is not feeling charitable and is not letting the number 8 have an inch of playtime.
And not one of those guys was online.
No.
My God. To get those 3 cars almost 3 wide through the back of Dandenong Road there offline, that could have been worse.
And I'm actually pretty sure that none of them had any awareness of where each other were either. They were just dealing with what was in their window.
Yeah, they just want to be first.
Yeah, I think that was pretty good driving, really. There was no touching, nothing going silly anywhere. And Emma's just pointing at the screen, looking at her Pantera coming down.
Wrong. I was actually looking at how James is not going to be counted out of this race at all. James Calvert-Jones in that gorgeous Porsche. He is hunting Alex like nothing else. That's the race within a race. Alex and James Calvert-Jones are going to be wanting to beat each other for sure. Then the Corvettes or all of it at once.
Both of these Porsches have been set up absolutely magnificently,
Haven't
and
they?
at the moment Ray Narkwitz is mixing it with them as far as his Corvette goes, and that's saying something. They've worked very hard for quite some time on that Corvette to make sure that it can go with the Porsches, and in fact right now they are driving away from the Porsches. This is dry weather. It's also a tailwind going up that hill, so that's just going to help the cubic inches available to these Corvettes, and of course this Shelby GT350.
It is so nice to see a car that you don't expect to corner the way these Corvettes and the Shelby are cornering. It's beautiful to see them do that. It's beautiful to see them take it to these Porsches, because normally around the corners, either after the first straight or the second straight, the Porsches would have it all over them. But that straight line speed, and then these guys have obviously set up their cars beautifully.
Yeah.
They're shocking the Porsches.
I think, Gem, you just hit the nail on the head. It's
100%.
all about shockers. They've been working very, very hard. The technology is way different in shock absorbers as what it was back in the day.
Oh, yeah.
And that's what's enabling these cars. And Joe is absolutely under brakes wrestling that car.
I'm going to tell him for next round, can you get some fluoro gloves? I want to see your hands, because he is battling
How
that
hard
thing
he's
inside.
working. Yeah. But it was interesting, Phil, yesterday. You spoke to Joe as well. How much fun he had in the Corvette. He got a result.
Yeah, he was beaming. He'd had so much fun out there in the wet, so I can only imagine that he's probably just about broken his face with a smile out there now.
Well, in P2, he's come out of P4, so he's in an absolute podium position. That'll get him a trophy. Here's Tim Linus, and we'll just give you a bit of an update. Tom Walstab has gone through to position 8. Tim Linus has gone to 10. So these guys started out of 13 and 14. So they're pushing hard in the 928. In the 928s as well, so they've got a couple of Datsuns either side of Tim Linus, and then it is one of the other Corvettes as comes up the back straight. I think that is that the other Narkwitz car, Samuel Narkwitz. Yes, it is. That'll be Samuel, and he is just sitting outside the top 10.
We knew these guys were ready to race, and it was so unfortunate they got a safety car in race 2.
It was.
They are not disappointing in race 3 at all.
Oh. Z straight lines that one, and the Corvette closes up on the back of it, Narkowitz, and not able to do anything there. The Z pulls away coming out of Dandenong.
John Del Colo there in the Datsun 240Z from South Australia, so that would have been a bit of a heart and mouth moment. You don't want to have to straight line that bit of track, although Sandown have provided for runoff so that you can do it, but it certainly gets your attention when you're in top gear and you tip it in at the top of Dandenong Road and you're looking at a wall and a highway and a sand trap, and you just ease the wheel off and get through here. Here comes Ross Jackson in the number 72 Pantera. And that car is currently sitting 7th on the road, and look who's circling around behind him, Tom Walstab. This could get interesting with these two.
Good. Yeah, Walstab closing right up on the back there, but the Pantera got a little bit more horsepower up that back straight.
And Hugh Harrison just on a watching brief off the back of this battle there as well. And the Alpha, he's certainly not going to be able to take it up to either of these cars with their cubic inches, but the Alfa Romeo will be certainly very handy once he tips it in at the top of the hill here. Tom Walstab pushed wide by one of his 911 buddies, and still ranging up onto the back of Ross in the number 3. Tom Walstab easing his way through the gearbox there. The V8 in front. The V8 behind Ross.
Yeah, just off screen, just before now on screen, we've got a battle royale brewing between Collegia and Lawler. There's only a couple of tenths in it. This is going to be one to watch as well.
Not long left in this one. In fact, probably 3 more laps here. But Joe doesn't, the Corvette doesn't look to be wanting for anything. It is only 5 laps. Maybe at 10 laps it would be wanting for some brakes and some grip. But at the moment, Joe has got his concentration face on.
Absolutely. He's not showing any signs of pressure.
He actually doesn't. He comes to the track because it's fun.
Yeah.
and good on him, because that's the finest motivation in historic style racing.
Those little bumps that you can't see clearly on TV on this live cast on that back straight there. You can see Joe's car bouncing around on the back of them, and it still didn't really unsettle the car at all. He looks completely relaxed there, despite only having a couple of tenths between him and Terry Lawler.
Yeah. Matt, what about to the front of the race too as well at the moment? Car number 2, Bartolo, has just eased back to these guys. So this is two Corvettes of different generations that are at the front now and only separated by half a second in the last lap. Joe Collegia, a 1:21.9.
Ooh.
A 1:25.7 for the
have a
Bartolo
look.
in front.
He's looking to try and have a look.
He's showing the nose.
Lots
No,
of
he's
motivation
decided
to
not
do so. Lots of motivation. Joe Collegia was 4 seconds faster than Joseph Di Bartolo on the last lap around. So we have genuinely got a race for 1, 2 and 3. All spots on the podium up for grabs now as Collegia and Lawler tagging on behind him because he doesn't really have an answer for Joe. But these cars are now all in contention for a race win.
Yeah, well, Joe's in that unenviable position of hunting and defending. So
Yeah.
he's in between the two guys, and that's very, very close. He's showing a nose there. Will he have a go?
You know, Joe Collegia for many years had John Bowers, a driving coach. Do you think he cares about defending? It's all about attack now.
Attack.
Full respect to Bowie. He's probably watching this,
Absolutely.
but this is what he taught Joe. Go for the guy in front. Don't worry about what's happening behind.
Not a bad strategy to have, actually. You can get
Yeah.
too distracted by what's in your rear view. And I wouldn't like to have that in my rear view, to be honest. It's quite menacing. Look.
It is, isn't it? And Joe will have that big smile too, although he's got a full face helmet on. He'll be giggling away to himself in there, really, really enjoying this. Last lap board goes out. These two Corvettes have got to make it hang together. There's always a question mark over brakes for the Corvettes, but at a 8-lap journey, I would suggest the question mark gets removed away.
Yeah, I don't think Joe's been able to close that gap at all on that lap. So
I wonder if Joe Di Bartolo had a minor indiscretion that last lap ago, because 4.5 seconds in one lap is a big gap. Joe Collegia certainly didn't make any mistakes. It was the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about that for Joe and the entire race. But that gap wasn't. That came back very rapidly, and Bartolo now is driving away with it again. He's just gapped Joe Collegia by about half a second again on this last lap. But here we go.
Oh, aggressive line.
yeah,
No, too far behind.
Joe keeps showing the front of the Corvette, but he's way too far behind.
Yeah,
That is another John Bow tactic, though.
Yeah,
I'm
true.
here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Worry the opposition in front into making a mistake.
Yeah, distract them, make them think you're going to do a silly dive bomb, and no, it just throws them off and keeps them in their mirrors instead of on the road.
I tell you what, if you're going to choose someone to learn from, JB is right up there on your list of teachers, that's for sure. Car number 2 goes full length. There's the checkered flag to Joe Di Bartolo, and welcome to the podium to Apex Steel's Joe Collegia. What a great result there. Terry Lawler races to the line as well. He left no stone unturned, and look at the smoke coming out of the Shelby GT 350 after the line. That's not a healthy look, although, as Colin Chapman would say, you've just got to finish the race.
But, hey, Darren, we've got a Porsche-free podium.
We do. Wow, that's a surprise.
Absolutely.
So Ray Narkwitz comes across the line, then the first Porsche is in position number 5. Whilst we're referencing John Bow, his favourite car is a Porsche, so they came 5th out there as well. Jones, and then Ross. We're waiting for Ross Jackson in the Pantera. And that thumps across the line.
No.
Although John Bow was driving a Cooper last weekend down at Baskerville, a Repco Brabham powered one.
A very diverse driver over numerous decades now. And
100%.
the Group S cars come to the line. So let's have a look. Tom Wallstap home in 8th spot. Tom started out of 13th. That is a massive move. Where did Tim Linus end up? He went forward and gone back again. Actually, he's gone back to 13th, and that's sad because that's where Tom started. But Tim started in 12th place there, so he's just gone back a spot. So Tom Wallstab's gone forward in the 928. And sadly, Tim Linus has gone back one spot. Hugh Harrison was always going to be out-horsepowered. He started out of 8th and got home in 9th. So that's pretty good. Hung Do, another terrific run. Started out of 15th, gets inside the 10 in 10th position. And it is Samuel Narkowitz in the number 20 Corvette. Inside 11th there, Del Colo, Tim Linus, Floyd, Farquharson, Johnson, Geest, and Chris Ralph coming home in 20th place. And that boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, race fans alike, is Group S for the 2025 33rd Sandown Historic.
All off to be tucked away to the next meeting.
Yes, well, we'll see them hopefully all and more at Phillip Island on March 13, 14 and 15 in 2026 for the Penrite 100 Classic.
Can't wait.
Cannot wait. That's going to be a ripper. Big shout out to Equity One, Penrite and Shannon's for their support right throughout this weekend. Cool Drive, Aussie Saws, NPAVD and Autohouse, the car storage joint of choice in Moorabbin, the Mark Sports Club Car Club. They're running their track days right across the motorsporting landscape and doing a tremendous job of it as well. They really have upped that level. Of course, the VHRR have their Calder Come and Try Test and Tune Day at Calder Park Raceway, Saturday, December the 6th. The one-day meeting is a chance for club members who have indicated that the cost and time required to attend club's 3 main circuit events is difficult. It's an opportunity to enjoy a relaxed day of motorsport with fellow club members, family and friends. Check it all out at the office downstairs or jump on the VHRR website. We'll take a quick break. Thank you, Phil. Thank you, Emma. We will have plenty of action coming up on track with Formula Fords in just a moment. Plenty of racing still to go here at the 33rd Historic Sandown, presented by the Victorian Historic Racing Register. Of course, we were celebrating 100 years of Ford in Australia, and we had that great Ford All affair for the closed vehicles, and there is no other way of putting it. This is an all Ford affair as well, aptly named Formula Ford. I'm Darren Smith, and a guy that's been motoring around in a Formula Ford in Regularity and doing a very good job of it is the Acuri Australia Junior Development Racer, Tom Reed. Tom, welcome to commentary. Tell us all about a nice dry Sandown in a Formula Ford in the last Regularity run.
Thanks, Darren. Good afternoon, everyone at home and on the broadcast. Finally nice to have a dry track at Sandown, albeit that river between the last 2 corners is still there and won't go away for the rest of the day, we assume. But now we turn our attention to, like you said, an all-Ford affair. Formula Ford this time, 21 cars taking to the grid. Nick McBride made his way from last to P3, so be looking forward to a top 3 battle between he, Jack Clifford and Alexander Davison, who has gone 2 from 2 so far, pulled a move on the final lap into Dandy Road turn 9 to take the race win away from Jack Clifford. You can see them furiously warming their tyres up the back straight, and I'll quickly take you through the starting grid. We have Alex Davison off pole, like I said, 2 from 2. Jack Clifford next to him, Nick McBride, who stormed through the field in this morning's race, Jared Hurst alongside him, Will Faulkner, Dean Koutsamides, McGuinness off of P7 in car 2, Grant Walker, the first of the over 70s, as he likes to call it, off of P8, Tabitha Ambrose off of 9th. She's had dramas getting to 2nd gear, so watch for her maybe to bog down at the start, but get going as the race progresses on. Then we've got Luke Warwick in one of the Ellery Motorsport Swifts, Evan Farrell, Eric Bellamy, Phil Marinon, the category administrator, Sean Turnbull from New South Wales, Craig Degatati, Warwick Folletta. Then we go to Chris O'Connor, Ben Rawson, Declan Fu, I think will be off the rear of the grid, Greg Miles and Andrew Barron.
Just looking back on a bit of form from this event last year, John Miles beat Jack Clifford in race number 3 to Jared Hurst and Nick McBride in P4. Declan Fu, Dean Koutsamides, Bruce Connolly, John Blanchard was driving his famous RF88. Andy Nethercutt out there as well, and Evan Farrell. So that was some form from this race last year.
If you remember back to this race last year, it was actually quite chaotic. There was a little bit of a tangle between John Miles and Nick McBride down at turn 1, and it resulted with McBride going from 1st or 2nd back to that 4th place finish, like you said. Cars formed up on the grid now. Davison off pole on the left of your shot in the black car. Clifford on the right of shot in the minty coloured car, car 33, as the cars begin to form up and the yellow flags are withdrawn.
Ideal Formula Ford weather right now, kind of coolish air, a little bit of a breeze which will help them get up the back straight. Certainly won't help them down the front straight, but up the hill they'll have a little bit of a tailwind, and away we go at the front of the field. The mid-pack there was pretty urgent to get on with things as well, just trying to pick up one of those yellow cars. There's a lot of them down there. I'm tipping the one right in the middle of that group was very, very keen to get underway, but Jack Clifford has had a little bit of a disappointing start. It'll be Jared Hurst that has a bit of a look up there and tries to go through with it. And Nick McBride, Dean Koutsamides also in the Equity 1 car there, pushing hard.
So Clifford got a poor start, goes back to P3. McBride immediately up to P2 following his Ellery Motorsport teammate in Alexander Davison. Tabitha Ambrose lost a number of spots there. Declan Fu going for move on Warwick Folletta. Can't get that job done, but no doubt he'll be able to get it done up the back straight with a slightly more slipstreamed car as we go through the kink for the first time. Formula Ford in anger up the back straight, and there's a three-way battle for the lead. McBride's actually got this race lead already off of Alex Davison, so a charge through the field in the previous race has put him in a fantastic spot here, and he'll look to drive away from his fellow teammate.
Yeah, that is an amazing start, an amazing couple of races. He didn't take to the track yesterday. In fact, had other commitments away from the track. So right now, Nick McBride is finding his way right to the front of this race. Alex Davison would love to go with him here. These guys raced each other in Porsche Carrera Cup for a little while and will know each other very, very well, not only at the track but also away from the track. But they go on with it. Have a look at this. Andrew McGuinness right down the inside now there of Jared Hurst. Jared Hurst started out of P4. He'll find himself shuffled back to 5. And then Dean Koutsamides appears right on the back of Jared Hurst there as well.
Tabitha Ambrose making her way up to P11. She's got Evan Farrell just behind her now. She got that move done into T1. Grant Walker up the back straight in the Swift. He's the only car running that specific model this weekend. We used to see Nick McBride running that, but he has parked that car and now has got an Australian spec FB89 move here for P2, and these guys have got to get on with it if they want to stick with McBride, your race leader in car number 4. Car number 3 of Alex Davison just behind, and then Jack Clifford looking menacing as they go through Dandy Road, turn number 9. 7 minutes to go on the clock.
So 3 different manufacturers being represented here in the podium positions at the moment, which is quite unusual. They're in this era, it was either the Swift or the Van Diemen, but this is a Reynard, and the Reynard 87F wasn't exactly that popular here in Australia. A couple of big names drove the Reynards, one of them being Paul Stokell in the Blue Banner Pickled Onions car.
Which is still around.
It's still around as well. I think it's had a resto job in recent time. Down the inside, Alex Davison says, "G'day, Nick. Catch you later." But let's see the great strategy run that Alex Davison had last time out. Let's see if he can pull that sort of stuff on Nick McBride.
So up the back chute we go. Davison takes over the race lead line from McBride and Clifford, who's been stuck in P3 for the majority of this race. A move round the outside. There goes McBride retaking the race lead up to the top of the hill, and I think they're just going to keep doing this all race long.
I think, and I tell you what, it keeps you glued to the racing, doesn't it, when you know there's going to be another crack. And this is just Formula Ford, and you know these cars are from the late 80s, and you can rewind to the 70s, and you can fast forward to 2025. This is what the category does.
It's awesome racing, and these guys are setting the benchmark even further. Last time round, Davison did a 21.3 for the fastest lap of the race so far, and that is pretty quick considering the conditions this weekend.
I reckon Jack Clifford is doing a tremendous job here.
Tabitha Ambrose pulled over to driver's left, so that's a yellow flag sector and possibly even a safety car a bit later on the race, but we've gone to a green flag sector, and Clifford's trying to take advantage of that but can't get anything done to get to P2.
These two guys in front of Jack Clifford are they've been in Formula Ford. They've gone away and had a career, and they have returned. Jack Clifford is making his way in the motorsport world and would do well for a lap or two, Tom, to take some notes off these two guys in front. In fact, probably station himself there in position 3, and if something untoward happens, but have a little bit of a think for about 4.5 minutes time when we get near the end of this one.
Yeah, I think it's a good learning experience for him, although he really wants that first win in historic Formula Ford, and he's going to try it now. He still can't get up the inside of Alex Davison, as Alex has a tow from his teammate in front, and that just makes it even tougher for your third place runner. Now, the front two cars in this shot are both on the new Hoosier compound, and this weekend we've gone to two different compounds, the harder Avon and the Hoosier compound for Formula Ford. By the time we get to the March event at Phillip Island, we will have a softer Avon. So there will be three options, and whatever tyre you qualify on, you have to race on that same tyre the whole weekend long. So a bit of different strategies between these teams.
Certainly going to be interesting. The Phillip Island surface is famous for its abrasive hot mix, so that might negate a soft tyre pretty quickly, because that might not work over an entire weekend. So it might be the harder of the Avons or the Hoosiers, but it is interesting. It has not been too often in the history of Formula Ford where there's been two tyre options, let alone three going forward. And I guess it's all about supply from Avon at the moment.
Well, the Avon hard compound will no doubt be phased out, and people will start to buy new tyres over time, and whatever tyre's better between the Hoosier and the Avon is most likely what people will stick with. And a move here on shot, Sean Turnbull further back in the field in car 66. He gets that move done for P13 over Craig Degatardi, and then we got car 35 just behind there of Warwick Folletta, and the category administrator Phil Marinon in the only Galloway this weekend, running just behind these guys as they go up the back straight. The car in front of them, I believe, is Declan Fu, who has made his way through the field. No, sorry, that was Luke Warwick. He's made his way up to P10, Fu off the rear up to P9, who's already out of this shot.
Up the top of the hill they go, and this is a great battle mid-pack for this one. That's Degatardi, and driving by in that car, it's not sure what that chassis is, an Elfin 600, of course.
First change of the race lead.
Car.
First change of the race lead in a number of laps as Davison goes up the inside of his teammate McBride. Clifford still there in P3. Not sure if he's able to get a move done, or perhaps he's biding his time like you suggested before, but expect maybe another change by the time we get to the top of the hill. Most likely will happen. Jack Clifford set his fastest lap of the race last time by at a 20.9. These guys driving at a rapid pace, with the fastest lap so far going to Alex Davison, your race leader at this current stage. And we go side by side over the top. Davison squeezing his teammate, but McBride holds tough around the outside, and something's gone wrong with that car. He had a suspension failure earlier on in the weekend, and he's pulled off to driver's right over the top. So an unfortunate charge through the field has come to an end for your race leader, Nick McBride, who withdraws and allows Clifford and Alex Davison, your race leader, to go at it.
Well, that was a turn up for the cars. Nick McBride's certainly been driving brilliantly right throughout today's racing. Didn't take any part in the race yesterday afternoon. Came from rear of grid this morning. And the update is that he has come to a grinding halt at the top of the hill. The yellow flags have been removed as we see Tabitha Ambrose parked up there, as well as these cars charge up onto Warwick Folletta, I think it is, in that yellow
That's
car.
Sean Turnbull in that yellow car.
Yep, Sean getting through there in the Van Diemen RF86, travelling down from New South Wales for this. A couple of the interstaters, Matty Veal in there as well, and Craig Degatardi in the Elfin 600. I should have known that car. Of all of these cars, I should have known that one.
McBride pulls into the pits, so he's thankfully got his car out of the road, but a disappointing end to a tricky weekend for him.
Ooh, look at this.
Here comes the snake. Here comes a hungry Jack Clifford looking for his first Formula Ford historic race win as he goes all the way to driver's right, splashing in the puddles. Not sure he needs to be all the way out there as Davison reclaims that race lead, and these guys will battle all the way along. We should get a last lap board next time round. We've got 15 seconds remaining on the clock for you viewers at home who can't see the timing at the moment, but these two really going at it, showing just how good historic Formula Ford is and always has been.
Last lap board is now being presented by our officials at the start-finish line. There it is. And you would have to say that Jack Clifford has either engineered himself into a supreme position to be just off the gearbox of Alex Davison leading this race. He's gone early on the straight, but Davison just ever so wily moves over Gee, I tell you what, on the bumps, that air intake on the radar grabs your attention, doesn't it? Looks like it's about to come loose.
Very bumpy braking zone into turn one at the best of the times, and that is exaggerated there, but Clifford needs to hang just far enough back from the back of Alex Davison's car to get enough of a slingshot through the kink, and we'll see if he's close enough here. He definitely is to get a run. Now Davison, I expect, will stay on driver's left and look just ahead. We've got some lap cars of Chris O'Connor and Ben Rawson who may play a part in this race. As Clifford goes to the outside, he's looking over. He's cleared your first place runner of Alex Davison, who's been shuffled back to second over the top for the final time. Through the S's, he's got to cover because he made a mistake here in the previous race and gets that race lead, although he runs wide, beaches it on the curb, and Davison's got a huge run. He might send it round the outside at the final corner. We've got one more lap car to navigate through the final couple of corners. Is Davison around there? He's down the inside and he gets the move done, and Clifford can't get the momentum out of the final corner, so it will be all Alex Davison this weekend. 3 from 3 races in historic Formula 4. Jack Clifford a very close second. Andrew McGuinness will come across the line in third, just a ways back.
Wow, what a run there from Alex Davison. Return to historic Formula Ford racing. And, well, the Ellery Motorsport team have brought the broom out of the ute, and guess what they're doing? Giving it a clean sweep here this weekend. Equity 1, bringing us the Formula Ford racing. Let's have a look, Tom, as the cars continue to come across the line.
So we've got Andrew McGuinness running in third, Declan Fu fourth, Jared Hurst fifth, Will Faulkner sixth, Grant Walker, Evan Farrell, Luke Warwick, and Dean Koutsamides. This is the move on the final corner of the race. Alex Davison holding tough around the outside, had to navigate that slower car, but that was all he had to navigate between he and the checkered flag for that short run.
There was absolutely nothing that Clifford could have done there. That was just experience, and using the Sandown layout, Alex would have done literally thousands of laps around this track in many different sorts of cars. But congratulations to all of the Formula Fords. I've got to say, the modern day runners in Formula Ford, I hope they've been watching this racing here this weekend, because we haven't damaged any equipment, where everyone's still pointing in the right direction, and the racing was intense. Absolutely intense. Andrew McGuinness home in third, and only just over Declan Fu, 0.2 of a second, the gap between those guys as Alex Davison comes into the lane. There'll be a trophy presentation for these guys as they make their way back into the pit lane. And of course, that is our final race for the Equity 1 Formula Fords here this weekend. Tom Reed, thank you very much, mate, for all of your time driving and working on cars and commentating. What can't you do, mate?
Can do everything, Darren.
You can. Confirmed. I've got life on a string. It's coming at me. Tom Reed, thank you very much, mate. We'll catch you, I reckon, a couple of weeks' time at Island Magic, yeah?
Sure thing.
Back
Sounds
on the
good.
microphone for that one, using his multi-talents. Up next is the Group JK and LB Formula V, and invited for their race 3 for the weekend. Back in a couple of moments.
From an early age, I knew some cars were a statement of style and elegance.
This is my SL63, my most prized possession. Friends say it's more like an obsession. It's my car, and I absolutely love it. I'm a motoring enthusiast, and Shannon's is my insurance company.
Shannon shares your passion. Call Shannon's on 13 46 46. Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts.
Race cars now making their way out onto track for groups J, K, LB, Formula V and invited cars out onto track, and this does span quite a number of eras, and we'll see a lot of these Formula Vs, and it has been absolutely true to form for Formula V racing. As soon as the race starts, it is on. Until the checkered flag drops. That's Phil Membry joining me, Darren Smith, for this one, the JKLB Formula V and invited race number 3, so the final weekend, or the final race for these cars over the weekend. And wow, what some special bits of kit form up for this race.
Oh, some beautiful machines out there, and I've just seen Louise Raper there in the SoCal Special, trailing along behind the Slimliner. Louise and husband both competing in this with Graham taking up second spot on the grid.
Getting some good shots as these cars make their way around a 21-car field, and it will be led by Connor Ryan. And I guess in the footsteps of Alex Davison, they've got the broom ready, haven't they, Phil?
Oh, 100%. Connor is... He's already weaving the tyres, trying to get them warm. I'm not sure whether he's doing that or just trying to practice a bit of speedway sliding.
Why not? Get the elbows lubricated. Big steering wheel, no power steering, a lot of leverage required. Graham Raper will line up in position number 2 in car number 16, the George Reed Ford Special, the 1948 variation of that particular car. David Reed in car number 50, the Faux Pas, and that is from 1959. Puccinelli, the Victorian, in position number 4. And that's Flavio Puccinelli, the Lotus 11 in position number 4. Chris Jackson will line up in car number 80, the Avanti Formula V. And the first of our Formula Vs, William Sala, will be next to him again in a Formula V. Lee Ball will come out of position number 7 in car number 81. Brendan Sala in car number 4 out of position number 8. Peter George in the number 58 will come out of position number 9. Damien Sykes. And Damien is in car number 14. That's the Renmax Mark 1 out of 1966. A lovely looking racing car. Ross McLaughlin to Louise Draper, as Phil touched on. Graham Wright in the 92, the MG Regar Special. That's from 1958. Josh Lowing, rear of grid. Rachel Brown down there as well, and a very interesting car field, the number 15, Rachel Brown's the Morris Minor Special. Indeed, that is what it is. Raymond Sprague, Paul Doherty, Charlie Mitchell and Abby Wingett in the number 23, the Alphen Formula Junior, rounding out this field.
Graham Raper is missing.
He is at the front, off the front. Yeah, it's Connor Ryan there. It's looking at the 41 of Louise Raper there as well. Car stands out no matter what way you look at it. Let's see how the Demet gets away. The Demet Fueling Special, it gets away very handy indeed. And they charge away from the Penrite Oil start line. 100 years of Penrite. Connor Ryan just stays arrow perfect down to turn 1, doesn't he?
100%. I noticed that Abby Wingate further back in the field is making her way through rather rapidly. So she's come from right down near the back of the field, and she's already up with the Formula Vs. And speaking of the Formula Vs, they're all attacking the Lotus. Lots of trouble, usually serious. It is a beautiful, beautiful car, but
I am going to have to take you outside and take you to task on that. You leave and you do not make that mention ever again. I like what you did yesterday. Ford something in racing in the
fond of rainy days.
Fond of rainy days. Do not say that about Lotus ever again, Phil Membry. I will have you downstairs. That'll be an end of it. That'll be the end of our friendship.
I'll consider myself smacked.
There it is. Have a look. Look at it now. That's that is a fantastic run. Car number 32. Yes, that was a nasty saying perpetuated by simpletons, mate.
Now look at this. Lee Ball is the second car in the Formula Vs there, so he's come right back again, and the tube frames Nimbus, the car owned by Harold Roberts, or Bill as everybody affectionately knows him. Not many people know him as Harold. So the car is for sale, and Lee is the son of Scott that we were talking about in the Regularity earlier on. And sometimes at some events that I've been at, it's been the Father, the Son and the Holy Ghost, because Scott's father, Jeff, is also a motor racer.
Just watching Barry Bates at the back of that shot there in car number 57, the Thompson Special. And something I just noticed, who came from rear of grid, position number 19, is Abby Wingett. And she has gone all the way up to position number 8 in the opening lap of this race. There she goes into turn 1. So has driven up to and past the Formula Vs. There's the Thompson Special. Magnificent looking car. I love the way they left that almost hip line just in raw aluminium and then gave it the lovely red paint job.
Now, we were saying that Graham Raper was missing. Guess what?
rear of grid.
No, he's there. It was Connor Ryan that's missing.
It is, yeah. We've picked up the wrong cars. Connor Ryan, and we called Graham down into turn 1, Connor Ryan. Apologies all around, including...
Yeah, so I'll have to take you downstairs and slap you.
Including the Lotus enthusiasts out there as well. So I think we've got to put the past behind us, Phil, and move on with this one.
We have. And look, Lee Ball, a young lad that I've known for a while, is leading the Formula Vs. Great young fellow, an engine machinist by trade, and a pretty fair peddler of a Formula V.
A very noble trade, and he's had a bit of an indiscretion out of Dandenong Road. In fact, he's slowed right down. I was going to say, a very noble profession, the machinist, because they're very thin on the ground these days. And
I think that was a commentator's curse. I think something's broken on the car.
This is Chris Jackson in car number 80. We saw Chris having a go in the Di Tomaso Pantera in the Ford Special race and the 100 years commemorative race earlier on. And this one, of course, brought to us by Equity 1 and that Lotus 11 with Flavio Puccinelli at the wheel. 1956 out of the Group LB and Sports. Have a look at this. Yeah. And if anyone says Formula V doesn't need to exist, they have not been to a race meeting and watched a Formula V race for some time. These things absolutely turn it on. And what's interesting here is none of these cars look the same. They've all got their own aero package.
They're all the same apart from the differences.
Yes, correct. They're exactly the same Formula Vs except for the bits that aren't.
That's right. And yeah, horizontally opposed suicide kits is sometimes the nickname thrown at the Formula Vs, but boy, are they a fun little machine.
Race leader at the moment, Graham Raper, and this is car number 16, the George Reed Ford Special, and it was built in 1948. And I might suggest, and someone will pick me up on this, it might be like Grandfather Zach's. It was originally built in 1948, but at least everything's been replaced once.
Well, I'm not sure about that. It's there's quite a bit of patina on the car.
There is.
And
it's genuine, isn't it?
It's genuine.
They're not pretending to be anything they're not, that's for sure.
No, but I'll tell you what, David Reed is not that far behind him, and David Reed has now got the fastest of the lap times out there, so closing the gap in the faux pas. This car set lap records in the early days of Winton Motor Raceway in the hands of Barry Stylo, and it has a Repco high power head and is a very quick little motor car. Leaf springs front and rear, not something that you expect to see on a race car. Transverse leaf spring. Meanwhile, back at the Formula Vs, they are so close, just about under the back of him. Looks for the outside.
Blue flags being waved frantically in the background there, so faster car coming through. I'm not sure which one they're trying to point at, which is the faster one, because they all look very evenly matched. And I'll give you the lap times. It's a 41 for Jackson, a 41 for Sala, a 42.3 for Sala, and Bates a 41.62. So, well, if anything out of those four, there was one that was actually slower. The others are all ticking the box as far as exact same lap times is concerned. But I am not taking anything away from the Flaggies, because they are very knowledgeable on their local piece of track and what's going on there, and they will have been observing these cars all weekend long, and are very skilled at picking the nuances and the differences as these races do go on. Chris Jackson in the Avanti entry there. He is all over the back of Sykes at the moment. And there's the car yesterday that had a broken nose on it. It looked like a
little bit of race tape and it's all back together.
I like the way they've got yellow race tape in their kit too, so it doesn't even look like there's been a repair. As Sykes getting a good look in the mirrors there. Damien Sykes in the Renmax at Mark 1.
Pulls it out. He's made the jump on the down the front straight. So he's done the draft early. Has he managed to get in front? I think so. As we switch back to Raper and Reed up the back straight. Raper still got the lead there. Slides the car through those corners. This would be quite a beast to manhandle around. And whilst both of those cars are of an older era, I think I'd find the Faux Pas a somewhat easier car to drive than the machine of Graham Roper's.
Just an interesting little tidbit. This morning, these guys were topped out at a 132.1 and a 132.5. They're now both. Reed has gone down into a 129.8.
Yeah.
So the track is absolutely coming back to them. And this is on at the front, and we're going to have a lead change here at the moment. It looks like Reed is going to slip through and does so quite nicely in the faux pas.
Yeah, he's certainly set up that front straight. Made a good entry onto the front straight and just able to breeze past Reed, Raper, as they come down the front straight.
I wonder, car 50, I wonder which part of that car is a mistake. Well, the faux pas is a mistake, isn't it? At the moment, it doesn't look like there's any mistakes being made. It's leading a race. Well, there's some poetry going on here.
Calling it a faux pas is an oxymoron.
Well, there you go. That's right. We're using all forms of vocabulary in the language now, aren't we? So this is continuing on. This is a ripping battle as well with the Formula Vs. We're actually 10th on the road for George McLaughlin and Lowing. And that is where these three Formula Vs, they're going to try and line themselves up for a run down at turn number 1. Here we go. Nice long shot. In the mix there as well is the Thompson Special of Barry Bates. And there goes the number 12 of William Sala. But this is where the battle for Formula Vs is alive and well.
Pulled a bit of a gap there at the end of that straight, but up onto the outside, looking to do an under and over. Closes right back up onto the back of it, the three of them. You couldn't... well, I don't think you'd fit a cigarette paper between them. Not that anybody smokes anymore.
No, that's right. So what I like about this is that they're all Formula Vs. The Alfred has the little engine cover on it with a tiny little lip on it. So just adjusting the airflow off the back of the body work there. So that is very interesting. And this is not a new thing. This was done in the late 60s that they did this.
Hello. Husband and wife close together there, the Rapers. Louise Raper and Graham Raper as they head on up the back straight. Graham pulling out to go past. Hello, love. I'll see you at home tonight.
A quick flyby there as well as our race leader. Well, actually, was our race leader, now sitting in P2 because there is our race leader. In car 50, the last lap board displayed to these guys last lap around. So JKLB, Formula V and Invited will come to a close as we see this car just motoring through this final event for the weekend in JK and LB, but it won't be a clean sweep. This will be a mixed bag of finishes, and what a tremendous run this has been from the second row of the grid in this race for David Reed. Only established the lead a lap or so ago. And there is the last lap board being tucked away.
Flag.
And there's the checkered flag. And it's actually a nice win. 1.6 seconds it was on the last lap. 5.5 on the last lap around. Graham Raper has eased right off on the last lap there to do a 1:37.
Yeah, I guess once you get past and there's a big gap to anybody behind you, there's not a lot of point in trying to chase it down. David Reed from New South Wales competed last weekend down at Baskerville in Tasmania. Had a great weekend down there and he's rounded it off here with a win at Sandown.
Yes,
So,
terrific result for David Reed. Just having a bit of a look back to last year's results. David didn't compete, being a New South Welshman, obviously on his way home from the Baskerville Historics, which, by the way, looked like it was a ripping weekend at that historic circuit down there in Tassie.
It was an amazing weekend. They had I think it was 76 mainland vehicles attending that event, and a lot of interaction between the states, and nice and clean racing, lots of fun down there. But we're having lots of fun here this weekend.
We certainly are. The Victorian Historic Racing Register put it all together so that we can have good, clean family fun and some good, clean racing. And this is what we've done. We have seen a couple of cars coming together, that is for sure, but certainly not nasty stuff. We, of course, we saw the special yesterday in the rain, which the driver walked away from. We saw the MGs this morning, which didn't look to be too bad an incident where they came together. As this entire field is now locked in. It is Reid to Raper, Schnelly eventually home into position 3. That is a really good run there. Came up the second row of the grid. So, in fact, the second row of the grid was the place to be in this one. Abby Wingett, now that is a drive of the day for this category out of 19th, home in 4th place.
Yeah, that's really, really good. And Piccinelli there in that Lotus, that was a really good run too.
Chris Jackson started out of 5 and finished in 5. Sykes, Bates, Sala, William Sala, back to Ross McLaughlin and George Lowing, Mitchell, Louise Raper and Graham Wright round out our finishes for the JK and LB. We have got plenty of racing still to go here today. 6 more races to go, and we'll be racing right through till about 5:30 this afternoon. Up next, Groups M and Q, Sports and Racing and Invited Cars. Phil, we're going to take a break because we have still got the next couple of races together. We'll catch our breath. We'll catch our breath.
We need to do that.
And I'm going to talk to you about your Lotus reference. We'll be back in a moment. Oh. Or maybe we won't.
Good, but scary. I think it's a sense of community, a sense of purpose, of belonging, and a sense of pride.
Beaming smile and the happiness, it just makes it worthwhile.
We pride ourselves on running great track days, but this is the event that we love the most.
Groups M, O Sports and Racing, their final race for the weekend. And we are in that phase of this event where each category comes out. And yes, the sheep stations are up for grabs, Phil Memory. We are absolutely closing out the event. And this is the one that matters. This is where the lovely silverware, the trophies, the glassware gets handed out. This is the one where you take home your memento from the weekend. This guy on camera now, car number 9, did an amazing job in the wet. Phil Randall
absolutely
was not outclassed in any driving sense, was just outclassed in the package that he brings to the track sense. And when you look at the cars that are in front of him now, since being on the front row of the grid earlier today, it's any wonder that he's going back a couple of spots there. Certainly, it was a different affair yesterday, and if you had bulk horsepower like Laurie Bennett has, or like Andrew Robson has got, you're in a world of pain. But it was stroked along nicely. He got a race win, and it was tremendous.
Yeah, you mentioned Laurie Bennett. He made a bit of a mistake. He thought that he'd caught a slower car. He didn't think
it wasn't for the lead.
It wasn't. He didn't think he was battling for the lead. So he sort of muffed it. And
well, he's got a backlog of great results that he can call on, hasn't he?
100%.
And I guess that's going to make him motivated. As Andrew Robson will come off pole in the number 63 there. Laurie Bennett right alongside in the McLaren. Paul Faulkner to Mark Belmorbida in car number 12, another Brabham. Pete Strauss in the 11, that's a Brabham BT 11. Pete Whelan, who's come over from South Australia in car number 16, an Elfin FJ Catalina. Another one of those magnificent Australian-built racing cars. Phil Randall, who we just touched on in car number 9. Chris Herod in the Black Clubman, who had a little tiny indiscretion in the last one there. Luke Harbrough in 161, the ARA Clubman, who did very well in the wet yesterday. Soren Lukens in the 88. Sean Whelan, Jeff Bright. And George Vidovic hasn't taken to the grid at all this weekend, and he's a birthday boy. That is not the best way to spend your birthday weekend, and particularly on return to his home track. Although he's been racing in the USA for the last 5 or 6 seasons and has won I think it was the SVRA GT Championship this year. Missed the presentation dinner last weekend over in the USA because he's back here in Australia and was racing at Tailem Bend. But George not taking to the track, sadly. We'll have to wait until March for the Classic. In fact, I think he's running at the Geelong Revival as well in a few weeks' time. Field is set. Green flag waved, all the officials off the track, and we get set to go. Standing start. The excitement of the standing start. The thrill of the engines rising. And the clutch take-up as the number 32 down there at the back of the field, Sean Whelan, just giving a last-minute adjustment. 5 seconds being displayed. And revs rise, and away we go, and it is the McLaren. Have a look at the way the car right next to him. Andrew Robson got an amazing start there, and the 50 hasn't moved. Chris Herald in the Clubman has not moved. The charge down to turn one. Andrew Robson wins the whole shot run underneath the Penrite Oils flag and into turn one. Paul Faulkner all over the side and then the rear of Laurie Bennett, and also Mark Velmorbida in his Brabham, just sitting off the back end there. Of course, Mark had just a couple of journeys into the grass in the last race. Hope he keeps it on the black stuff for this one.
100%. Laurie Bennett will be looking to stretch the legs of that McLaren M1B up the back straight. The big Chevy V8 will power that car up there, but can he catch up to Robson? He's right on his tail as they go over the top. Down around the squiggly bits there down to Dandenong. I think Laurie will line him up down the start-finish straight, maybe. Hopefully he's got enough power to do it.
Well, I tell you what, he's got a good couple of litres of performance over the Brabham BT30, being listed as a 1600cc four-cylinder, but it is using all of its grip, massive grip, not overpowered, and I don't think anything can be overpowered, but at the moment, Laurie Bennett is looking straight over the grid spot that he left a number 11 for the first 7 or 8 metres of the start of this race.
Yes, he'll be probably a little bit annoyed at himself for doing that. He's usually a very, very good man off the start line. Tried a little bit too hard, and that didn't work for him. So around turns 3, heading up to the back straight. Laurie is being worried at the back there. And that car is going to get a lovely draft up the back straight.
I tell you what,
part of it.
Sean Whelan is absolutely charged from the rear of this grid to get onto the back of the McLaren, and he has actually pulled out because I reckon he was getting a face full of exhaust fumes that would have filled his helmet. And you can't do that for too long when you're looking straight down the exhaust pipe of a McLaren M1B.
Not at all. And Laurie again coming under attack from Whelan with white flag, so I suspect that that's indicating a bit of a problem as the Clubman...
Slow-moving Clubman there, which didn't get off the line there. That's a real shame for car number 50, Chris Herod, who drove ever so well in the wet, and that is a good point of judgment. If you're driving well in the wet, you're a good race car driver, and he was doing a tremendous job in the wet. Laurie Bennett now. Car just moving a little bit on the surface of the tyre under brakes there, but charging Sean Whelan, who started out of 13th and within the first lap and a half was all the way up to P3. And the number 32, Sean Whelan, Brabham BT50, similar to the car that's leading this race, the Brabham BT30 as well. So very much a Brabham affair with McLaren.
Laurie does not appear to be able to close that gap. In fact, the gap is getting bigger, and Robson is on a 1 minute 19.4, and Laurie Bennett a 1:22.15. So not looking good for Laurie to be able to close that gap down and pluck the win.
How often do you think Jack Brabham and Bruce McLaren met each other on a racetrack?
A bit. They were good mates.
They were.
So they used to spend quite a lot of time together. So, hello, who's slowing there?
Ah, that's our race leader. Is that car number 60? No, maybe he's gone across the line.
Yep.
It was a red
maybe
car.
Maybe it's Whelan.
That's the 32 of Whelan and into the pits. Oh, what a shame. Starting
That
out of
is.
13th up to P3. And what that does is that releases Laurie Bennett, but it gives a massive impetus to these two. That's Mark Velmobita in a podium position and Paul Faulkner to try their very, very best over the next 4.5 minutes left in this one. So about 4 laps left in this one. But these two now have a supreme motivation to grab another spot on the podium if either Robson, and he's disappeared 7.5 seconds up the road from Laurie Bennett. Laurie Bennett another 5 seconds up the road from these two, and you'd have to suggest whilst the McLaren is hunting like it is, that gap will just expand.
Yeah, I can't see Laurie closing that down, and which is not like Laurie to give up. He's certainly a competitive lad.
This gap here, he's got to manage this gap. I'm going to say the race lead that Andrew Robson's now got with only a handful of laps left. He has to be now 2 seconds a lap faster. This guy we're looking at here, Laurie Bennett, has to be 2 seconds a lap faster than Robson to even consider taking a victory. In fact, it's now over 8.5 seconds. So if Laurie wants to hang on to one of the big trophies, the car behind there, that's the one that's chasing him down. In fact, we've lost Paul Faulkner as well. He was running very closely with Mark Velmobita.
Okay.
And now has disappeared. Both those cars are Group OR1 class cars, but
Faulkner has gone through. I'm just not seeing him on screen, so he's gone through on that lap through.
Just watching Velmobita, which is the Brabham BT23C in the greeny colour or an Ackery colour. There's our race leader. That's Andrew Robson.
And that is a beautiful, beautiful car. Incredibly well presented. You can see the drive shafts with the old universal joints.
Yes, you can. It looks like they're spinning backwards as you slow down. Yeah, that optical illusion, but very much you can see them. That now would be shrouded with safety covers and all sorts of things.
Well, it wouldn't be a uni joint.
No, it would be
constant velocity joint.
It would be a CV for sure.
Yeah. So we're starting to talk things technical for anybody out there who doesn't understand.
Well, it is interesting. There's no reason not to understand because we all carry a dictionary and an encyclopedia in our pocket these days.
Yes, one that you can sometimes make phone calls on.
Yeah, you can. Well, you can do that from a watch as well these days. What kids that they get up to. Have a look at this. McLaren, absolutely a monster of a machine. And Laurie Bennett, who's driving it very, very well. Nice to get yourself in position in life where you can come to Sandown International Motor Raceway at the 33rd running of the Equity One Sandown Historics and have this as your race car.
Yeah, so nice. And look, Laurie's a great fellow. I had him talk to some high school students on Friday. Was very generous with his time, and his feedback to me after that was that he was impressed with how much knowledge those children had.
We definitely have lost Paul Faulkner off the back of Mark Velmobita. In fact, he's 18 seconds back now. So Mark Velmobita is as lonely in position number 3 as Robson and Bennett are in positions 1 and 2. They've got a good couple of 100 metres air gap between themselves and the nearest protagonist. So going around for another lap, and I'm going to suggest the next time around Robson will be shown the last lap board, but this is a substantial lead as he starts to come up on the back of Phil Randall. This time yesterday Phil Randall was leading a race in the wet and that's the great leveller, isn't it?
It certainly is. Webbed feet, they're very handy.
In the wet they are. In the dry you need to be able to dance on your pedals like twinkle toes, don't you? And well, that's what you've got to do in these cars. They're very tight down in the footwell.
It's incredible the variation, even in Formula One cars from years ago. I've been lucky enough to sit in an ex-James Hunt Hesketh, and it was like a bathtub, plenty of room. And I sat in an ex-Mario Andretti Lotus, and that was a tight squeeze.
JPS Lotus? Ground effects car?
Yes.
In Sydney?
No.
No.
Fulton Island.
Yeah, okay. That was the old... trying to think of his name, John Dawson Damer car.
Was it the JPS? No, I don't think it was now. It didn't have any bodywork on it, so it's a bit hard to tell.
Yeah, John Dawson Damer had one in his collection, which was the 79 car of Mario Andretti, and yeah, it was pretty special sitting in that car, I can tell you that much. Looks like we got a last lap board. Yes, we do. There it is, a last lap for Andrew Robson. And here comes Laurie Bennett, and wow, Mark Velmer-Beta is ranging up into the back of Laurie at the moment. And that time just across the line, 0.85 of a second between this McLaren and that Brabham.
Yeah, now Laurie's taking a very narrow line into the corners there. He doesn't appear to be really pushing the car to try and straighten those corners out.
This is very, very close
Down
indeed.
inside,
Up the
Laurie.
inside, Mark Velmer-Beta is going to take P2 in this race, and I hope Laurie is not thinking I'm not racing this guy. I hope he realises this is for P2 as they're going to go side by side up the hill. There is our race leader. 4 corners, 5 corners left to go. 4 corners now left to go for car number 63. This magnificent Brabham BT30 has been driven very, very nicely indeed by Andrew Robson. Laurie Bennett has gone through on Mark Velmer-Beta, and this is interesting happening in the back of shot here, but to the leader will be the victory in about 100 metres time. Andrew Robson, checkered flag unfurled and beautifully waved by our Finnish official there, and Andrew Robson takes a sweet victory. Laurie Bennett gets motivated in the last half a lap and defends his position. And welcome to the podium to Mark Velmer-Beta in his Brabham. So a Brabham, like the McLaren's like the ham in the sandwich, isn't it, between these two beautiful Brabhams? In fact, these 3 beautiful cars. A big congratulations to Mark Velmer-Beta for jumping on this podium. A car magnificently presented and prepared for him by Phil Hughes from Supercar Services down there in Braeside. But these 3 cars, have a look at Laurie, always waving to the trackside officials, letting everybody know.
Yeah, he's a lovely guy, and if you're wandering around the pits, he's worthwhile going and have a bit of a chat to.
I reckon they'll be in heavy pack-up mode to get back up the highway this afternoon now, but we've still got tons of racing to go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 races still to go, and that was the big bangers in the sports cars, in particular the big banger right there, the McLaren. And I got to say thank you very much, Laurie Bennett, but also to Andrew Robson and Mark Velmer-Beta.
There's Paul Faulkner parked off the edge of the track there, so
I wonder where he appeared from. He wasn't there a lap or so ago. He didn't get to the line because he was completed 8 laps. Oh, no, that's not Paul Faulkner I'm looking at. That's the other one. Paul Faulkner down on 7 laps, so obviously didn't get through. Norman Faulkner was the one I was looking at in the Alpine Mono. But this is a Brabham. Car number 63, Andrew Robson takes the victory. Laurie Bennett in behind. I think he's just trying to cool down, actually, Phil. He's got the arm up in the air and acknowledging all of the flaggies. They do appreciate it, that's for sure. And Mark Velmer-Beta has got a taste of the podium. That's what you want. You get the hook them in and get them addicted to that podium result. And what a terrific result. Mark Velmer-Beta getting up on that last step of the podium. As I said, plenty of racing still to come your way. Groups P, Q&R Racing and Q&R Sports on track next. Then it'll be the Group C and A Tribute, MG and Invited British Sports Cars, Historic Touring Cars and HQ. So still tons of racing to come here at the 33rd Historic Sandown, brought to you by Equity One, Shannon's Insurance, Penrite, Cool Drive, Racer Industries, Dana Precision, Apex Steel, Photography, Traction Tyre Centre, the Mark Sports Car Club, Pavitt, Aussie Soils and Auto House in Moorabbin for all of their great storage options for your race cars, your pride and joy, all of that sort of thing. The field making their way back into the pit and paddock. We'll take a quick break and we will roll into the next category on track. PQ&R Racing in just a moment. What an absolute pleasurable sight to see as these magnificent PQ&R sports and racing cars come charging down the straight. And I do like being at a racetrack where Tim Macro is driving a race car, and in this case the Pro Sport SC91. Tim will be out of pole position. He won the race earlier on today. The best lap time at 1:19.61. I'm going to suggest that the sun has warmed up the surface a little bit more, and we might start to see some of these cars start to push a little bit harder. Certainly Tim has not come off the boil from his heady days of multiple Formula 3 championship winners. He is still a highly skilled, highly talented race driver, and winning races is what he goes to the racetrack for, whether it's running his own business in Tim Macro Racing or actually getting behind the wheel and having a drive himself. And testament to his skill and ability. He gets given a drive of a magnificent looking car here in the Shell livery. It's going to be very, very interesting because we haven't got Andrew Madecki out on track at the moment, but we do have David Crabtree, and he'll be starting right behind Tim Macro.
He will. So, and if Andrew Madecki's not there, he's going to have a clean run down the side of the Macro machine off the start if he can get a good start.
Jonathan Miles is the next one there, and he will line up on position number 3. That's that number 51. Actually, no, it's not. I've got him confused there. Jonathan Miles is in...
51.
Car number 51.
Okay, number 51,
Norris,
Jonathan Miles.
Norris Miles, yeah, okay. Yep. And it's 2 warm-up laps and a rolling start.
So the safety car leads them down the front straight there, and you can see Macro working the tyres really hard, trying to get a little bit of temperature into those. David Crabtree, on the other hand, just sort of rolling along.
Well, Formula 5000 doesn't suffer from tyres not getting to temp too often, does it? They just a couple of little touches on the clutch and you can spin the wheels up and get tons of temperature into them. This is a genuine safety type of issue in a historic sense, that these cars do need to have a good whack of horsepower on them. Car number 6 there is Andrew McCarthy, and then we go back to Alan Foley in that number 72, and a great looking car that Alan Foley is driving. Dean Ty, and we've been marvelling at Dean Ty all throughout this weekend in the Brabham BT36, one of the early cars that started having wings, certainly out of the Brabham organisation, and great to see Dean Ty in there as well. Kiran Patel, which has grabbed our attention, that 930 Porsche 930T, and for all the right reasons, and that's licking flames on the road with the exhaust pipe out the back of that car and filling the helmet as it was, and it's going to be Rowan Carrick again there in the number 46. So the CRD 852 with Rowan Carrick at the wheel. Great story, really a heartwarming story where Dad used to race this car, now son racing it, and what a great way to keep the heritage and tradition going in the Carrick family. We go back from Rowan, go back to Robert Cracknell, then we have Trevor Ross, Peter Nowlan. Have we had Peter join
Peter
in?
Nowlan, I don't think he's joined.
And Stephen Willing. So Andy Madecki not taking his spot on the grid. Dean Ty will be the only interstate protagonist in this one. Car number 2, starting out of the 7th position. And Tim Macro now leading this rolling start to the line. And there it is. They get away. But look at the Formula 5000. Dumps its clutch, and David Crabtree charges on by, and without even acknowledging or a wave, Macro will monster him under brakes, and this is where the 3-litre sports car will really have to use its advantage over the 5-litre Formula 5000. Macro looking left
for a
and
way
right. And the march of David Crabtree coming well and truly under fire. There goes Macro. Looks to the inside. Forever the race driver sees the gap.
And got double-ended too. So 2 cars past David Crabtree there. He just got himself in the wrong part of the track there, and once the gate was open, those cows did fly through.
Didn't they? The horses bolted, absolutely. Macro brings the other sports car through, but Crabtree in a straight line blasts on by Jonathan Miles in the Tiga SC81. So it's only a 2 litre. So when you're bringing 5 litres to the gunfight, you're in a straight line, you're going to do it. Have a look at that.
Oh, wow.
Under brakes, streams on by. And
that was a good manoeuvre, straight through Crabtree. And Crabtree's going to be really annoyed at that because he's just got so much power. He's going to blast past it down the front straight again. And
Andrew Moore in the Mara. Sorry, Andrew McCarthy in the Mara MM82 looped it at the back of shot there. And David Crabtree wouldn't have been unaware of that. So the number 6 continues on, but loses 1, 2, 3, 4 spots in the process. But a maximum attack there by Andrew McCarthy in the Mora MM82.
And David Crabtree under attack again. Managed to get past the 51 down the front straight.
Wow, Jonathan Miles, left and right. He's there, here, he's there, he's everywhere. Crabtree just shuts the gate there. And, wow, that was a very decent racing manoeuvre. Just said, no, you're not coming through there. I'm closing the gate. And in behind Crabtree, that is Brennan, who did a terrific job earlier on today. David Brennan in car number 12.
Yeah, the 52, just a great little car, a 2 litre, 4-cylinder, but works really, really well.
Getting a good look at these Formula cars, big, massive tyres on the rear. It's, and another one.
That was Alan Foley, I think, further back, that just took a bit of a dive off the edge of the track.
See, what's happened is that everyone's attuned to wet laps, and the track comes at you a whole lot faster when it's dry, and they just lost their brake markers from the weekend. They need to remember almost 12 months ago, as David Crabtree just gets a little bit of brake squirrel there as well. The car just moving across the surface with those slick tyres, and I would suggest he started with a low temperature in the rear tyres.
And look at the left front tyre on that. That looks as if it might have a flat spot on it. There's certainly something when that was coming towards the screen there that it looked as if it may well be a flat spotted tyre.
As they come up the hill, here is this 5,000. Bit hard as they're going top speed at the top of the hill to pick a flat spot, but certainly with these open wheelers, the tyre, and you start to see that graining like we see with Formula One sometimes, but it's all to do with those incoming tyre pressures and how they're set as to whether they come on early or late. As car number 12 goes along very, very nicely indeed. That's the dyno room car of David Brennan, their March 722.
Brennan looking to try and come on to the back of Miles as they come up that front straight, but we have Macro out in the lead doing a great job. He's got some 13 odd seconds. He's lapped last time at a 1:17.23 and has a very large margin over David Crabtree in second.
You can't tell me that Tim Macro hasn't been fettling the Pro Sport SC91, because this morning a 1:19.61 was all he could do. He's now 2 seconds a lap faster than what he was this morning. He will have been picking the brains of the crew. He'll be on the tools himself to make sure they can get just that extra little bit of pace out of the car. It would have been difficult with no running yesterday in the wet conditions, but this is poster or super example of how Tim Macro has always gone racing. Oh no! David Brennan spears off, and that's a contact with the wall. Luckily, he had slowed down a fair bit before he hit that guardrail wall, but has disappeared in behind the tent there, and our sector marshal was looking the other way. In fact, now starting to make his way over. Car number 12, David Brennan. Great to see David out of the car and up over the barrier there. Not great to see this car with dinged up the March 722, and it's a 2-litre car. The 51 though being driven very nicely. Jonathan Miles getting on with the task at hand. We're sitting in P3. Dean Ty has pushed pretty hard out of position number 7 there, Phil, up into 4th.
Yeah, he's really got that car working very well. One of the older style Brabhams out there, and doing a great job. He's got 3 cars that he runs. So he's got this Brabham, he's got a Dallara with a Judd V8 in it, which he runs in hill climbs and sprints. And he also has an Empire Wrath, which a lot of people won't ever have heard of, but it's a specific built British hill climb car, powered by a Suzuki Hayabusa, and he's taking that car back to Britain next year. Checkered flag for Tim Macro.
He's taken the victory, so good result there. Well done, a 1:17.08, a ripping lap. Improved himself by 2.5 seconds on this morning's run, and he's very, very happy indeed. Just letting all the trackside officials know he appreciates their efforts. And just trickling around in car number 11.
Yeah,
flashing the headlights there. Tim Macro in the Pro Sport SC91 takes the final race for the weekend for Groups PQR Sports and Racing. David Crabtree will bring his Formula 5000, March Formula 5000, home into position number 2. Jonathan Miles into 3. Dean Ty ultimately home in 4. Rowan Carrick, terrific drive there. Rowan, well done, and I'm going to say an emotional weekend for those guys in that family. Started out of 11th, and Rowan got home in 5th. That is terrific. Car number 2 there, Dean Ty, just putting his hand up, and that's Rowan Carrick right in behind him there as well. And we get a look. This is the incident with David Brennan in the march. Comes across the top of the hill. Would have been a very big surprise for number 51, who was following very closely. I can assure you there was no touch. They weren't that close, but hits the bit of an impact there. Collapses the suspension on both left-hand side wheels. But the driver just watching away through there. The speed had certainly been dramatically reduced by the time he got to the wall there. Patel in the QS2, which is the 930T, home in position number 7. And then it was it Rowan Little? Yes, it was, car number 48. Yeah. Rowan Little got home in the Lola T610, the ex-Bob Gill owned car, genuine early 80s Le Mans racer there. Cracknell and Ross home in 10th place. Sadly, David Brennan has dinged up his march quite badly. The medical team are definitely there with him now, and they'll take him back to the medical centre. We'll wait for the recovery team. Phil, I reckon the time we had up our sleeve, we're going to
use a little bit of it.
Use a bit of this to get this one away, as we see the flat toe just being repositioned to come and take this car out as the field returns to the pit and paddock area. The next category on track is going to be the Group C and Group A Tribute Super Sprint. Phil, I reckon you and I have deserved a bit of a break after the last 4 races together. We got a bit feisty about Lotus and stuff like that, so we might take it off. What are they, as the kids say now? We'll
round behind the shelter shed.
We'll take it off there. We'll be back with more racing here at Adelaide International for the 33rd Historic Sandown. A big thank you to the corporate partners right throughout this weekend, led by Equity One, Penrite, Shannons and Cool Drive. A great weekend of racing has been had so far. Still got 4 races to go, and this little tidy up. We'll be back in just a few moments.
I spend a lot of time out here. The RT Charger's the real deal. An E49. Remember A-Charger? I've always got projects on the go, so Shannon's laid-up cover helps protect my restorations. I'm Mopar through and through. It's a passion Shannon's understands. I wouldn't insure my cars and bikes with anyone else.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Welcome back to the historic Sandown 33rd running of the Victorian Historic Racing Register's historic Sandown. I ask you how many events of any type other than probably the Melbourne Cup and Bathurst and even Island Magic get 33 years in a row of running one event. A testament to the club and the people that operate in the background, and that's across all three events of the circuit racing stuff that the Victorian Historic Racing Register do. A big shout out to Equity One, Shannon's, Penrite and Cool Drive for those big corporate sponsors that help keep this going, and often they're doing it for the absolute love of it to make sure that this form of motorsport continues on. And what we're looking at on track here now is I guess a continuation of that theory, and this is the Group CNA Tribute Super Sprint, and being joined by Brett Florence, and it really is about the continuation of motorsport, isn't it, mate? These cars are in their original form. I'm not going to say are priceless, but they're expensive, and it has been very interesting with the Ford Coupes, because they are some of the real valuable ones. Absolutely. And we're seeing a few of them out there on track, and that really does give us a really cool, I guess, hark back to yesteryear, and just having a look at that coupe there of David Ramsey. We'll just correct your mistake from yesterday. It's a 73 car, not a 74 car.
Yeah, it's in the 73 livery. I got, like I said, got quite a few messages to say that I was incorrect, but I called it. I said I was going to be wrong. But no, it's a pretty cool machine, that. So in this category, there's still three, maybe four other coupes that are out there that aren't racing here this weekend with guys. So you'll see more Falcon coupes in this category than what you will actually out on the track with the Heritage Touring Car guys.
Big shout out to Nick Higgins. We know he's watching at home, recovering with a sore leg. He's got a sore leg, poor old Nico. He joined us in the commentary booth for the Winton Festival of Speed. And ran last year, actually, at the Winton Festival Speed in the little Toyota Corolla, which is a tribute car of the Toyota Works era in Group A.
And you're right, and this should be a pretty good match. We've got the Walkinshaw of Adrian Elsley, which is a genuine car, still 308, dual throttle body, 5-speed, and as it should be. And you've got Phil Jones in the LS1 powered, or LS3 powered, VH. So let's see who wins and who gets the better times. I'm backing Adrian in, actually, personally.
I think we probably need to put to one side who wins, because this is a super sprint, but I do like the way they punch them all up to head off on the super sprint all at one time there with the green flag. But it's the same protagonists that we've seen earlier on today that are heading off out in front. And certainly that Walkinshaw car, when that first came out with that wild bonnet scoop and that massive rear deck wing and the side skirts, it was an absolute freak, wasn't it? Everyone was like, yeah. Wow, they have gone absolutely berserk on the aero with that thing.
Yeah, exactly. And it was interesting talking to Adrian yesterday. He didn't run yesterday due to tyre issue, but he was saying that how the aero on this works so much better than a VN, and they got the aero on the Walkinshaw right and the VN not so right. It was far more twitchy, the VN, so it was just interesting having a chat to him about the cars. And then you look at this XD, the plain wrapper really of Mike Emery's, and Ian Ross loves this thing. He just drives it and he likes it because it's just plain and simple, just like Mike ran it in the day.
Certainly got the suspension settings to run the bumps here at Sandown, just riding those undulations here at Sandown.
Well, that's right, because it was a taxi, as Ian said.
That's right, it was too. Yeah. There's some of those stories, isn't it? Gary Wilmington in the day, I remember in the early supercars era, they said, oh yeah, we got 2 cars and we did a cut and shut. And it was sort of like, well, lucky it's a race car and you don't have to have those chassis numbers registered anymore. But there's a lot of those sorts of stories where cars were birthed out of, these days we see a lot of the stat write-offs from floods and things like that, don't we?
Oh, absolutely. And as you said, the protagonists here. So this will be a good match, actually. And it just shows you, modern drivetrain versus traditional drivetrain, and speed-wise, they're pretty similar.
So this car we're looking at here, it does look absolutely genuine in the way it's been prepared, and that is a testament to the people that have built it. And he's actually getting quite involved, having a good look in the mirror too to see where they go. In a super sprint, you're not looking in the mirrors, you're looking ahead.
No, that's right. So, and Adrian's no slouch, that's for sure.
No.
He, I think he came second in last year's Heritage Touring Car Championship out of their 5 rounds, so he did pretty well up against the M3s and the Sierras that he runs in. So, you know, it's pretty cool. But, you know, and all the other guys are falling well behind.
They certainly are. So a 1:19.20, that's a pretty good lap time in any sort of racing here in these sorts of vehicles. But I reckon we're about to see that start to drop down too as this session continues on.
Yeah, exactly. And like you saw the Citizen Watches VC Commodore there, that started life as a old Commodore Cup car. So, you know, like Travis Kirby, who runs that car, picked out a livery you liked, and, you know, when you look at it, it's compare that car, it's a small wing, early Commodore type car, versus Phil's, which is the later big wing car. You know, both just different liveries, different time frame, but, you know, a pretty good way of getting a defunct car from a category that's no longer, give it a rebirth into a new lifestyle.
Absolutely, yeah. You weren't allowed to have those big arches on the Commodore Cup car like they do there, and that really is what sets the Group C era apart, isn't it? The big bolt-on guards that you could run. Just looking back, Phil Jones earlier today, a 1:19.68. He's done a 1:18.64, so 1.1 seconds faster in the first 4 laps of this session in the Super Sprint. Just looking at the Equity One timing board there, 7 minutes and 44 seconds left to go, so a good handful of laps still to improve on that.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, like we said earlier, we've got Tabitha Ambrose out there in the Federation Moffat inspired coupe, and then, you know, its owner, you got Graham Stevenson. He's in the John English XD. So, you know, and apparently in the earlier session, Graham sort of cut off Tabitha a little bit and nearly took out his own car, which would have been an interesting conversation.
Certainly would. Just looking at Tabitha's time from earlier today, a 1:32.59, 1:32.59 there by Tabitha. And just looking where she is in the mix now, there she is, a 1:40.33 as Adrian just goes through on the Falcon there, and he is chasing. He's bettered his time from earlier on today. Did a 1:21.21. He's done a 1:19.2, so that's 2 seconds faster than what he was earlier on today. There's Tabitha in the Camel Federation entry as she gets through turn number 1, and this car looks as though it is the pride and joy in the garage, doesn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, and you know, Graham, who owns this car, him and a couple of other guys, Graham was telling me earlier, they actually tried to buy the original car, and Alan Moffat wouldn't sell it to them when it was at the Ford Wreckers in West Heidelberg. And then, you know, he always wanted that car, and hence why he's built this one. So, you know, good luck, good on him. And his mechanic was one of the guys trying to buy it with him.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, so...
Okay. Obviously a keepsake that has now found a nice worthy place in Graham's shed, and good to see Tabitha, who is just grabbing every drive that is coming at her. She drove that 4-door A9X at the Winton Festival of Speed in August, and what a race meeting. That was ripping race meeting for her profile, because record crowds, record viewing on the live stream, and when you're a young driver trying to make your way in motorsport, they're the sort of events you want to have your name at, so you get seen by a lot of faces.
Well, that's right, and she just did a fabulous interview actually pre this event, and with Sandra Horn, social media fame, and so and it's a great insight into where Tabitha is and what Tabitha wants to do, and from our club point of view, she's a great ambassador for us as a junior, so that's why we support her.
The 57 BMW E30 M3 Adrian Brady, a 1:34.09 in earlier trim. Let's have a look where Adrian Brady is now currently 10th on the track. A 1:33.68 is his fastest time. So he's gone 3.4 of a second faster in these conditions. Is that me, or is that just looking a little bit hazy up the back straight now?
It? Hopefully the rain's not coming back.
Well, you might get our stats people in the background to have a bit of a look at that for us and see what's happening. I'd love to have one of these cars. In fact, hands down, any of these cars on track now, this is a bit of me.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Look, I've got a Commodore, but M3. If I had my choice, other than the Commodore, it'd be an M3 like this. E30 M3. How cool.
Yeah, very much so. And head off to Germany and do some hill climb championships or something with it. Rev it up to 11,000 and give it a red hot go. And great to see it out there. And I tell you what, it went right up in my estimation when you alerted me to the fact that it was a Schnitzer genuine article too.
Yeah, absolutely. I didn't realise that until Bill Cutler, who's a regular in Heritage Touring Cars, and Bill races all around the world in his M3 Schnitzer car. And he's one of our club members, and Bill was telling me all about this one, and he said, it was one of the sister Schnitzer cars, so it's pretty cool, that's for sure. And it looks, when you go down and actually have a look at it, it's pretty neat.
I wonder if Ian Mabry or any of those guys that were running around in the background behind Brock when he put 05 on a BMW for a couple of seasons there as well, and Ian Mabry was one of those privateers like we were just talking about as well. He did it quite well for a fair while, and the other one, actually another one of the great race drivers of Victoria I've seen floating around today, Laurie Nelson.
Yes, Laurie's here.
Floating around here. Great to see him at the racetrack. One of those evergreen privateers, then a real born and bred privateer in the Capri Components Capri, and then later on in the fox-bodied Mustangs.
That's
and stuff
right.
like that.
And that fox-body Mustang's still a regular in Heritage Touring Cars.
I think some of the Capris are too.
Yeah.
I think they've been floating around, but certainly these cars now. So wipers are on. Oh, Adrian Olsley, that is not what you want coming out of the back of your 5-litre Holden.
No, it's not.
That is not tyres rubbing either. Oh no, and as I just said, the wipers are on. That's not good. The car filling up with smoke too.
Yeah, and I know he's engine builder, so he won't be happy either. He's currently in America with, probably watching at the moment, actually. He's been over in SEMA, his engine builder, so he won't be overly impressed.
No, that doesn't look good.
Yeah, no, it doesn't. I also know the guy that supplies the engine parts to the engine builder, so he won't be happy either.
Oh, well, there's a bit of a sale coming up by the looks of things. So you know him well.
Yeah.
And here's Tabitha again. She's still sitting there in 11th. A 1:36.87 is her best in this session. It was a 1:32. So I'm going to suggest that, yes, with seeing these cars now in their replay, just seeing the interesting here is the fastest car on track has got its windscreen wipers on.
Yeah, exactly.
That is telling us, and Emma's just shown us the radar, and there's certainly some smatterings of showers around on the track. Checkered flag has now dropped on this category, and I would suggest that's probably to buy a little bit of time to recover that VL parked down there. Just getting a look there at the Morris Falcon. Bob Morris, of course, was synonymous across both Holden and Ford products in the Group C era.
And Taz, who owns that car, Taz has always been a regular at these events. Taz is one of the very original guys back, 10 years ago who built this car and has always, played in Regularity before it moved into this. And Taz, with his sons, with their Auto Haas vehicle storage in Moorabbin, they're one of our sponsors for this category, and they're on board for Winton as well, and they do a great job for us. So along with all our sponsors, which is fantastic.
It is a great. They're doing a good job in business too for their customers as well. A very secure facility there at Auto House in Moorabbin, and strongly urge anyone, if you're looking to store cars that are precious and mean something to you, that is the place to do it if you need that sort of service. Don't like the fact that we're seeing the deteriorating surface flag out. I hope that just means rain and not oil. It is colloquially known as the oil flag.
Yes.
And we did see a lot of smoke coming out of the VL down there. Great to see these competitors acknowledging the trackside marshals, recovery crews and flaggies, etc. as they come around.
And if you look at that, it looks like Moffat in the Moffat car, Roger. So he's having a reminisce.
He is, absolutely. Absolutely. So where can we find out more about Group C and Group A tribute cars?
Look, there's a Facebook page that's a couple of them, but as a result of this weekend, myself and a few of the other guys within VHRR, we're starting to look at sort of creating, I don't know, a set of rules, if you like, just sort of guidelines really, more so than rules, just around construction and safety and stuff like that. But essentially, if anyone wants to build a car, look at the CAMS documents in relation to the, what the original cars were in spec, and roughly, if you can do that, that's fantastic. We don't want the cars to be super duper hot rods. Try and keep them in spec, keep them within what would have been period, and as long as they look and smell and go the same, that's what we hope for.
Fantastic. Yes, there's definitely a bit of oil down there, and the officials shaking their head as well. And just notice Brett Ramsey from In Pit Lane TV show wandering down the straight there as well. I hope he's not unchecked out there, just with his camera gear, wandering back over to turn number 1. But Brett, thank you so much, and thanks to all of the drivers, teams, crews, etc. around the Group C, Group A tribute cars. That, as I mentioned earlier, it is nice to have a bit of a teary-eyed reminisce about some of these touring cars.
Yeah, it is, mate. It sure is, and hopefully I'll be out there with these guys at some point in a VK Commodore.
That's the aim.
Yes.
It is absolutely the aim. Well done, and to the engine guy and parts supplier for the VL, commiserations.
Yeah,
there as well.
yeah, I'll give him a call.
Brett! Thanks, Brett. We'll be back with more. We've still got 3 more races to go here as part of the 33rd running of Historic Sandown with the Victorian Historic Racing Register. If you're at the track, I really hope you've had a fantastic day. If you've been watching on the live stream, I hope you've enjoyed what we've put out on the broadcast as well. Still a couple of terrific races to go. The MG and invited British cars are going to be on track next. We'll take a quick break while they clean up that VL Commodore down at the run down into turn 2. Back in a moment. MG and invited British cars on track now, and they are just getting a look at the oil that was put down by that 5-litre Holden in the Group C and A tribute cars. So with the skies looking ominous, this is definitely a group of very experienced racers, and I've got to say they'll process this information quickly. They do a lot of racing, most of the cars in this field, so they'll be able to observe all of that. And I'm going to say the couple of the fastest cars on track are going to be leading the field away, and that's Phil Chester and Simon Elliott. So we will see how this one starts to transpire. Welcome Chris and Emma back on, who we've been calling the MGs with right throughout this weekend. Chris, just give us a little bit of the iterations as the championship unfolds, the last race of the season.
Yeah, so it's still very close. It's still anyone's up for grabs. Phil Chester currently leads on 264, and Jason Edwards second in 247, and Simon Elliott and Mike Trathen equal third on 246. So anyone's to win it. Phil's in the box seat, but as we all know, you've got to finish to win those championships.
Well, we just saw in the last race, Phil right to the line there, couldn't put up the fight to Simon Elliott. So clearly there was an issue with the car, and that just gives us more interest is the way this one unfolds.
Yeah, is Robin Bailey and Richard Miller going to kind of come in and spoil the fun as well?
Well, what could also spoil the fun is 2 things that definitely don't go together, and that's oil and water. If we get a little bit of rain and we've got that oil on the track down the end of the first straight,
that's when car 1 swings into action, isn't it? And when things get a little bit dicey, Mike Trathen jumps onto the results sheet. awesome as well. Gary Bulmer in the number 4 could certainly do it, and that car is looking fantastic all weekend. And Gary due a nice result, isn't he?
He sure is. He's put in so much effort to rebuild this car, and it would be great to see him get another great result.
I'll have a quick look through the grid. Phil Chester next to Simon Elliott, on pole Elliott. Then we go back to Robin Bailey, and that is that monster bulge in the black and green bonnet on that car. So it's got a whole lot of engine under that. Richard Milligan next, Keith Ondarchi back to Michael Trathen, Gary Bulmer, Rodney Wells, Jason Edwards, who started off the front row earlier today, Chris Ralph, Murray Stevenson, Trevor Dunford, Paul Ziddy, Greg White, Gordon Bunyan, Shirley St John Cox, Johnny Makem out of 17th, Kaylin Littlechester out of 18th, James Dodd, Alana Ondarchi, Ian Cowie, David Bajan, who I don't think has made the grid. As we get off the line now, cars charge down to turn 1. It was Simon Elliott that got the good take up of the clutch there, but everyone getting away very, very nicely indeed. Alana right down the back there in the Stag. Keith just missing out a little bit on the early part of this race, but he'll push the number 40 pretty hard. Phil Chester looks out, drives over the top of the oil down, and will draw right alongside the car that is fairly similar in silhouette, except for that huge bulge on the bonnet of Robin Bailey's car. And at this point in time, I would suggest that Phil, if he doesn't want to be in front, he wants to be in P2 to not let any further points slip away to Simon Elliott. It's 18 points the difference between those two in the 2025 MG Racing Australia Championship.
Yeah, that's right. He's going to sit there and he'll make his move, but when the time's right. But Bailey's looking up for the fire. He's going to hold the line coming over the top of the hill here, and it's letting Simon skip away a little bit at the front, and there's still some wet patches on the track, isn't there? There's little splashes of water coming up as they're going down the hill.
We did have a little bit of a shower blow over the circuit whilst the Group C and Group A cars were on track, which was the last session. It doesn't look as though it's set in. In fact, it's looking a little bit clearer. It got quite hazy out there for a while. Good look at Robin Bailey. We haven't seen Robin in the MG Racing Series for a little while now. He did disappear off the scene just for a little while, but was doing a little bit of sports car racing as well, was double entering as well, and that will wear out an MG GT V8 pretty quickly when you do double duties.
Yes, it will. So hopefully this is Robin's test weekend for the 2026 season, and we can see him back all year next year.
Be good to see another one of these quick V8s. Just having a bit of a look for seeing where Richard Milligan is as in the landscape of things. He's a good couple of 100 metres further back as we go up to turn 1. And get a good look back there. There's Jason Edwards, who as a result of yesterday's wet racing was on the front row of the grid earlier today. Murray Stevenson also was up the field further. And Gary Bulmer, so the car we touched on, Chris, that has had substantial work done in recent times.
Yeah, sadly at last year's Festival of Speed, Gary had a bit of an accident on the Friday and caused a bit of front end damage. So, you know, a year and a bit worth of work all by himself, pretty much. So great effort from Gary to get this car back on track. And as we see them all come up the back straight, there's nearly 3 wide MGFs here. Paul Ziddy's going to have a look at Dunford coming up to the top of the hill, and knowing Paul is going to give this a crack. Oh, he's a bit further back than what it looks. That camera angle always.
It's an optical illusion, that one, isn't it? It certainly is. Alana Ondarchi there in the number 44 as well. She came out of position at number 20. She's already up to 12, so a big charge in the white open top Triumph. But a great field around. Paul Ziddy really enjoying his time in the MGs, and rightfully so. In the wet yesterday, it would not have been nice in his normal ride. The Spectrum Formula Ford, putting a roof over his head certainly worked well for Paul yesterday, and he's forever up for a drive. I remember a couple of years ago at this event, he did a tremendous job in an Alphen Clubman, and he's one of those guys that just loves life. A great fella to be around, actually, and good to see. Have a look at this. Bulmer now. He's going to have a red-hot go at car number 1. And I tell you what, Mike Tratham doesn't want to have to buy any new stickers for this car. He's going to be, he'll probably try and squeeze a 2 or a 3 or a 1 on either side of that and go racing again later on in the year. I always think it's so cute that it's got the registration plates on it. How's that? I'm car number 1 and I'm still road registered.
I know, it's a little bit cheeky, isn't it, almost? These guys are actually doing the best of clearing up that oil sand mix that's done its job at the end of the straight. You can see that nice little powdered mist coming off the cars as they're coming down. Even less and less so, just you can see it there on the V8 on screen. So it hasn't actually brought anyone to grief, which is fantastic considering how much must have been dropped.
Yeah, it is interesting. And when they were heading out in their warm-up lap, this is a field of very regular racers, and they've got a lot of experience. And it could certainly send a bit of panic through someone that maybe just does 1 or 2 of these events a year. But these racers are doing it regularly, sort of month in, month out. And they do visit a lot of tracks. They go to Tailem Bend, they go to City Motorsport Park, and the MG Racing Australia crew, they've got a regular sort of 15, 16, 17 cars on track. And as we chatted about with Chris earlier, they're looking to grow that to probably double those numbers.
Yeah, that's right. Like as we spoke about yesterday and earlier, we're looking at growing our invited British contingent. So it's opened up to a yearly cut-off of the year 2000, and we're inviting the British touring cars of, that fit the mould into the series. And so if you're interested and you think your car fits the mould, email the committee and ask for the application form, and we'll send it through and it'll be judged, and hopefully it passes and you can come join us on track.
This is a real compact part of the field here. We're looking at from Mike Tratham, Bulmer, Edwards, Stevenson, Dunford and Ziddy all bailed up together. Here is the front of the race. This is Phil Chester fighting for his championship, as is Simon Elliott. Chester just taking the lead after he didn't get off the line as smartly as the other guys around him, and they've caught the number 92 there as well. That's Shirley St John Cox. She'll dive over to the right-hand side of the track, and these 2 wild MGs will go streaming on by and up the straight. And Phil getting right on the flashes, just charging on by his daughter, by the way, going up the back straight there. Kayleen just getting out of the way, and Phil still on those Le Mans flashes. There wasn't an MG that came out of the factory with bright headlights like that, that's for sure.
No, it looks like the same LED supplier has got the car in P2 as well.
Yeah, they're getting out of the way here as well. Blue flags being waved. This is a live championship being played out right here, isn't it, Chris?
It sure is. Everything to play for here. Sunday afternoon and the last race of the year. It's coming down to the last race, and that's what you want out of a nice close championship that's been running all year.
Absolutely you do, and it is it's these ones that mean the most to those that are racing for it. And Simon Elliott is not letting him get away. Robin Bailey, they've sort of dispensed with Robin, and he's actually got the mirrors full with Richard Milligan now as well. And Richard has, I guess, played more of a part in the season this year as well. So he would probably like to dispense with Robin as well, just to get drag a couple of extra points into the tally for this weekend.
Yeah, Richard's not in the fight. He's only really concentrated on the state series, and he's brought it out to this event as well. So he's a fair bit behind these guys, but we know Richard, he doesn't want to be.
Have a look at the traffic that our leaders are starting to range up on here. Paul Ziddy will notice that they're coming up behind, and then there is an absolute gaggle of cars. And I'm going to say a gaggle's only a small amount. This is quite the group of cars, and they got their own race. Phil has definitely got those Le Mans flashes going now. Alana getting off the corner nicely, and they arrive on the scene. Blue flags again being waved frantically as these cars start to come through. Phil has been very good at executing the traffic this weekend. He did a great job this morning with it, and Simon Elliott is just losing a little bit of impetus with just over a minute left in this one. And Phil Chester has done the fastest lap of this race in the multi-power Yarra Valley towing entry. And Gary Bulmer, he's got all the way up to Gary Bulmer. Gary's 6th in this race, so these guys mean business here.
Yeah, the on-the-charge lights from Phil Chester are so intimidating. They're fantastic. I know that they have a practical function, but they also are a mind game. Just puts everyone on notice, like, get the F out of the way.
Yeah,
I'm coming through.
Exactly. And blue flags help that too.
Yeah.
And I love the way the flag is. They have a real personality of their own when they wave the flag. If you've got one and he's got the blue flag and they are on about 120 RPM with their wrist, you know you've got someone fast coming through. But if they're just sort of rolling the wrist over, you're like, right, mate.
You do tend to see some drivers see the blue flag and go, "That's a pretty colour." Don't exactly move out the way.
Yeah, that is true too. Yeah, just take an extra bit of precaution because when these cars come through, they're coming through.
That lapping traffic actually extended that lead that Phil Chester had over Simon. So unfortunately, it's not as close a battle at the end of this race as we hoped it would be, but Phil's certainly taking that charge totally seriously and all the way to the end.
I would suggest too the guy, the Derby Works racer here in Simon Milligan, in Simon Elliott. Richard Milligan's a couple of cars further back here, but the Derby Works racer has been presenting this car beautifully all week or all year long. Phil Chester has been doing exactly the same thing in the crews that they have working on these cars. And I would hazard it, Chris, and you can probably correct me on this, but Phil's got a fair bit more experience on board than Simon.
Yeah, Simon's racing career has mainly been in like lower speed, like kind of midgets and all that kind of speed cars, and a bit of cars from historic categories like Group SA and JK and LB. So Simon stepped up into this car in the last few years and is really getting on top of it. So maybe another season under his belt, he might be right on the back of Phil every race.
So across the top of the hill goes our race leader, Phil Chester, and we have got time has elapsed on this one. I didn't see the last lap board come out, so we've probably still got another full journey around Sandown for the MG Racing Australia Championship, and this will mean the absolute world to Phil. A very, very committed racer. These things are not easy to prepare and keep going right throughout a season. There's the checkered flag. I did miss the last lap board. And there is the 2025 champion, Phil Chester, taking victory in the last race of the year, and testament to the series that's where the points came from.
Yeah, it's a point score that allows anyone in any of our classes that can win it. So you've got to be in it, turn up every week, and finished every race like Mike Trathen has done in the last 3 years.
Yeah, big congrats to Phil. I've always been a fan of that car. The first time I saw it at MPC, I did not know what the hell that thing was. I just knew it was super cool. And then seeing it out on track and seeing it just thump home, it's such a treat.
So Elliott gets home there as well, and I would suggest second in the championship there as well to the driver of the RV8. Beautiful looking car. Robin Bailey, you're home there in third place. I guess he's the spoiler in the mix. Richard Milligan home in fourth. And we're waiting for Keith Ondaatje in the Stag to get to the line. But Gary Bulmer has gone down a lap in the journey of this race. So he finishes sixth. Mike Trathen, seventh. Alana Ondaatje getting to the line there as well as the checkered flag continues to wave. Murray Stevenson, Jason Edwards, Paul Ziddy, Trevor Dunford, rounding out those top 12 cars. There is your champion for MG Racing for 2025.
Yeah, congratulations to Phil, and thank you to everyone involved in this weekend, all the officials that have stood out in the weather. It's been a hell of a job that you guys have been putting in, and all the organisers of the event and having us here. Hopefully we'll put on a good show and come see us at all our events next year, and obviously this one as well.
I struggled to point at an MG Racing and MG invited British cars racing over the last 3 or 4 years that hasn't been worthy of it, mate. It's great to have these cars at this sort of event and to really showcase some ace engineering, because that's what they are.
Yeah, it's true.
There's not a lot of what the original manufacturer intended on these cars, is there?
No, it's be interesting to see if you could bring them back and show them these cars, what they would think.
Yeah, exactly. I reckon they'd love it. Keith Ondaatje just motoring it back there in car number 40. He eventually got home in position number 5. A good run there for the Stag, but have a look at some of these great cars as they just make their way back to the pit and paddock. Chris, thank you so much for all of your expertise, and I certainly hope everyone jumps on your website and investigates that opening up of the rules or
yes.
the expressions for interest, and we certainly guide guide them to the website.
Yeah, hopefully we can have a fair few more cars come and play next year.
Fantastic. Thanks, Em. Thanks, Chris. We've got
Thank
a
you.
couple more races still to go here with the historic touring cars, and the HQs still to come. Back in a moment. I've said it a few times already this weekend, the VHRR. They touted this weekend as the return of the Thunder. Phil and Simon have just done it in the MGs, but I tell you what, there's more than a handful of thundering historic touring cars that are making their way out on the track right now as Darren Knight gets comfortable for the next about 15 minutes or so of our lives. Daz, the historic touring cars out on track. We did have just a little bit of rain blow over the track before, so let's hope that stays away for these guys.
G'day Daz, g'day everyone. Yeah, a little bit of misting rain, nothing too heavy. Don Knight is hoping he doesn't have to turn the wipers on because his alternator is stuffed and it may flatten the battery. So it's held off though. It's damp or not overcast, a little bit dark, but no rain. Complete contrast to yesterday. Very heavy rain all day. One of the wettest race meetings I've been to in quite some time, but thankfully that's pretty much held off today, and we've seen some great action. A little bit of panel damage this morning, the first race unfortunately, but there's some great racing that inadvertent damage. We saw, of course, Ian Mewett had to come into the pits with that door after it sustained damage. A bit of a mix-up there with Andrew Beard, Trevor Talbot. They all came together, rubbed panels, unfortunately. Under brakes, everyone got a little bit squirrely down there at turn 1, not going to apportion any blame on anyone. That's not my role, but it's good to see them all taking the start. Unfortunately, we won't see Ben Wilkinson in his very quick Ford Mustang. His car was stuck in third gear in the race this morning. Ben took out the overall victory here last year, so sad to see him on the trailer, but hopefully we'll see him back on the track soon. Also, Pete Muhlman, you were about to talk about Darren.
Yeah, I was just going to say it was wise of him to get the car moving and get it across the line, because it means he doesn't start from the rear of the grid. He's starting out of, after he did have a run into the wall, he's starting out of 9th, so presence of mind, check the gauges, make sure you're not making a mess of the track. He did that. The front of the car doesn't look good, and sadly for Pete, it stands out because the car normally looks so good, doesn't
Pristine.
it? When it's got a bit of a punch in the nose, it looks awkward and looks out of order.
We're talking about the all-black number 43 Ford Mustang, 64 shape Mustang, just coming into screen now. Smoked the wall, was squeezed up there at turn, heading down the hill, was squeezed off onto the grass, very wet grass. Unfortunately, rotated the car, smoked the wall. So, as Pete calls it, it's now the Mad Max edition. Max Rockatansky, when he ran up the back of that dirty Monaro and knocked the nose cone off the XA hardtop, Pete has a similar looking shape to his Mustang at the moment.
Gee, he's only got a fortnight to get it ready. He was keen for Isle of Magic too to get down there for the historic touring cars. So if you enjoy them here, you've only got 2 weeks to wait to get down to Phillip Island and see them all again. What a sight.
And this is the decider. It's one race win apiece for the two guys on the front row of the grid. Aldo De Paul in the Camaro, Michael Michelli in the Ford Mustang. So the big decider. Scott Pearce, what a drive into 4th place in that bright green Mustang, number 21, still on the P plates, still on the learning journey, but he's pretty quick at the moment. Set fastest lap in the race this morning, and he'll start alongside Andrew Beard on the 2nd row of the grid.
What about that 6th row of the grid there? It goes from V8s to 4 cylinders, front wheel drive and rear drive. A Datsun and a Mini. It changes pretty quickly.
David Brown and Richard Hill, here we go. The final race for the historic touring cars this weekend. Pretty even start, a good start from Beard. He made a great start yesterday in the wet. And Beard is up on the inside of Aldo De Paoli as they head down to turn 1 for the first time. Beard, the lead already, so a great start. Michelli, not a great start.
A couple of the guys coming rear of the grid, I'm not too sure. I think it was Daniel Van Stockeren in the... Who's in the
Mustang.
yellow and black Mustang? Yeah, absolutely brained them off the start, charging up through the field there. There's also the yellow Camaro in there. That was
Trevor Talbot.
Dust. Yep, so that's the ones where I was looking at. Trevor Talbot, certainly a front runner. David Brown getting all mixed up.
Yep, onto the grass, but back onto the circuit. So Ian Mewett, Trevor Talbot, Daniel Van Stockholm, all coming through from the rear of the grid. So some heavy hitters coming through the field. Not a great start for Michelli. He won't be happy with that. He's dropped back all the way behind the Monaro of David Tassari. So great to see David out there for the first time this weekend. Keep an eye on that Monaro as we look at the battle for the lead at the moment. It's Beard leading from De Paoli, so 2 69 model Chevy Camaros heading the field at the moment. Got a bit of a break. It's a Camaro 1, 2, 3, in fact, because Grant Mundy has had a great start. He's up into third place in his 68 model Chev Camaro. Joe Collegia, also a good start too, and his Mustang. Tassari now already up into fourth place. As I mentioned, a very quick Holden. We've got a meatball flag, the dreaded meatball, unfortunately, which is for a mechanical defect for someone. Can't pick up the number yet. Can't see anything hanging off a car.
No, but maybe that smoke that I saw off the line, maybe it wasn't wheel spin, maybe it was someone with some sort of engine issue. But this Monaro is up and running hard now, isn't it?
David Tassari, the number 8 HQ Monaro, former race winner in the HQ 6-cylinder class, joined the Group N historic touring car ranks a few years ago and shares the driving with brother Mark, and they're both as quick as each other. A very quick motor car, and he is right on the tail of Jeff Mundy. Yellow flags out on the back straight. So hopefully there's not too much damage there if someone has gone off at the top end of the circuit. Haven't picked up who that is yet. On screen now, this is the battle for third. Jeff Mundy, safety car is coming. So out of our view there, it looks like somebody has gone off and safety car will be dispatched.
That's a real shame. These guys have been racing very, very well all weekend. We'll try and find out what has occurred to have the safety car out. Normally something fairly drastic, but the field just easing up now as the safety car is deployed. And can't really see any service vehicles making their way around on the track just yet. But
well, we did see that yellow flag on the back straight. So Dandenong Road corner, that swallowed up plenty of competitors over the years. So perhaps somebody is stuck up there.
Yeah, that's entirely. Bob, there it is. It's the 55.
Ian Muir in the Mustang.
Oh, he had damage in his door and was meatballed in the last race because the door was flung open. Now he's parked it, and that, you're right, that is bogged at the top of the hill essentially on the run down to Dandenong Road.
So thankfully, it doesn't look like he's come into contact with anyone, so with anything. So it looks like maybe he's squeezed, and he's ended up on that very wet grass, and that 69 Mustang looks like it's bogged up to the axles, Darren.
Yeah, it certainly does. It's very, very damp off on the grass right around this facility. And if you're going to put a race car with hot slicks and they
pretty
get
heavy.
quenched.
Yep, pretty heavy race car too. The big 69 fastback Mustang, one of the heaviest Mustangs of all. In fact, probably the 72 model is slightly heavier, but you're looking at around 15 to 1600 kilo of Ford on that very wet grass.
Yeah, and those hot race tyres hit that as well, and they just glaze over, and you just run. Even though they do have a vague line of tread through them, you just run out of it because they're quenched, and all the temperature goes out of them very, very quickly indeed. Sadly, we have got the Racer Industries safety car out there on track, and a big shout out to all the people at Cool Drive and Racer Industries for providing that safety car. We never want to see it, but if we do see it, we want to see one that looks the part, don't we?
Definitely, yeah. Well done, Racer Industries, and well done to all the flaggies, and a big shout out to Emily Snedden, the daughter of former Group N Tirana racer Peter Snedden. She is flagging out on the back straight. So, as Roger Churnside said to Peter, not another Snedden. So great to have second generation racer up there, Emily Snedden up there doing her part, keeping motor racing in the family, flagging. And folks, it's the best way to see the motor racing. Even better, they've got a better view than the commentators. The flaggies, they're right on the...
Except at Phillip Island.
Yes.
That's the exception. Phillip Island, you're up there with God. You're overlording the entire property. Have a look at this, the Recovinator. And aren't they doing a terrific job? That Jeep with the big stickers across the back. Jeff Rowley, I think he's the tow chief here this weekend.
Gee, that's a piece of a tow vehicle.
Isn't it? The Recovernator. I love that. That's really cool. And it's done in the Jeep sort of font there as well. So it brings the number 55 out there, and we get a nice quick recovery, which in recent times hasn't been a thing. Getting the car just dragged back out. There's not a lot left in this race, so this is going to look a little bit like a club sprint, isn't it? It's going to get pretty feisty.
Well, I don't mind that. If we get one clear green lap of racing, that'll do me, because fortunately we had a great race at the Bend a couple of weeks ago. Was ended up under the safety car. Just needed another 2 minutes to get the car cleared.
So the whole field being banked up there, and we look right down the back there. Michael Stupka in that Citroen. And there's something for everyone, even this Jag here. And, of course, that was a weapon of choice for Bob Jane when he won the Australian Touring Car Championship.
Certainly was. Good to have Bill Hemming joining the category. Of course, the man behind the resurgence of Elfin. He purchased the Mark I Jaguar. As you mentioned, Darren, the Mark I Jaguar took out the first couple of Australian Touring Car Championships. David McKay was the inaugural champion way back in 1960. Then Bill Pitt did it again in the Jag, and then of course the great Bob Jane, consecutive touring car championships in 63 and 64. So they really were the car to have in the early days of touring car racing in Australia.
And didn't Bob Jane just bring so much to Australian motorsport? He's a much maligned guy, but certainly
put his money where his mouth is.
Absolutely, every time. John Harvey had some great drives in some cars owned by Bob Jane. Many had great drives in great cars because of Bob Jane. He bought some great cars. You know, we had that amazing era of the Thunderdome and Calder and that sort of thing.
The first super speedway to be built outside of the United States. Amazing.
Yeah, and boy, we had some fun doing the Thunderdome. And we're just getting a little bit of a signal that there's some rain starting to appear as well. So that must mean that the HQs can't be too far away, because every time they're the only ones that haven't had a full dry track this weekend. Even late this morning, they were the only ones that got rain at the start of their session. Let's have a look here. We'll see if we can get a look at the safety car and see if the lights have gone out there. But certainly some of the mud that has been dragged back on from the Ian Mewett car, and he's got a long old trip home, hasn't he, coming from Queensland?
Yeah, it's unfortunate to end the meeting that way. The car was going really well this morning. Looks like we might get a restart
here. It does. The green flag is being readied at the Crow's Nest. The
excellent
safety car board being prepared to be withdrawn, and there it is.
Excellent.
Green flag, and away we go. Absolutely charging down to turn one. Ben leading the way, had a great start earlier on today. The whole field streaming across the line, and this is the run. It's a couple of Camaros out in front.
David Tessari into third place in the Monaro, so onto the podium for the first time this weekend. Great to see him finally make it out to the track with issues earlier. So the Holden now up into third place. Jeff Mundy now has his mirror full of the fifth place Mustang of Scott Pearce, the number 21 machine.
I remember fondly when Kent Yulden first came out with the red Monaro. Gee, that was a weapon of a car, and he did such great things with that car over not a long time. It was only a couple of seasons that Kent raced that car.
Yeah, RIP Kent, what a driver he was. And that car is back in the stable of Tino Leo, who raced it after Kent. So that car is still around. Here he is, Tessari, right on the tail now of Andrew Beard. Could there be a challenge for second place? Aldo De Paoli has got into the lead on that lap. So De Paoli looking to make it 2 wins out of 3 races this weekend. Looking to see if we're going to get a checkered flag this time out.
I think we're going to get a last lap board, actually, because they got across the line with about 5 seconds to go. Yeah, last lap board being presented.
Excellent.
So this will give an extra opportunity for the protagonists to prove their worth. And on debut in that green Mustang, Pearce entry draws alongside, strings on by. He wants a podium out of it, doesn't he?
Yep. Into fourth place goes Pearce, so he's got some work to do to get onto the tail of David Tessari, as De Paoli not hanging around to find out what's going on this last lap. Handy lead now over our second place man, Andrew Beard, who's been kept busy with David Tessari. So Camaro versus Monaro, both running the 350 Chev under the bonnet. Monaro maybe slightly heavier than the Camaro, not much difference between them though. Here he is, Tassari, a real hard charger, looking to put the move on the back straight for the final time. Andrew Beard not giving him any space whatsoever, as is his right. He's right in front there, putting the Camaro exactly where he needs to as they go down to Dandenong Road S's for the final time. How big are the brakes on the Monaro? Good line there from Beard. He's keeping a very clean line there to not give Tassari a sniff at all in that battle for second place.
Gee, I tell you what, this is quite the turn-up. 3 of the General's products across the podium as the checkered flag is waved. And there's some information being displayed with the checkered flag. No one will pay any attention to whatever that is.
Dal Powley takes the win from Andrew Beard. David Tassari into third place. A great drive from right down the order. Scott Pearce will be fourth. Again in his Mustang after a fourth this morning. Michael Michelli will be fifth. Trevor Talbot right off the back of the grid as well in sixth. Jeff Mundy will be seventh. Joe Collegia, very solid run in his Mustang. He will be eighth. Pete Muhlman in the Max Rockatansky version of the Mustang. He'll be ninth. And Darren Jones will round out the top 10.
Great to see Joe Collegia coming to the line there in the Mustang. He's had a ripping weekend across his Group S and the historic touring cars. And good to see Joe back at the track. And Pete Muhlman got some work to do for a fortnight's time, hasn't he?
He has, yes. Island Magic, couple of weeks. Make sure you head down there for the Improved Production Nationals. Got about 87,000 cars for that event.
138, I think it was.
You're driving me.
Two over 2 litre fields and 1 under 2 litre field.
That's massive, and there'll also be some Just Cars historic touring car action down there too at Island Magic. Just been confirmed last week, in fact. So a great meeting to get to.
Professional audio video equipment in Australia and New Zealand. NPAV have bought us this racing for the historic touring cars over this weekend. A big shout out to that field. Have a look at these guys. They're all bringing it back together, aren't they? They're all joining hands. I guess that's part of when you only get 2 laps under safety car. Everyone is still bunched up.
Yeah, and well done to the recovery team too for removing the EMU Mustang with great haste that allows us to get 2 allowed laps in and finish this race under the checkered flag, not a safety car.
Yeah, absolutely. Darren Knight, thank you so much again right across this weekend for all of your knowledge and passion as you present the historic touring cars. And as I said, a big shout out to NPAV for their support for this category. Equity won the Victorian Historic Racing Register. Sandown Historics, the 33rd running, and these cars all come back into the paddock as one.
Well done to the VHRR, of course, and to all the flaggies. Historic touring cars, always a pleasure to run here at the home of horsepower, Sandown. So well done to the VHRR, and we'll see you all next year.
Absolutely. That's Darren Knight and the historic touring cars as they return like a parade back to the paddock and pit and paddock area for the trophy presentation for this event. We've still got one more race to go, and some would say we've saved the best for last. The HQs, they've been around for a number of decades, and they are, as their slogan suggests, affordable entertainment and affordable racing. I meant it is a great entertainment, but affordable racing in the HQs. We'll take a quick break as we just enjoy the sights and sounds of the historic touring cars returning to the pit paddock area. Back for the last race of the 33rd running of historic Sandown in just a moment. The final race for the day, as I suggested, some say we saved the best for last. I will leave that up to every individual's judgment, but the HQs always do put on entertaining racing and do contribute greatly to the success of these sorts of race meetings. The HQs, and they are doing it for Autohouse in Moorabbin, the Autohouse Vehicle Storage units there. Make sure you get along if you've got a car you need to store and have it safe, secure, locked away from prying eyes. Get down to Autohouse Vehicle Storage in Moorabbin. David Amor has jumped right alongside me for this last race for the day. Darren Smith, welcome. If you've only just joined us, welcome to the historic Sandown, 33rd running. And we are looking forward to the final race for the day. Welcome, David.
Thanks, Darren. Really appreciate that. And for everyone out there, we'd like to thank Tyre Power and all the other sponsors that are on the cars, the HQ Holdens. Tyre Power has become one of the major sponsors for HQs over the last 4 or 5 years. Absolutely fantastic. Now, Darren, this race is the Carl McHenry Memorial for the HQ Holdens. Carl McHenry was a HQ competitor, president, a mate of a lot of people for over 25 years. We lost him 4 or 5 years ago now, so which is disappointing. But I tell you what, Carl put a hell of a lot into HQ Holdens, and that's the reason why with this weekend it's the Carl McHenry Memorial final race. So the person who wins this race wins the perpetual trophy, and it looks like Magilton and Banks have got both hands on it. Which way it's got to go, left or right or left, I'm not 100% sure. But I can tell you what, Gavin Ross wants a piece of the action, just like Ray Jardine there in third and fourth. John Mahoney's had a fairly good, strong weekend. Crawford's had a fairly good one. Tony Maloney's just checked the time and make sure his car's all right. Ben Ritchie's done a head gasket yesterday. He's got his car up and going. Perry Becker's car, beautiful looking car. Keep an eye on that. But we've got Brandon Wilson starting out of the rear. He broke a upper control arm, which put him rear of the field in that race. So we're just starting to grid themselves up. The Tyre Power and all the other sponsors that we've had.
Is that pounding the curbs around here that you do that with one of those cars, or
never.
is it a maintenance thing?
Yeah, no, well, yeah, it could be a maintenance, it could be a pounding thing as well, Darren.
Yep.
But, yeah, it's just the wear and tear, and it certainly tore it right out of the socket.
Yeah.
So, all right, 5-second board, ladies and gentlemen. Get up there, there's the HQ races. This is the final race. Who is going to get the ripper start? Who is going to be first, second, third? Oh, Magilton. Magilton's got a ripper start, so is John Mahoney. Gavin Ross, not too bad. Banksy, it's got some power, that car, the 76 car. This will be interesting. Banks is on the inside. Magilton will probably try and go around the outside. But I told Banksy, you put the nose in there and you keep the nose in there. Righto, Banks is in front. You can see that by the cameras. Fantastic pictures we're getting. We've got Gavin Ross being pushed out a little bit beside Ray Jardine.
Ray Jardine returning to the category has been impressive here this weekend, and ought to be congratulated. He's kept it clean, he's kept it fast, as has Gavin Ross. In fact, they've all kept it clean and fast. There's Perry Becker's. Great to see the Becker's panels car back on track, and Mick Magilton forever in the rear window of that car, just letting him know, I'm here if you need. It's not a game of netball, Dave. It's a car race. Not here if you need. I'm here to take the spot off you.
Oh, definitely, that's for sure. Mick Magilton from rear of field got himself up into 10th position in race 2. That was early this morning. Now we're late this afternoon. Now we're having a look at Ben Ritchie. Oh, he tried to go down the inside of the captain, John Mahoney, there in the 81 car. Now he's lost the position there to Tony Maloney. We've got Mahoney and Maloney. Can you believe that?
Oh, that always gets me, those two. But that's definitely Tony Maloney in the 99 green car there as well. Impressive stuff. And they're going to be lying astern, Mahoney and Maloney too, just to make it harder for us, Dave.
Yep, that's for sure. It's maroon or green and maroon, but hopefully they'll stay away from each other panel-wise. But let's wait and see. Ben Ritchie's right in beside him, Perry Becker's, Mick Magilton, like I said. Now there's the young kid, Rivers Patterson. This is his first race meeting, ladies and gentlemen, and he's not last. You can see him there in the orange car, the orange number 10 car. Absolutely fantastic, the young bloke. He's done a fair bit of speedway, gone fairly well. The old man blew the engine up in his car, so he's sitting on the sideline. And watch how number 10 is so smooth. All right, look at that. Through turn 1, he's in front of Graham Francis, a veteran. We've got the young kid, 17 years old. We've got Graham Francis at 77, Darren. You do the maths. He's actually pulling his calculator out, ladies and gentlemen. You do the maths, mate. You can work it out. There's certainly 6 decades difference. Up the back chute.
plenty of advice to be offered to a young racer too in the HQs, and they're not backwards and coming forwards and offering the advice either, are they? So that's nice. 99% of the time it's good advice. It's do this, try that, have a go. This works for me, might not work for you, sort of bits and pieces like that, but a great learning platform. And that's a number of the categories that we've seen here this weekend. I know it's certainly true for the MG and invited British racing crews as well. They have this good community spirit that the VHRR have established over many, many years. But certainly the glory days of massive fields of HQs going line astern with each other out at Calder Park at the Thunderdome, and we remember those fondly. And it always amazes me. You know, we had 20 cars for the HQs here this weekend, that there's this many HQs still going. Don't forget it was 1970, 55 years ago, this great replay for Equity 1 going across the top of Rothman's Rise.
Certainly is. You can see that Tony Maloney there went out a bit wide to the outside of the track there. Then Ben Richards, he doesn't mind hitting that green grass this weekend.
No,
he's certainly. And he's also locked a Kenda tyre. He's put a little bit of a 50-cent piece on that round bit of Kenda. But look at Banks. Banks is just that's better. I like that. Then you got Magilton. Then you've got Ray Jardine. You've got Gavin Ross. Gavin Ross is just in front of Ray Jardine at the moment. First, second, third, fourth. Throw a blanket over him. This is pretty close right at the start.
It's very close, and it's really cool to see a number of these drivers on return to HQs. Of course, Gavin Ross and Ray Jardine. Gavin Ross would be one of the winningest drivers in this category over the many, many years. He's seen quite a lot of sweet victories. He did go and do some saloon car racing there for a while as well, but certainly HQs. Banksy goes straight across the hard top there off the back of the ripple strip. Just opens up the wheel. Didn't want to slide into Dandenong Road because the number 14 behind him will absolutely pounce. You don't want to get caught off balance because you might just get a little bit of assistance when you get caught off balance to move on out of the way, and that is all forms of racing. These guys here are very respectful for each other because they all know they have got an equal skill set as race drivers. They've got equal equipment under them. Sometimes it's just about the luck that comes your way.
It certainly is. HQ Racing, affordable excitement. What it is, ladies and gentlemen, we've all got Kenda tyres, better suspension, Crow cams. What I say the biggest difference is the spacer. Now, what is a spacer? That's the thing between the steering wheel and the back of the seat called the driver, ladies and gentlemen, and that's what it's all about. 1,365 kilos is the minimum weight. So most cars have to put some weight in them, and sometimes just the driver. I think you can work that out, Darren.
We certainly can, and let's be nice about it. The spacer is the driver, and that's the skilled individual that pilots these things right around, right across all the categories, including the HQs. We are in the final stages of the 33rd running of the historic Sandown. The VHRR Calder Come and Try Test and Tune Day is on Saturday, December the 6th, 2025. Jump on the VHRR website for more details about that. But if you want a quiet day out at the racetrack just to have a bit of a test and tune and get your car right, and it's a historic type of vehicle, head out to Calder, either away from the pressures and the cameras of the 33rd running of the historic Sandown. Get out to Calder on the VHRR Test and Tune Day, December 6th. I was going to say 26th. Good day. That'd be Boxing Day. Everyone's got the day off. Head out to the racetrack. No one's thought of that.
Yeah, well, that's very, very close. But that also is the same weekend as the HQ 4-hour at Winton. That's where we've got our massive, that's our own mini Bathurst for HQ Holtons. That's 2 drivers over 2 days with pit stops. It's a massive event, and there are a couple of cars out there looking for the second driver if you're interested, if you've got a CAMS licence. So, mate, you can go to Calder Park, or you can come up to the beloved Winton, where the first HQ race ever was, and it's 36 years in the making of HQ Holdens.
So around turn 4 they go. 2.5 minutes remain in this race. 2.5 minutes remain in the 33rd running of historic Sandown. 4 protagonists leading the way. Banks, Magilton, Ross, Jardine, back to Graham Crawford up to P5 in car number 68. That is a great run for Graham here this weekend.
He certainly is. He's got Pass, Mahoney and Maloney. So Crawford's doing really good. That's in the old Andrew Williams HQ car. Andrew Williams is here this weekend. He's been a bit of a mechanic. I actually saw him clean the windscreen, which is a bit unusual. But Andrew's stepping back from that car. He's letting Crawford drive it like he stole it every weekend, and he's done absolutely fantastic. He's been in that midfield, and he's got 2 positions already. Probably got a couple of laps left, I would say, roughly, as they're coming through underneath the Penrite Bridge. We'll just have a bit of a look at it. Over they go. Banks, a little bit of a gap to Midgilton, a little bit of a gap to Jardine, and a fraction to Gavin Ross. 0.4, 0.5, 0.6.
They're really, it's inconsequential, isn't it, when you're within striking distance. What is interesting is just off the top 5, Mahoney, Maloney, Beckers, Riches, and they're swapping around on this last lap. Beckers and Ben Riches have swapped spots for 8 and 9 on the road. It doesn't look as though there's any holes in Stephen Banks' race strategy at this point in time, because if there was, the Piedmont Middies sponsored car of Andy Magilton would have found a way through now. Or are we just holding off for that last lap board to be displayed and then do it all on that last journey around the 4.5 Ks of Sandown?
Well, both guys in the front running cars, first and second, are praying. Steve Banks is praying that it doesn't rain. Andrew Magilton's praying that it does rain, because Andrew Magilton blew him away.
Yeah, it's not going to rain. It's going to stay dry for this. Yep. I guess what they're going to have to call on is their years of skill and experience. And if any of them get it wrong, that is what's going to happen. Magilton just feigns over to the driver's left there to, I guess, stick the headlights up as they run down into turn number 10, 11 and 12 and sweep onto the straight. You've got to concentrate. You've really got to flow the car, keep the revs at it, and just let it run wide. They let it go out over the ripple strip. Last lap board goes out for the 33rd running of historic Sandown. We are on our final lap, and what an amazing event it has been. The weather gods have thrown absolutely everything at all of our categories. These guys, Dave, this is their first full dry race. They had everyone else had dry running this morning. These guys actually had rain during their race, so they are absolutely turning it on.
It certainly is. Then we've got Mahoney, Maloney, Beckers, Ritchie, Magilton, the young kid Patterson doing absolutely fantastic. Brandon Wilson's got his car up and going. That's going all right. Graham Francis, Andrew Regularity. So, mate, this is the final lap. Now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, where the HQs are over at the red garages, in about 45 minutes after this race is finished, we're doing our presentations. You're welcome if you want to come and have a look at the cars, talk to the drivers, and have a bit of a listen about how much we got to praise this weekend and how good the racing was and how good VHRR it was for us.
Let's see the last half a dozen corners as we see Stephen Banks charge down into Dandenong Road. It'll be Andy Magilton, and weighing right in on this is Ray Jardine. He is poised for a podium on his return to the category. And just in the background there, I'm going to say that Gavin Ross has just lost his impetus for this podium. We're going to have a swap. No, we're not. We're going to hang on there. Magilton put the eyes out. He had a bit of a look, as did Ray Jardine. And there it is. The checkered flag drops. It'll be Stephen Banks. 0.4 back to Andy Magilton. 0.4 back to Ray Jardine. 1 second back to Gavin Ross. And here comes Graham Crawford for a top 5 finish. Then we've got Mahoney in the 81 doing a terrific job. John Mahoney there. And he gets through. Perry Beckers comes absolutely charging to the line. Tony Maloney's gone back one. Ben Riches holds on for 8th. Maloney is 9th. 10 is Mick Magilton. Good run there for Mick. He's done well. Started out at 10, finished 10. Didn't go forward, but did not go backwards.
Yep, absolutely fantastic. From the HQ Holdens, Victoria, thank you very much for everyone. The fire, the flaggies, the volunteers, all the crew upstairs. We all have to do our part, and we really appreciate it, and we really like to thank you. So thank you very, very much. Thank you, Darren. Have a safe trip home, everyone. The checkered flag has dropped on this weekend, Darren.
Certainly has, and what a fantastic weekend. Thank you, David Amor, and thank you to the HQ Racing Association for always putting on great racing. It's always a pleasure to come to a racetrack where these cars are doing their absolute best. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. We pulled the curtain closed on the 33rd running of the historic Sandown this weekend, doing it for Equity One, and have done a tremendous job. A very big thanks to Shannon's Insurance, Penrite Oil, celebrating their 100 years in 2026. Equity One, as I said, Cool Drive, Racer Industries. A big shout out to the MG Car Club for helping put this event together. Dana Precision Photography, Apex Steel, Traction Tyre Centre, the Mark Sports Car Association, the AV and NPAVT outfit, Autohouse in Moorabbin, the Aussie Soils. That is the big sponsorship package that put it all together. Massive shout out to all of the officials trackside, in the control tower, in the paddock, guiding traffic, getting tickets, all of these jobs that just keep piling up, and they always do such a great job. So thanks to the volunteers, thanks to the Victorian Historic Racing Register and their committee for wisely putting together these great race meetings 3 times a year. Historic Sandown has been a ripping success in 2025. A big shout out to our competitors. Without our competitors bringing their race cars, their beautifully presented race cars to the racetrack, and let's give them all, let's put them on the spot. It is the Regularity competitors, Group S, Formula Ford, Groups JKLB, Formula V and Invited, Groups M&O Sports and Racing, Groups PQ&R, Q&R Sports and Invited, Groups C and A Tribute Cars, MG and Invited British Cars, the Historic Touring Cars, and the HQs for coming to the track here this weekend. Without you, we don't get to have all the fun we do at the races. Note it down, March 13, 14 and 15, Phillip Island will have the running of the Penrite 100 Classic at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. We'll see you all there. From Central Commentary, I'm Darren Smith. Thanks for joining us.